What's going on, everybody? How y'all doing? Oh, it's Wednesday. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. We got a lot to discuss, and I am on one tonight. So come on in here. Make sure you guys come in and hit the like button. How you doing, Carmo? How you doing? I want to make sure I'm saying your name right. Is it Karma? Carmo? Let me know. What's going on? How y'all doing? Shout out to all of you all. I'm trying to find Maddie, when you get in here, can you please email me your full YouTube channel link as well as Satiric? Because I'm trying to add you guys, and I'm not. It's not locating you all based on your just the profile name. I need the full YouTube tag, I guess. How y'all doing? What's going on? Y'all, a whole lot has happened today. So we're gonna get to both of Thunke's little shows she did. Y'all, ooh, child. The one she did yesterday and the one she, aired today, premiered today, rather. Erica Kirk went on Fox News, and you could tell she just frustrated. I just said, 2, 3 weeks ago that it's time for Turning Point USA and Erica Kirk to sue the crap out of Candace. Because otherwise, she's not gonna care. She's not gonna stop. She's not gonna, y'all see how she acts when she does get hit with a lawsuit, and she's faced with the real world consequence of having to go to court. That seems to be the only time she tightens up. So I'm just, I know it's something she probably doesn't. Erica Kirk does not want to have to do, but it's so bad to where it's either do that or risk the criminal investigation against Tyler Robertson possibly being thrown. I told you all about what 2, 3 months ago. I said Candace is saying all this nonsense, and what she's gonna start doing is invoking, you know, I'm not even gonna say reasonable doubt, but it could be categorized like that because nothing about her is reasonable. Nothing she's saying is reasonable. But the court could interpret that and take that and use it as, or the defense rather, use it as reasonable doubt. Candace doesn't know how jury selections work. Neither does the Candy ass cult members. In general, and all these people that's trying to come to her defense, they don't understand how jury pool selections work. They don't understand that it's not just as easy as picking people that comes to jury duty. They have no idea how that process works. And because they don't know, and Candace doesn't care about the investigation, she says all this dumb shit. And then it starts to, the defense can start using this to invoke reasonable doubt, because that's the hurdle you have to overcome in a criminal matter. That is your burden, proving beyond a reasonable doubt. And she's gonna throw it. That's Erica's concern. Candace, if you don't care about the criminal investigation, then why say and do anything to toss it over to the side and cause it to be, you know, result in a hung jury of some sort, or even if it doesn't even get to that point. You can't make this up. Why even do anything to taint it? Taint the jury pool, giving the defense a leg up. Why even put anything out there that would give them any leverage? Nothing she does is logical or reasonable. So for that reason, the only reason why I'm saying Erica Kirk may have to sue the crap out of her. Because I would rather see the shooter that we've all seen in video footage that we know has admitted to it. There's evidence, fingerprints, gunshot residue. His admission of guilt. All of this has gone into it, and she has no evidence to prove otherwise. Candace can't tell you who the other shooters are. She can't pinpoint at least 2 people that could be possible shooters. So when you can't even do that, the last thing you should be doing is trying to throw the investigation of the person that did do it and did admit to it. It's like she didn't even care he admitted to it. This is the same person that didn't read the indictment. Candace, you're an idiot. She's like the Grinch trying to steal everybody's Christmas spirit and Turning Point USA at the same time. And then the kids, is of course Erica's next main concern. They have a protection order in place. What if any of this BS that's thrown out here with no evidence causes the defense to win or for the case to result in a hung jury? And then what? He goes free. No one knows who the other person is. You can't, if you go back to say, okay, you want to retry it again, you can't do double jeopardy. Then what? Make this make sense. Because in the world of Candace Owens, there's a shooter out there that she refuses to tell people who it is. This is so crazy. So he needs to sue the hell out of she needs to sue the hell out of her. All the Turning Point need to sue her. Erica Kirk needs to sue her. She just sue her ass. You want to hear and prevent the inevitable from happening? You have to sue her. Oh my good lord. All right, y'all. I just had to get that out. Plus, it's my channel, so if you don't like it, you can bounce. But whatever. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Hit the like button on the way in. I appreciate you all. Point Mama, what's going on? There's some new people up in here. What's going on, Francisca? How you doing, honey? Shout out to my mods. I appreciate all of you all. If you guys see any comments and you're not sure, because typically I let the comments roll, right? Racial slurs get booted out quick. Someone making a threat to me, I want to see it first because I'm gonna call that out, and then I can handle it from there. But if it's questionable, come to me, or you can come. Laura is the system, my backup system administrator here in StreamYard, so she has a little bit more access than everyone else, and so she can get my attention in backstage. So always feel free, to say, hey, I'm not sure if this is good, to go or what. Just let us know. Because I do believe in free speech. But when it comes down to just it being raunchy and nasty and disrespectful and all of that, and if you're not sure, just let me know or send me a quick email and I'll get to it. And then that way we can go from there. Yesterday, I just didn't want to do any of that. When I have guests, I don't care who it is. I don't want my guests to be disrespected and dragged in the comments. I just don't. And that no. Stuff like that. It's like these candy ass cult members think they got rights to say whatever they want. And they get mad when people delete their comments when it's, beyond overboard. It's like, no, we have the right to not read that BS. That's because they forget that, free speech works both ways. And the candy ass cult members know that I could care less how they feel. Ain't that right, candy ass cult members? Y'all know, you all know Lady Luck Club does not give a damn how you all feel, right? In fact, don't care about your feelings either. Somebody come back. Hey, just enjoy the bench. But let me know if it's a comment you're not sure of, and he's like, I don't know if I should remove this or what. Just send me an email and let me know. All right. But shout out to all of my mods. I have some great mods, and I'm trying to get one more established and get Manny over there on the second channel. I need the full YouTube tags. I don't know what's going on. It's not letting me pull you all up by the username. We're gonna start this off in the meantime with Erica Kirk, who's sick of this BS. She's sick of Candace, and she doesn't want to say Candace Owens' name, which I understand. Because she don't want to give Candace, more days of content. Candace, we all know you're doing this for content. Clicks, views, likes, and money. Right? We all know she's doing it for that. Because at the end of the day, her cult members come in here and confirm it when they tell me that she's rich. She's got all these views and all these subscribers, and they still won't read where she's not number one podcaster. But they come in here and confirm all these things, and she tries to say, "No, I don't care about those things." While she sits here and lies and brags about being number one. It's like, well, what do you think that's based on? We don't expect Candace to use common sense or her cult members. I just love calling them out when they come in here and debunk the things that she's saying she's not trying to do. Oh Lord, they're fun. Unless it's trying to threaten me or my life, talking about I'm going to pay a price one way or the other. Typically we just laugh at their asses. That's what they're here for. it's, you know, it's up to them to stay. What's going on? Is it Zombie? Hello, Queen. How are you doing? I'm doing well. How you doing? What's going on, Mister? Like number one tonight. Y'all hit the like button and tell me which number you are. Let's go. Salute LLC. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Okay, I hit the like button, but I know what's going on. Do you think Eric Kirk is fake crying? No. I think she's been grieving. It's been what, 4 months? Today is 4 months from September 10th. I don't believe that girl is fake crying. And I've seen her cry. What I don't like is this, and I don't want you to think I'm just coming at you with this directly, because I get it. You're asking a question. The others, at least you're asking. The candy ass cult members, they come in here and they make all these dumb accusations and stuff. At least you're asking. So, don't attack them for asking. I don't think she's fake crying. The problem is that you have Candace and the candy ass cult members and the bots that are pushing out this narrative as if they get to dictate how she grieves and mourns, what she should be doing to show sadness. In this, nothing is good enough for them, right? No evidence is good enough for Candace. Photos, birth announcements, evidence. These are things that she doesn't care for if it's not bending to her moot point. It's not bending to her will. She doesn't care about laws or the fact that she's impersonating an investigator, because she's not. She doesn't care about any of that. The fact that she lies and she's hypocritical as hell. She's soulless, evil. She doesn't care about none of that. For her, this is a show. So she's not saying it directly, but she's not stopping her cult members from going out saying, "Oh, Erica Kirk is full of crap. She's not crying. She's not doing that." How do you go on a tour and you're a grieving widow? She could be a grieving widow and still go out on a book tour. So she's not supposed to do anything. But if she was stuck in a house, well, she's a grieving widow, but she's not saying anything about Turning Point. She's not responding to these dumb allegations from Candace Owens because she doesn't know her one. She doesn't know Candace a response. I want to be clear on that. Erica Kirk does not owe Candace Owens a damn thing. She owes her nothing. She doesn't have to even recognize her existence on earth. And so far, she has not said her name. So that's the ultimate kickback. Candace doesn't have the spine to face Erica Kirk face to face. So for her to talk, all this mad nonsense behind a camera, that's one thing. She will never ever face Erica Kirk either. So I understand the candy ass cult members need to hear from Candace only. Oh yeah, I saw Erica Kirk cry real tears. Because that's the only way I guess they'll believe it. But yet, Candace won't face Erica Kirk. She won't face her face to face in person. She's not going to do it. She's a coward. She just wants to be able to continue on making these dumb allegations for clicks, views, likes, and money. That's what it comes down to. She does not care. So, for anyone to say she's not crying, I mean, the people who are saying that the most are the ones that sit here and worship the ground and idolize Candace Owens and worship the ground she walks on. But the only way they will be assured that Erica Kirk is actually crying real tears if they hear it from Candace Owens, to which Candace Owens will never be able to tell them that because she will never ever face Erica Kirk face to face. So what difference does it make if they believe that she's crying or not? What difference does it make if they believe that she's actually grieving? If she was stuck in the house, then she needs to come out and say something. Nothing that Erica Kirk says and does will be good enough for them. just like with the Macrons, just like with the FBI, just like the US military, I guess now. Nothing will be good enough for Candace Owens and her cult. So no one should be trying to go out and prove to them. Their feelings are irrelevant at this point. They're not even validated or even justified because they don't accept anything unless it comes from Candace Amber Owens Farmer. And maybe, Boys Club. Who knows? Just remember it like this. Candace Owens said everything is fake and gay in her alternate reality in her universe. The end. You can't make this up. Everything is fake and gay. So everything is fake. Nothing's real. So of course they're gonna think Erica Kirk is not crying real tears. It's an insult. She lost her husband. If for nothing else, think about the two small children. She still has to explain why their father is not coming home every day. If for no other reason. You don't want to care for Erica Kirk? Whatever. Think about the kids. They're babies. They're minors. Because Candace Owens doesn't have a soul to do it. And she doesn't have to tell her children, your daddy's never coming home again. Erica Kirk still has to explain this to her kids. We don't see her crying 24/7. Maybe she goes home and cries and dukes it out in the shower. Weeps before the Lord in her closet. Who knows? There's no camera on her 24/7. We have no idea what she's doing every second or every minute of the day. And I think it takes a lot to come out into the public spectrum, on the stage, doing a book tour, all this stuff, after having lost your husband in the way that you lost him. A public assassination where your kids are going to grow up and see that video. Candace is soulless and evil. But we've already established that. That's what she is. Her and her cult. But just because they want to be soulless and evil does not mean that Erica Kirk and Turning Point USA have to explain a damn thing to them either. They owe her nothing. Not one damn thing. Period. It's absolutely absurd to say that she's not grieving because she's doing a book tour. She could be going back to her hotel and crying for hours, crying herself to sleep. I don't know that. But if she sits here and smiles, oh, she's not grieving. If her eye twitches one too many times, oh, she's not grieving. Her eyes are red from crying 24/7. Oh, she's grieving too much. You can't make this up. It's so crazy. So I'm not targeting it towards you specifically. I'm just saying in general. That's how I feel about it. No one can tell her how to grieve. No one can tell her how to mourn. I don't really care if anyone, if she goes a whole day without crying, so what? I mean, good grief. If she were to cry and fall out on the floor, oh, she doing too much. The theatrics. She putting on a show. Nothing she says and does will be good enough for them. And it's not that she should be doing anything to please them either. They're irrelevant. They are irrelevant. Candace Owens and her cult members that don't read are irrelevant. Absolutely irrelevant. Candace has no bearing on this investigation. If anything, she's going to throw it. And that's something no one wants. Until they can come up with another shooter. Tyler Robinson did it. The evidence points that way. Because evidence exists in this reality here on Earth. And no one else is in the mood to bend and alter reality for these dumbass cult members to sit here and say, I can't believe you're taking their narrative. It's not a narrative. It's called evidence. It's a term you should define. They won't even look up definitions of terms. I don't take them seriously. Dan, you can't make this stuff up. Welcome in, people. Hit the like button. I appreciate you. Yeah, sometimes you just got to air it all out. Yeah, this is what we're here for. This is what we're here for. Sometimes people just got to speak truth to power. I have no problem doing it. Hey, lady, how you doing? Dear Jen, how you doing? What's going on? Shout out to all of you all. I'm ramped up. Erica Kirk is truly such a God-fearing woman. I know, right? Yeah, a lot of people is afraid of trusting Erica Kirk. Well, they gonna have to. Hey, I tell you this, they don't have to trust her. They don't have to. Here's the thing. What comes down to what's more relevant? What happens in the court of law? Because personally, I want to see the bad guy get off the street. That's what I care about right now. Because that is the ultimate protection being given to her and to those kids. And I care about the kids. Like I said, you don't have to care about Erica Kirk. You don't have to like her. But she has two small children. And they have a protection order in place keeping them from a murderer. From someone who thought her husband was mean, so he took his life because he didn't like mean words he was saying. Like that's you understand that that's why he lost his life. He said things that this guy didn't like. And somehow Tyler Robinson felt that he had the authority to take someone's life in a public manner. In videos that are going to be, engraved in history. These kids are going to come up and have to, one day they're going to watch this. How do you think those kids are going to feel? That's all I'm saying. If it's too much to say, I don't, I'd rather just focus on the kids. Yeah, I don't know what else to say about that. But I want the kids safe. And I don't want anything to happen to those babies because they don't deserve that. These kids, they're here at the mercy of their parents. Kids can't help who their parents are. They can't help that the father got a whole company, was doing all these tours, believed in free speech. He had his views. If people didn't agree with it or like it, they didn't. It would be easier to not tune in. But for this level of obsession to where it's almost as if every move Erica Kirk makes now has got to be at the pleasing of Candace Owens and her cult. Absolutely not. Because they're not paying Erica Kirk's bills and they don't have to help take care of these kids. Candace Owens won't even give a donation or contribution. And then she's gone so far as to say people should get refunds and stop donating and contributing to a nonprofit organization that thrives on donations and contributions. So Candace Owens has no effect or bearing on the household of Erica Kirk. She don't have to make sure these kids go to school and their tuitions are paid. And she would never do that even if it was needed. So why does she care about her single a tear being shed or anything like that? Why care about that? I care about this bad guy going to jail. That's what I want to see. I want to see this bad guy in prison. What's going on? Oh, Manny, please email me your YouTube channel. Your whole channel. Okay, I see. Cool. Thank you so much. And is Satiric here? Can you send me an email with your full tag as well? I appreciate that. That way I can get y'all at it. It won't let me just add in. Oh God. YouTube with these dang on profile names, it sucks. We're gonna get started in a minute, you all. Just gotta take care of this. Hold on. There we go. All right, Manny. You should see the mod status over there on the second channel. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, man. And let me switch back over. Okay. When I add mods, I have to switch over between my YouTube channels. All right, y'all. We're going to get to it. And if anyone else would like to be a mod on the second channel, let me know. So far as Manny help holding it down over there, and I appreciate it because they get real. Boy, them cult members, they hate my guts. Yeah, whatever. They still come here and watch my videos. It's so funny. But let's trust Candace, no receipts or once. Yeah, I don't, I'm not even telling. Listen, I don't ever go in. What's going on, Wyoming? How you doing, honey? Shout out to you. Hey, CC, what's happening? I hope you guys are doing all right. Driving and listening. Hey, listen, I get you. It's Wednesday night, y'all. We're almost there. Um, I just yeah, the cult members are what they are. They're not meant to be taken seriously. Most of them are bots. You know, I don't understand why Candace Owens finds it hard to believe that she may have bots. You can't make this up. That was some funny crash out. Candace forgot to take her Adderall. I don't know what happened in the episode today or yesterday. I haven't seen either of them. And you all know I can't watch them without you all. It'll drive me nuts. Literally. Like to watch that on my own. Oh God, it'll give me a headache. Yeah, now even Ron Candace out, but now they're afraid of trusting Candace. Yeah, no one. I I never trusted Candace. Candace has to present evidence for me, and she doesn't do that. So I never took her serious. I never considered her to be a journalist or not even a reporter. She's a gossiper and conspiracy theorist. She might as well be the head of QAnon. I mean, can't make this up. Dinosaurs aren't real. The moon landing is fake. You know, Earth is not round, it's flat. I mean, just crazy stuff. All right, let's see here. Let me get down to here. Laura, what's going on? Thank you so much. Let me Manny, I'll email you her email. I want to make sure you guys have the mods have each other's emails after the show tonight. So please don't let me forget. And I'll just do one big email with all of you guys in it. So you guys can have each other's emails. Oh man, I bet she didn't know Trump flamed her yet. Oh, he finally went in on Candace. Good Lord. Oh, Wyoming Gap, thank you for gifting the 5 memberships. Shout out to you. Thank you so much. Oh man, my mods are awesome, you all. I told you I have the best mods on YouTube. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Wyoming Gal. Yuck 2.0 gifted memberships. Wyoming Gal gifting memberships. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And you guys listen, enjoy those memberships. This weekend I will have time to break down these live streams I've done this week, especially the one with Milk Bar. And then I can put, shorter video clips and stuff on the members only page because that's where it's going. You guys earned it. You deserve it. I just have to have time to do it because it does take time to kind of break those videos down. StreamYard will do it automatically up to 2 hours, but if it's over 2 hours, it's not gonna happen. And you guys see how long my videos are. It's live streams be like 4 hours long. So I appreciate you guys, and it's gonna be this weekend. I will be able to take the live streams from this week at least and break them down. And you guys in the membership, in the members only, will be able to enjoy that. Yay! Okay, let's see here. Candy Craig needs to be locked in a mental hospital for life. That's a good one. Vicky said, "What did Trump say? I guess I missed it." Me too. Diane, what's going on? Candace is taking out President Trump. TP USA has no financial problems. Yeah, they don't. She forgot that there's a whole endowment with, $60-70 million sitting there. Candace, just because you still don't know how to read numbers or know the difference between the letter N and the number 9 does not mean that they're having financial problems. Everybody's having financial problems now. That lets you know that Candace Owens is only thinking about money and clicks and likes and views. She's talking about how she thinks she's number one when she's not, or how someone is broke and she's not. You can't make this up. Candace, you're the one that's about to be begging for some damn money, girl. Oh, the Macrons are gonna mollywop her in court. Oh my good God. I think he called her crazy candy. I just saw some reporting it over on Jay Witt. Oh, we gotta watch. 3 months. TV USA has paid their bills. No financial problems. Candace, you like. Exactly. And she has to produce any evidence on it. What's going on, Colleen, Diane, everybody? All right, y'all, let's get to it. When Satiric comes in, someone please make sure that Satiric Candace show is a joke. Exactly. What's going on that's funny? Thank you so much for the memberships, whoever you are. Hi, Lady Luck. I was expecting projectile vomit and head spinning. That 1 hour tantrum was something. All the glass, crystal, and vases are probably. For a scripted show, she was sure rambling in circles tonight. Candace, you went off script, heifer. We'll be able to see it. We're gonna get to it. Susan Lloyd says Candace is really starting to really lose it. She made it very clear tonight she is upset and she isn't part of TPUSA, that she's jealous of Erica big time because she's running it. Candace been jealous. Woo, you can't make this up. Are probably on the floor, I'm sure. Candace, you over there losing your damn mind like someone cares about your temper tantrum, girl. Yeah, she been throwing a temper tantrum. It's just been in slow motion. You can't make this up. What's going on, Jeff? Shout out to you. What you doing? Shout out to my mods. Look at that. Yeah, Candace is the Grinch that's stealing Christmas spirit for everyone, and number one evil miscreant on earth. You can't make this up. What's going on, April Flower? She said Candace and Kirk are shit. Really? You can't be so cruel. Why? You can't make this up. LLC, I just subbed to your new channel and you can add me as a mod if you want. Yes, S Files. I sure will. I sure will. Email me so I can do it after the live because I have to toggle between it. And I can't have it's so crazy. You can't have both of the dashboards up at the same time, YouTube Studio. So email me afterward and I can switch over. And anyone that wants, would like to mod over there, especially if you're already modded here, please let me know. Don't believe in evil. Who's evil? Why are you saying this shit? I'm curious. It better not be because Candace said so. If you said Candace said, that's gonna be it. I'm not gonna take it seriously. Oh man, shout out to you, Jeff. You all right? Oh, she's saying they're evil, and I'm trying to figure out what if it's something Candace said. I'm not gonna care. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Daphne, what's going on? Was she ever furious? All right, y'all ready? We're gonna start off with Erica Kirk's interview she did on Fox News. Hopefully they don't. I don't know if Fox News let people play their video clips. I want to say yes, but if not, I have Artie Chose and of course Tim Pool. Tim Pool responded to Candace again about some accusations she made about his brother, 911, and some abuse towards a spouse. Like, you can't make this up. She's just lying on everyone. Candace, don't think you can't get hit with all these lawsuits either. You think somebody's scared to sue you, girl? The Macrons are showing us all how it's done. Okay, whether you personally believe they should be doing it or not, it's irrelevant. They're showing us all how it's done. The reality is, Candace, they're suing you. And hopefully it's into oblivion. You can't make this up. So put a 1 in the chat when you can see and hear. Let's get to it.
With Erica Kirk sharing her journey with America and the world, we are grateful at Fox to have her here to shine a light on healing as we all miss and mourn the loss of her beloved Charlie Kirk. Not all of her journey has been without, well, hate, conspiracies, and oddly, speculation about where her husband is buried. Now, for the first time, Erica, who's with me now, addresses all of it from the perspective of a grieving widow, a mom, and a battle-tested American. Good to see you again today. Talk to me about this part of the conspiracies that are out there, this disturbing part that people are trying to guess where Charlie is.
Can I have one thing?
Girl.
Can I have one thing? Can my children have one thing?
Thank you.
Everything was public. We will be building the most beautiful memorial for my husband at Turning Point USA, and it will be for the world to see, and it will be spectacular, and it will have basically museum style for our Charlie, for my Charlie. But can I have one thing? can my babies have one thing where we hold it sacred, where my husband is laid to rest, where I don't have to be worried about some secular revolutionary coming and destroying my husband's grave while my daughter is sitting there praying?
Yes.
One thing. This is my husband. Yes, he was Charlie Kirk to the world, and I know so many people love my husband, and I am grateful for that. But this is my husband, and I want to be able to have one thing left that is sacred to our family, to my in-laws, to my babies, and to my parents. One thing.
Amen.
What are they taking from you right now?
Nothing. But I will tell you what they are doing. It reminds me so much of chapter 6 in the book of Nehemiah. He is building a wall, and the townspeople are at the base of that hill saying, Nehemiah, calling him all these names, saying all these things, come on down. Every single time he had the same message 4 times in a row. I cannot come down. I am busy building. That is how I feel. I do not have time to address the noise. My silence does not mean that I am complacent. My silence.
No, let me be clear on this. Erica Kirk, do not say Candace Owens' name. First of all, you might turn into a pillar of salt. Secondly, you'll be giving her content because now she'll feel like, oh, I guess I have to respond to this. But she won't face you face to face in Phoenix. So don't say her name and remind her that her existence here on earth in this reality means absolutely nothing to you, your children, your family, his parents, your parents, nothing. You all know Erica Kirk's mother has health conditions. She has a health disorder. The day that Charlie Kirk was shot, she was at the hospital at a doctor's appointment with her mother. Did y'all know that? Put a 1 in the chat if you knew that Erica Kirk's mother has a physical ailment. This girl was at the hospital with her mom at a doctor's appointment the day Charlie Kirk was shot. Her mother has a physical ailment. She lost her husband. She was made CEO of Turning Point USA. And she still got 2 kids that are under the age of 6, I think. Both of them are under the age of 6. And you can see her daughter's watching these videos. You can't shield the kids from the internet forever. Candace, you are a soulless miscreant from hell. And I'm saying it, heifer. You're not even thinking about the kids. She's got all these things to juggle. She literally has to help her mother, who has a physical ailment, plus not take care of these 2 kids by herself, run a company, and still grieve more. Plus do what she's doing. She's doing what CEOs do. She's doing what anyone else would do. Her husband wrote a book. She's doing a book tour in memory of her husband. It happens. No one gets to tell her what to do at this point. No one gets to regulate her actions and where she goes and what she does, especially when you're not paying her mortgage. When you don't pay her bills and you don't have to take care of her kids, your input means nothing. It has no bearing on her life or her household. She is taking care of a mother that has a physical ailment. So that's already enough stress going on. And she's got to juggle all of that. And you get someone, Candace Owens, talking about everything fake and gay while she's getting photographed grabbing a woman's butt while she's pregnant, like an alien that she is. Saying any and everything she can, including the fact that she said, I do not care about this investigation. We know that, Candace. We just don't understand why you're trying to throw it. Let it be. If I don't care about something, I'm not even going to even think about it or talk about it. You think she would just leave it alone? Nope. Too much like right. She's got to deal with all this stuff. All she's saying is, can I just have this one thing? Can I have my husband? Can I grieve him more? Can you all go F off? Can't make this up. I know man, listen here. As a Christian, I have to repent and pray every night, primarily for the profanity. But this stuff like this makes you want to cuss. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm trying my best, and that's all I'm gonna do. Is promise that I'm gonna try my best. That's it. This is infuriating that these kids have to be affected this bad to where she's saying her daughter's praying, and the kids are still asking her when is daddy coming home. Candace doesn't have a soul. She doesn't care because she doesn't have to tell her kids that. She doesn't have to explain to her children why boys club is not coming home anymore. She won't even answer to the allegation from another whole grown man about George Farmer, allegedly essaying a whole grown man. She won't even say anything about that. Won't say anything about that, though.
This does not mean that somehow Turning Point USA and all of the handpicked staff that loved my husband and my husband loved them is somehow in on it. We are busy building. And you know what I thought? Yep. I thought these people are human. We're all grieving in our own way. And they are trying to find the answer to something that happened that was so evil. They are trying so hard. And I get that. We're doing the same. Anytime we hear a lead or anytime we hear anything, we send it to the authorities. Please dig into this. No rock will be unturned. I want justice for my husband, for myself, for my family, more than anyone else out there.
Of course.
So for me, you want to keep telling me to come down while we're building? I don't have time for that.
Nope.
But here's my breaking point on that. Come after me, call me names, I don't care. Call me what you want, go down that rabbit hole, whatever. But when you go after my family, my children. Turning Point USA family, my Charlie Kirk Show family, when you go after the people that I love, and you're making hundreds and thousands of dollars every single episode, going...
Oh, Candace, you heifer. This is for you, Candace. See, here's how you do this, where you don't recognize her existence on earth, but you still call her ass out. This is how it's done, people. I don't really care. I'm gonna be honest. I personally don't care if she says her by her name. I don't. Because that's acknowledging that Candace exists in her mind. She doesn't have to. I want her to continue to carry on and treat Candace like the nothing that she is. Yep. Don't even say her name. I don't even have to recognize your presence, girl. That's how it should be. Woo, child. I gotta go back. Oh, we gotta go back. Girl. She is going in.
Well, we're building. I don't have time for that. But here's my breaking point on that.
Go ahead.
Come after me. Call me names. I don't care. Call me what you want. Go down that rabbit hole. Whatever.
Yep.
But when you go after my family, my Turning Point USA family, my Charlie Kirk Show family, when you go after the people that I love, and you're making hundreds and thousands of dollars every single episode.
Say it, girl.
Going after the people that I love because somehow they're in on this. No.
Get them.
I have to say it. I've never seen you like this.
No, this is righteous anger because this is not.
Girl, that's okay. I'll be 100. Listen here. I'm going to say a whole lot you don't want to say. Candace Owens can kick rocks and kiss her ass. Yeah. Girl, you can call it whatever you want. You got the right to feel it. Even if it just comes down to my kids have to watch this stuff on TV and I'm sick of it. If my daughter come to me talking about mommy, why is this lady talking about my daddy in Asia? I'm going to F off on her. Honey, she could have said that and I would have been just as happy. You can't make this. Oh, well done. Well done, masterclass. I see you all putting that in the chat. Drop masterclass in the chat. Masterclass. 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 See, Candace, I said it 3 times. One for the Father, one for the Son, and one for the Holy Ghost. You can't make this up. I'm sitting here like this girl, man. Candace doesn't even care about the kids and the effects that it's having on her children. You going after her, Candace, you coward. Don't go after them kids, because then you're going to have everybody coming after you, girl. People going to be hammering it in on the videos if you start going after these children. You put their lives in danger. You really going to catch it from the internet. You could be the soulless miscreant from hell and the Grinch right now. Go after them kids if you want to. And keep putting their lives and their safety in danger. Yeah, that's going to be the end of that. You ain't going to have no show. Everybody going to be suing the hell out of her. You can't make this up. Oh, man. Erica, you don't even have to justify this, girl. We got to go back. I got to hear this again.
Come after me. Call me names. I don't care. Call me what you want.
Come on.
Go down that rabbit hole. Whatever. But when you go after my family, my Turning Point USA family, my Charlie Kirk Show family, when you go after the people that I love, and you're making hundreds and thousands of dollars every single episode going after the people that I love because somehow they're in on this, no.
You know, I have to say it. I've never seen you like
no.
No, this is righteous anger because this is not okay. It's not healthy. This is a mind virus. Yes, I believe in our judicial system. I do. Yep. We have a hell of a team working on this. Excuse my French. But this is not okay.
So you want to put these people back in the box where they've been creeping from?
I don't care what box you're in. But just know that your words are very powerful. And
shout out to Jay Witt, my brother in Christ. Jay Witt. How you doing, honey? Oh, thank you for the membership renewal. Member for 7 months, you all. Jay Witt, my brother in Christ. Grace and Peace LLC fam. Let's go, Erica. You hear me over here hollering and doing a standing ovation. If y'all only knew. I'm doing a standing ovation. Oh, man. Boy, the cult members hate my guts and Erica's too. You can't make this up. Masterclass. Do you hear me? Ciao. Jay Witt dropping the $5 super. Keep it up. Dropping a $50 super when you hit 50,000 subs, Jay Witt. Don't tease me. Y'all, come on, hit that sub and hit them likes. That's really pissed off the candy ass cult members because they still saying I'm being paid by somebody in Israel. Benjamin Netanyahu, where's my check? You know, they know they don't bother me. Where's my check, Benjamin Netanyahu? I'm waiting. You owe me $21,000 from yesterday. We're coming up on the hours, another $7,000. So he owes me $28,000 right now. When am I getting the money? Why the candy ass cult members won't pressure Israel to pay me my money? Give me my money. I want my money. You can't make this up. It's about who's paying you. I don't know. Why don't you tell me that and then tell them to pay me the actual money? Is it coming Cash App or Zelle? How am I going to get it? You can't make this up. You want me to get paid? Fine. Tell them to send me the money. And then you can find out how I got paid. I'll post up that receipt. You can't make this up. Child boo. That does not scare me. That just don't work over here. Oh, you get it paid $7,000 from somebody's APAC. I have yet to see this money. I would love to see that money. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? When am I getting this money? Because, you know, a large amount like that would probably take a couple of days to clear with the bank. So whenever they're going to send it, tell them to hurry up and speed it up. They can wire it to me. Can't do this. You can't make this up. All right, let's get back to it. Them candy ass cult members. I told you all. Candy ass cult members. I don't care how you feel. I really don't. Especially if you're a bot. You have no soul or consciousness either way. You're just copying and pasting the same comment over and over again. You're still not being creative. So why don't you tell this APAC and Israel and whomever else is supposed to be sending me this money to go ahead and drop that cash out, send me a Zelle, drop a super, a bunch of them, and then, then you can see how they're being, how I'm being paid. These coming from these cult members that won't drop a super themselves, so they won't give me any money, but they sit here saying that I'm getting money from somebody. Okay, well, Lord, let that happen. Let the rainfall come down.
And we are human. My team are not machines and they're not robots. They are human. We have more death threats on our team and our side than I have ever seen. I have kidnapping threats. I have, you name it,
Oh
we
my
have
God.
it. And my poor team is exhausted. And every time they bring this back up, what are we supposed to do? Relive that?
Wait a minute.
Where they've been creeping from.
Kidnapping threats.
I don't care what box you're in. But just know that your words are very powerful and we are human. My team are not machines and they're not robots. They are human.
I hope y'all heard that, candy ass cult members. We know half of you are bots and you don't give a damn. That's why we don't care how you feel. All right, they have no consciousness. They don't have feelings. Why should we care? But this is what people get tired of. She's not here to live her life at the behest of Candace Owens. She's not here for Candace Owens' gratification or for Candace to be happy at anything. She won't even say her name, and I hope she keeps it that way. Don't say her name. Don't validate her existence. We'll do that here. The rest of us, we'll do it. While the cult members still keep talking about, I'm going to get this financial windfall in my life. Like I would shun that away. That's not a bad thing to me. You just, child, please. Who are you talking to? But we'll say it. We'll do it. Elka Kirk, you don't have to say her name because she wants you to do it. Don't give her that. Just hold on, girl. When she gets sued, she's going to be too exhausted, losing hundreds of millions of dollars. She's not going to have time to even talk about you like that. Because at some point, the candy ass cult members, they're going to want the next best thrill. For them, this is a show. This is sensationalism. They're not going to care. Whatever else she talks about, they'll go with it. They'll change topics just like she will. After a while, they get bored of this. Because that's what bots and cult members do. They go for whatever the flavor is or whatever's trending. Because views, likes, clicks, and money. Candace has to maintain this so-called fictitious #1 status on her podcast. So when you've gone this low to get to that point, and you've stepped on the backs of everyone and burnt all these bridges, I mean, your next best thing to do is to keep burning down bridges. Now you're burning down buildings. Now you're just scorching the earth. She's going to have to go scorch earth mode. That means Candace Owens will not have a stopping point until someone puts a barrier down for her to crash land. She's going to have to be forced to stop. And it can be done with the law. Elka Kirk could sue her because she definitely would have enough evidence to do it. Posting up her husband's medical information from that hospital, no one needed to see that. Yeah, that was a clear violation of CMIA. She obtained it illegally. We went over that. I actually had a back and forth with somebody on Twitter X about this because they don't want to read laws. I don't expect her cult members to read. They're going to believe everything Candace Owens says. They take whatever she say as fact, as truth, as this, because, words they don't want to define. But it won't matter in the court of law because nothing that Candace Owens is saying is factually based on any evidence. And that is where she will lose. That is her Achilles heel. Sicking the law on Candace Owens is the best way to stop her. And you still won't have to say her name, Erica Kirk. If you were to sue Candace right now, you would not even have to say her name. And you can sue her in court and force her to go under oath, get her deposed, and then make her say all the stuff she's been saying under the penalty of perjury. And let's see how that goes. I'm all for it. I'm here for it.
We have more death threats on our team and our side than I have ever seen. I have kidnapping threats. I have, you name it,
Look
we
at
have
that.
it.
Kidnapping
And my
threats.
poor team is exhausted. And every time they bring this back up, what are we supposed to do? Relive that trauma?
Why would anybody want to kidnap her? Why the cult members? Because I believe it. One of them came up in here the other day, 2 days ago, saying, either way, you going to pay one way or the other. There's a price to pay. I made him try to spell it out. No, speak plain. How am I going to pay the price? Because I have yet to get this $7,000. So what the hell do you mean? They're making threats to everybody. So I believe what she's saying. They're making threats to content creators. Bots don't bully nothing. You run nothing here. What you talking about? If she's getting kidnapping threats, do you understand how ridiculous that is? You have to be sadistic to sit here and to send a threat to kidnap someone. She's already had death threats. That's why she's under a protection order. Candace, you aren't. The courts don't care about you. You're nobody. Erica Kirk and her kids are already under a protection order from a court of law for this very reason. And she's getting not just death threats, but kidnapping threats. So, I mean, the only reason why somebody would want to kidnap somebody like her is to hold her for ransom. And you want to talk about somebody paying me $7,000? When you got sick, sadistic people out here threatening to kidnap her, either for their sadistic, sick mindset or for money. Because why else would you want to do that? You can't make this up. These are the type of threats she's dealing with. Plus, she's got to take care of her mom and 2 kids. That's some evil stuff. Candace, you're soulless.
All over again? They watched my husband get murdered. I have no idea how I would have reacted if I was there that day.
I gotta go back.
Okay.
This is so crazy.
So you want to put these people back in the box where they've been creeping from?
I don't care what box you're in.
They
But
can
just
fall off the
know
earth.
that your words are very powerful, and we are human. My team are not machines, and they're not robots. They are human. We have more death threats on our team and our side than I have ever seen. I have kidnapping threats. I have, you name it, we have it. And my poor team is exhausted. And every time they bring this back up, what are we supposed to do? Relive that trauma all over again? They watched my husband get murdered. I have no idea how I would have reacted if I was there that day. And thank the good Lord that I did not have to see that happen. But my team, they are rocked to the core. So why every single day do they have to be dragged through the mud, analyzed, hyper-analyzed?
You know, the conspiracies that are out there, all of the like.
And here's the thing. First of all, to the mods, yes, the candy ass cult members and the bots, they copy and paste the same comments. They say dumb things and then they say we're leaving and then they don't leave. Because they don't. I can tell. Because they're not that smart. I can tell when they leave and come back. So they don't really leave. So don't worry about them announcing them leaving and all that, because that doesn't hurt. I told you I don't care how they feel. I don't give 2 shits how they feel. Not at all. I find it to be laughable and comical because they really don't leave. They just come back and they sit here and try to go back and forth with the banter when I never care about how they feel in the first place. But this right here, this is what causes people right here. This is what leads to lawsuits. The fact that when you start making these statements that you can't prove, Candace, you have no evidence to support, and then it brings along, not only is it defamatory, there's a malicious intent. And that is furthered by the fact that she's getting death threats and threats to be kidnapped. And then you're talking about tortious interference, where you're telling people to get refunds. You're outing donors because they're donating. You're hindering their ability to bring in revenue because it's a nonprofit organization. They're not supposed to be doing major business for profit. They do have the opportunity to sell merch, just like a content creator, like Candace does. where she's violating federal laws to use the likeness and image of a CIA logo without consent from the CIA. Yeah, that is illegal. That's a whole federal law with a penal code she's violating. They could sue her for that. The CIA needs to stop playing around with her with that. The FBI needs to stop playing around with Candace. Kash Patel needs to grow a damn spine. Candace, you're impersonating an investigator. You're not licensed. You're not certified. You're not a member of law enforcement. You're not a commissioned police officer. You don't have the authority or the standing to look at any evidence related to a federal investigation. And then you claim that somehow someone is after you to try to assassinate you, but you only send a text message to some supposed high-ranking FBI agent, to which you won't even post that message, by the way. But you can sit here and post a text message that was supposed to be confidential amongst the group chat. And then you refuse to file a formal FBI complaint so that you can make those statements under the penalty of perjury. You won't even do that because you're a coward. But if you really meant what you said about these so-called allegations being real, why wouldn't you file a complaint? Online, there's no email. It is a website where you go online and file a formal complaint, not an email. And the FBI should not be giving Candace Owens any preferential treatment. Just like any other American, she should be told to file a formal complaint online. All of a sudden, she wants a government agency to show her preferential treatment for what? Any other person would have to file a formal complaint online, would have to email and call them to follow up to see what's going on. She wants them to prove to her that her allegation is authentic. No. You said someone from France called you about a payment to a club, and there's a paper trail. Why don't you post it? Why didn't you ask for it? Why didn't you ask for emails of those transactions? I say this over and over again because that's the most simple evidence that Candace the simpleton could post up, and she won't do it. The FBI text message she sent out to some high-ranking official. Simple evidence she could post up. She won't post it. And Erica Kirk now has to sit here and defend why she should exist on Earth and live in peace. Why she should not be kidnapped. Why she deserves to live. She's already under a protection order. And Candace puts this stuff out here with impunity. It doesn't care. And if you don't understand what impunity means, to the Candy Ass Cult members, because I know you guys don't read, you might want to look up the definition of the word impunity. Candace thinks she's above the rule of law. You have idiots trying to defend her on Twitter about her posting up medical information she was not entitled to post up. She should have had consent from Erica Kirk. She didn't get it. And she wouldn't be able to post up evidence that Erica Kirk consented to her posting up Charlie Kirk's ER visit to the hospital, where you can clearly see it was patient information sent to her illegally in violation of a HIPAA privacy law, federal laws. She does not get to disseminate that information without consent. She could be held liable for that. I don't say this to warn Candace of anything. I say this hoping that Erica Kirk knows this is just yet another piece of evidence you can use against her in a court of law. CMIA is a real violation. Whether the patient is alive or deceased, they still have the right to privacy. Period. And no one needed to see that he went to this hospital through the ER. That's duh. I believe he went to a hospital. An autopsy was done. That's it. I don't need to see a screenshot of an ER visit. That told us nothing. All it did was confirm he went to a hospital. We already know that. Only the idiots out here that are believing he's not dead are the ones, I guess, need to see something like that. And even with that, they still don't believe it. Because look what they're saying now. don't even believe he's dead. What about your cult leader posting up that EMR visit, that ER visit from the EMR system from that hospital? Well, you clearly see he went to the ER. So that doesn't exist in their minds. See, nothing that you say and do for them is good enough because they're morons that don't read. They're cult leaders, they're cult followers, and they're bots without a soul or conscience. So even with unlawful hospital data posted up by Candace Owens without consent, they still don't believe he's even dead now. Even though she posted up that information without consent and can be held liable for it. You understand how these dumb conspiracy theories are just getting stupid about it? It's stupid. So it's whatever she tells them is what they go on. They won't even say, hey, you remember you posted up this ER visit from that hospital, though. You know, that screenshot of that EMR that somebody at the hospital sent to you, violating HIPAA privacy laws to do it because they didn't have consent either. They should have been fired and charged, but you posted that up. So that's evidence that he went to a hospital. So why are you talking about anything along the lines of he's not dead or he's not here? What? This is the conspiracies is coming out. To the candy ass cult members, did your cult leader tell you all that he's not dead in the ground after she posted up this information from a hospital staff? Now all of a sudden he's not dead in the ground. This is one of their conspiracies because you can't make this up. This is from the beginning here. Address the perspective. Agree with him, Mom. Conspiracy out. The disturbing part, people are trying to guess where Charlie is. Why? It's my channel. I get to play this how long I want.
One thing.
That are out there. This disturbing part that people are trying to guess where Charlie is.
Why? Didn't your cult leader tell you that he went to the hospital and that's where he died? Didn't Candace Owens post up that hospital information without consent? She posted that up. It showed that he was clearly checked into an ER at a hospital and he died there. Now, all of a sudden, you're trying to guess where he is? All because she wasn't invited to the funeral. Candace, no one owed you an invite. You weren't that important then, and you're not that important now. And in Erica Kirk's world, you don't exist, girl. See, I get to slice this in half the way I want to. Because look what Erica Kirk is saying. She's getting death threats and threats to be kidnapped. So no, I don't give a crap how Candace Owens feels or her cult members.
But here's my breaking point on that. Come after me, call me names, I don't care. Call me what you want, go down that rabbit hole, whatever. But when you go after my family, my Turning Point USA family, my Charlie Kirk Show family, when you go after the people that I love, and you're making hundreds and thousands of dollars every single episode going after the people that I love because somehow they're in on this. No.
You know, I have to say it. I've never seen you like this.
No, this is righteous anger because this is not okay. It's not healthy. This is a mind virus. Yes, I believe in our judicial system. I do. We have a hell of a team working on this. Excuse my French. But this is not okay.
Girl, it's okay to say hell of a team. You're all right, honey.
So you want to put these people back in the box where they've been creeping from?
No. They've already been out of a box. She don't care if they crawl from hell. She just want them to leave her alone and her kids. Most of them are bots either way. Most of them are bots. They copy and paste. There's no way a human being is copying and pasting the same comment on every video. And I have live streams back to back where various profiles come through here saying the same shit. back to back to back to back. They're not even being creative with their comments. It's like no one is telling the bots, can you step it up a little bit? Why do you have to repeat the same old thing? And not just in my videos, of course, everybody's videos that sit here and say anything that I guess they feel should not be said because they're pushing this propaganda and this narrative from Candace Owens, because that's their cult leader. They worship the ground she walks on. That's their Lord and Savior. I just don't understand why she won't move to South America. Take the cult with her, and then they can all be happy in South America somewhere or Antarctica. Pick another continent, Candace. Because Africa is a continent, not a country. Pick another continent and go there and take all your cult members with you. And then you can be adored and worshipped all day. And no one will stop you in your country, in your own land, in your own Candiceville, Candyland. Just like Jim Jonestown, the people sound, go on. No one stop you. And then you can just go full-blown cult mode. You can tell these people when they should eat, sleep, when to get up, when to pee-pee, take a poop. Tell them that you got to dictate every little step of their lives. Go do that in another continent. Bye. She said she wanted to go to Russia. We're all waiting for you to get your passport to go to Russia, Candace.
I don't care what box you're in.
Okay.
But just know that your words are very powerful, and we are human. My team are not machines, and they're not robots. They are human. We have more death threats on our team and our side than I have ever seen. I have kidnapping threats. I have, you name it, we have it. And my poor team is exhausted. And every time they bring this back up, what are we supposed to do? Relive that trauma all over again? They're watched evil. My husband get murdered. I have no idea how I would have reacted if I was there that day. And thank the good Lord that I did not have to see that happen. But my team, they are rocked to the core. So why every single day do they have to be dragged through the mud, analyzed, hyper-analyzed?
The conspiracies that are out there, all of the like. Do you think that there is more of it now because you do shine your light? I mean, did people just expect you would just go away?
I don't know what they expected.
They pick on you because of your accessories. I mean,
honestly, I don't care what Candace Owens and the candy ass cult members think. Who cares what they think? Who cares what they expected? What they're doing is damaging. What she's doing is damaging because she's the one saying all this nonsense. She doesn't ever say anything to stop her cult members from sending out threats to people. She has not spoken out about Nicholas Ray's actions or the other person who was arrested for sending out death threats and showing up at somebody's house, caught on camera. That's now in jail as well. She don't say anything to her cult members or her subscribers and her book club members about not going on people's videos and leaving comments, sending death threats to them. Or even threats saying that they're going to pay the price one way or the other. She doesn't address stuff like that. She has no integrity. This is a show for Candace Amber Owens Farmer. This is about clicks, likes, views, and money. Why else would the bots feel like they got to generate comments where they're confirming that every time they say, oh, she makes hundreds of millions of thousands of dollars. She's rich. She's got over 100,000 people in her live streams. If most of them are bots, who gives a damn? And the real human beings that believe everything she says obviously are illiterate. I mean, I get to say that because they refuse to read. So until they prove they're reading, I can say they're illiterate. That's my synopsis. That's my synopsis on that. That's it. They're illiterate. They don't want to read evidence. They don't want to ask her or demand of her to post evidence. The ones that are content creators like this Tatum character, he's a coward. Grown-ass man bending to the will of a woman that does not live in his household, does not pay his bills. That's not his wife. Friends don't let friends sit here and lie like hell like that, where it's causing people to catch death threats and threats to be kidnapped. And he claims to be an officer of what? It's certainly not the law. Because the officer of the law understands the nature of having evidence. What the hell has he been doing? But this is what these cowards are doing. And they know the moment they say something she doesn't like, her cult members are going to go after them. Do you think she stops these people? You think she's going to get in a show and say, can you all not go on everybody's videos, leaving death threats and trying to defend me? Stop doing that. It's making me look bad. It's making me look like I'm telling you all to do this or directing or guiding you all to do this. Candace, you could be held just as liable as these people that are being locked up for these death threats because they're under your influence. You understand what a co-conspirator is? You could be held just as liable. And if that's what you want, despite you having 4 kids and, boys club, who obviously doesn't do anything with the kids because he can't even let you go to Phoenix to face Erica Kirk face to face. So despite all of that, then you don't care. But when these people start going to realizing they're facing some hard time in jail, they're going to start saying, I've been watching a lot of Candace Owens, and it's because of her that I felt compelled to send these death threats out, and I was influenced by her. So that's why I did it, because I believed everything she said. She was making it seem like these people were evil and blah, blah, blah. And after a while, they're not going to be able to look away. And they need to go collect her ass every time they go collect one of these thunkheads out here, these sadistic ass cult members showing up in people's houses, doxing people, all that cybercrime happening, the bullying, the harassment, the defamation, the doxing. Those things are illegal. Candace impersonating an investigator, that's illegal. That's a felony. Kosh Patel needs to grow a spine and cut the shit and actually look into that. If you want to look into anything, her and these so-called mommy sleuths impersonating FBI and CIA agents and doxing people. You can't make this up.
I've seen some of it.
Oh, yeah. No, at this point, it's what the conspiracy collection.
Listen, Tarek, send me an email.
Get it before Christmas. Like, seriously. Wow. You will, if you want to find and pick me apart, go right ahead. I do not care. I don't. This was happening before Charlie was murdered. Both of us have been through the ringer of people will call you, whatever they want to call you. They will. But I have seen it firsthand impact the people that I love, and I'm done. I'm done. And if people think that I was just going to wilt away, I'm not going to sit in a corner and cry and be in fetal position. This is a duty to my husband, and it's an absolute honor, and I will never back down. And so my message to them is to stop, to stop.
And that's what we will say here on Outnumbered 2. God bless you. Hold up your book.
Stop in the name of God.
Amen.
So Erica Kirk.
So that was Erica Kirk on Fox. We got Artie Trolls here where she's wearing a different outfit. So she was obviously doing another show. And, Erica Kirk is like, look, I gave that heifer an invitation to come out and face me. I was the one that approved off on that because Erica Kirk is the CEO of Turning Point USA. No matter how much Candace Owens hates it, it doesn't change a damn thing in this reality here on Earth. So she's still the CEO of Turning Point. Candace Owens will never be the CEO of Turning Point. The end. It's that simple. And Erica Kirk said, hey, I sent the invite out. I believe the dude said it when he said that she was the one that approved off on that. She doesn't owe Candace Owens anything beyond that. She doesn't have to give her a virtual nothing. Once again, Erica Kirk owes Candace Owens nothing. Nothing at all. Not even the opportunity to say her name and validate her existence. She owes her nothing. So she said, you can come out and do this in person because Erica Kirk knows Candace Owens is not going to face me. She knows that very well. She knows Candace Owens is a coward. She's not going to face me. She's not going to come in person and do it face to face. And that's what I want. I want her to face me. If she's going to sit here and say all this crap. After all she just said she's been through with the death threats, kidnapping threats. No. She wants Candace Owens to face her and lie to her face. And can you blame her? And she knows that Candace is a coward. She's doing this for likes, clicks, views, and money. And she'll never face me. She want to get on virtual and do it behind the camera. Nope. They're not trying to help you make money, Candace. That's what you don't get, you clown. If you do this virtually, you'll be able to stream to your channel. And then you'll be making money off of that. Why would they hand you that? Now, if she goes and she starts live streaming and responding to them in real time, that's on her. But they're not going to send Candace Owens a link to do anything virtual, knowing she'll be able to stream to her YouTube channel and make money while she's sitting here allegedly trying to ask questions about all the dumb things she said with no evidence. Why would they help her make money on that? They don't owe her that. So that's why they won't send her a link. In case the candy ass cult members haven't figured that out because they don't read, that's why. They're not going to send Candace Owens a link to do anything virtual for Candace Owens to live stream to her channel and make money from it with the views and the likes and the clicks and the cash apps and the supers. Why would they help Candace Owens make more money from it? Hell no. Candace can kiss Erica's ass. So no. Can't come out in person? Then kick rocks. We're not sending you a link. Then you stream it to your channel. For what? We're not making a spectacle of this. Erica said they're being threatened with death threats and kidnapping threats. She's not sitting here doing this for the pleasure of Candace Owens. Once again, she owes her nothing. I just want to reiterate.
Finally calls out Candace Owens very indirectly. Doesn't mention Candace Owens by name, which is frustrating. But there is only one person that she could possibly be talking about here. So finally, we're getting to some fire. Kind of, at least there's smoke. And where there's smoke, there's fire. That's essentially what I'm trying to say. We got some smoke here. As of today, Erica Kirk will be filming her interview with CBS. I think this is a terrible idea. I'll be honest. I think it's a really, really terrible idea that she decided to do this. It will be released on the 13th, which I will be happily covering on my channel. If you guys want to see that, I may live stream it, but
I'm going to live stream it.
We're going to have to figure out how I can do that without getting a copyright strike. So we'll figure it out. We'll see what happens. At the end of the day, though, Candace Owens here is getting called out. And maybe she'll get called out on the filming today. I don't know. We'll definitely watch and see on the 13th. But before I get into this, guys, please give me a like and a subscribe. That's all I ask for.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is Artie Trolls. Make sure y'all go check him out. I'm subscribed. I enjoy his content. And make sure when you subscribe to the Lady Luck Club that you do the drop down option here. Here you go, Candy Ass Cult members. Pay attention. Because I don't want you all to break your brains or whatever you have left of it trying to read. So let me show you the illustration of how to turn on all the notifications since you want to keep spamming my comments. So do the drop down and it's going to automatically default to personalized. Don't do that because YouTube, being as dumb as it is with this algorithm, does not even give you 25% of notifications. That's why people don't get the majority of the notifications for live streams because YouTube's algorithm is stupid. So make sure you do the drop down option on the little bell. I hope the Candy Ass Cult members are paying attention. It's a little bell right here after you subscribe because it's the only way you can leave a comment. And then hit all. And there you go. And it'll give you a pop-up. You'll get all notifications down here below. So shout out to Artie Trolls. He has this great video where he played the clip and I guess it was a post on Twitter X. I don't follow Erica Kirk there. I do see some of her posts, but she doesn't say a lot, so which is a good thing. She doesn't like really say much, so I don't really see a lot of her post up, but we're gonna check this out. So let's get to it.
I don't beg for money or anything like that. I don't ask my viewers to go and subscribe to anything or you know what I mean? I'm not here to crank out all this wealth from you guys like a lot of YouTubers are out there doing. I just want to report the facts and all that good stuff. Maybe we can do memberships one day, but before we do, I'd really, really, really like to be able to add value to you guys, like actually get you guys something that would be worth it.
Adorable.
Not just be like, hey, please give me money. You know what I mean? It's just, to me, I see too many YouTubers doing that. It bothers me. So I don't want to do that. Thank you all so much for understanding, though. Let's just grow the channel and I guess see where we go from here. Thank you all for being here. Even if you don't like me, Thank you for clicking the video at least and possibly making it to the end. So we have a concise argument in the comments, maybe. I don't know. Let's get into this here.
We have a trial coming up. Unfortunately, that trial is in a long time. What I want to be mindful of for people is that this was a murder. This is not something that, what I don't want to have happen is for this to taint the jury pool.
That is everything that we've been talking about.
Yeah.
I know it's a little while until the trial. I mean, the trial's not that far away. We have 2 trial dates set up in January to figure out how far this trial is going to go and whether or not it's going to be filmed. But after that, we will have a trial locked in. And it will probably realistically, as they typically do for some reason, happen sometime between August and November. That's just typically when trials like this are done. They figure it out the next year at the beginning of the year, and then they lock it in for the magical months of probably October, to be honest. Probably going to take place in October, but we'll see what.
Well, here's the thing with criminal matters like this, considering the fact that they already got a confession out of them. It's just a matter of setting up these preliminary hearings. Now, if he's pleading guilty, they have what's called a plea hearing where he comes in and pleads guilty. So that's just a formality. There's a process to these criminal hearings, just like it is with civil matters. It wouldn't. They're going to be. It's going to be a lot more direct and straightforward if he pleads guilty and takes a plea deal, and then they'll just do the plea hearing, go over that, and then probably schedule a separate sentencing hearing. And since the prosecutor is seeking the death penalty, more than likely, if they do a plea deal, a lot of times they don't do a plea deal where the death penalty is still on the table. If they're seeking the death penalty, they're going to want to go straight, they're going to want to have a trial. Let's say they decide, okay, we're just going to go ahead and give him a plea deal. More than likely, he'll just get life. Because what's the point of taking a plea deal if you're still trying to put the person to death? But if he gets a plea deal, then it'll just be a plea hearing and a sentencing hearing. If they're going for the death penalty, then it's going to be a preliminary conference. It's either like a PCC or a pre-trial status conference of some sort. Then you have, if there's any motions filed, then they have those hearings on those motions. And then they have, a hearing scheduled. And then they have a sentencing hearing. And then typically in the sentencing hearing, you allow time for the victims to come in and do victim impact statements. So that's kind of like the overview. It just depends on what the judge's calendar is looking like. And you don't want to interfere with the right to a speedy trial when it comes to these criminal matters, because that's where that right to a speedy trial, comes into play for criminal matters. And then, of course, due process, right? So if they are trying to waste a lot of time on it, it's not really going to take that long. It's just a matter of getting the hearing scheduled if it's pretty much straightforward. If he's not really fighting too much, if they're not filing a whole lot of motions and all these things that's going to create all these sideline hearings on these motions, it should be more straightforward. But the way it starts off might not be the way it ends up. And then when he starts realizing, oh shit, they're going to put me to death, he might have a change of heart. He might start rethinking a lot of things. So, and then of course, Candace, at the rate she's going to tank the jury pool process, which is a whole thing in and of itself. Like it might take a day or two to select a jury for this. This is a whole high profile murder case. So it might take a couple days just for jury selections now because of you having to select a jury that's, impartial and has not had a whole lot of exposure, or they feel and believe that the people they select, even if they have heard of the case, if they are watching certain videos out here, Candace Owens still being an idiot, but they're probably going to, okay, now it's let's evaluate to see how much this person is being influenced by this information. This is why she needs to stop. If she doesn't care about it, just stop talking about that so that it's not tainted. It's not harder to select a jury. But that process is going to be a lot harder because now they have to bob and weave through who's out here that's left in the state of Utah in that jurisdiction that can serve in the jury, that can still remain neutral and impartial, and that we can trust these jurors to be neutral and impartial because it's a jury of your peers. These aren't other attorneys and judges here. It's a jury of your peers. They're random citizens. That's why you don't want to keep putting dump out there or put out evidence dealing with the federal investigation prematurely because it creates that biasness. So since Candace Owens doesn't know how court works or laws, this is what she's not giving two craps about. And she's already said she doesn't care about the investigation. But this is the stuff that, I know I've been saying, other content creators have been saying, stop doing this when you're going to taint the jury pool. That's already a headache. That process is not as easy as people think it is.
What happens? We will see what happens. If we can get us like a June or July trial date, that would be absolutely amazing. I doubt it, but we'll see.
I don't. I want my husband. I want justice for my husband more than any other person on the internet. Any other person in this world. That was my husband and the father to my kids. We will make sure, and we have been, turning over every single stone, going down every single lead.
Yeah, because guess who's actually going to have inside information on the investigation and who's going to be given updates to who? The police are going to be given updates to Erica, not to Candace Owens. And it's so disgusting how far she has actually interjected herself into this investigation. She has gone off the rails and has made so many accusations and has probably realistically already tainted any jury pool for what's about to happen. And for what reason? What possible reason?
Yep.
She couldn't have just waited for this trial to happen first and to see the evidence that would have been placed in front of us.
Yep.
I don't understand that. Because if Candace wanted to argue the Fed's narrative, why doesn't she wait until the Fed's narrative actually fully comes out?
Yeah.
No, we're not going to trust the Fed slop, not the Fed slop. We don't even know what the Fed slop is. Here's a fact.
Hey, Beth, shout out to you. Beth is one of long-term supporters here in the LLC who experienced, losing a spouse. And you can definitely relate to Erica Kirk in this. Shout out to you, honey. I hope all is well with you and your family.
Charlie Kirk did not have a magic bullet. Not anything like the JFK. She's like, this is just JFK vibes. This is all JFK vibes. Are you kidding me? Do you not understand what happened to JFK? A shot hit JFK that was impossible to hit from at a building that the most skilled snipers couldn't hit. What happened with Charlie Kirk is probably the easiest place possible to get hit from where he was. It's that simple. Any amateur could have done it. Any amateur. You could have put a 9-year-old up there on that roof and he would have made it.
I don't think so now. That was over 160 yards. So, I mean, I get what he's trying to say about it being a more clear view as opposed to the shot that was taken with JFK, especially in an actual moving vehicle. Of course, that's going to be a lot harder to try to take a steady shot when you're in a car and you're trying to aim for someone because you got to calculate it in time. But, someone sitting still at a downward angle in the, I don't want to say kill box, but in the danger zone where you have, people who have a higher level at their advantage point. And they can just kind of look down and you've kind of been squared into this box. It was easier for someone like him. But could anyone have taken the shot? I don't think it is. No, I wouldn't be able to take that shot. That's 160 yards, 160 plus yards away. No, I've never used a weapon, but still.
Then Candace Owens shows all this footage of literally bullets ripping through necks without ever hitting the spinal cord at all. ever.
What?
If you notice, every single video Candace Owens ever
saw
plays,
that?
it's a ballistics dummy, and it goes all the way through, but it never, ever goes and hits the spinal cord. And they're like, oh, it decapitated. Oh, look at there, it decapitated. And then, who was it that sent me? Because I'll pull it up real quick. That somebody sent me all this proof
sent a
of
video. What was
30-06
this?
bullets getting...
She put a video up of what was that? Is it in the episodes we checking out tonight? Because I haven't. What? I told you all she was going to try to go back to this autopsy and the whole hospital thing. Didn't I tell you all that? I said Candace Owens is going to recycle back to, the whole bullet. Did we see that? Did we see where she played a video of a gunshot being taken? Have I gone over that yet? If I have, I don't remember. Because she says a lot of dumb shit every day. Just new dumb stuff to come up with out of nowhere. But I think maybe we did. And I said, yeah, I think she's going to try to tie this back into the actual autopsy report. She had experts showing someone else's footage in the past of firing at a gelatin dummy. Did we go over that? I don't know if we watched it yesterday. Okay. So that's when I said, yeah, she's going to tie this back into no, you know what? It was on Paramount's channel. Because I was like, when did I see that in her video? It was in Paramount's tactical video, and I think he was playing her. So, okay. Yep, you're right. So we saw it through his video, and I said, now watch she tries to take those videos and go back to her dumb conspiracy about the hospital thing and about the autopsy report. I told you how she was going to cycle back to that. Didn't I tell y'all that? Because she's now got these conspiracies on auto repeat. Just like I said a couple weeks ago that she was going to go back to the whole Egyptian plane theory. Because the candy ass cult members don't think their cult leader is listening to me when she is. Candace, you're bad at this. You are bad at this. And now you're being soulless at this as well. I told you all she's going to go back to the hospital, the autopsy report, the whole, there's no blood on Mikey McCoy. All this is going to come back up again. And that was her way of trying to reroute it back to that dumbass conspiracy theory. Because somehow I guess she went to medical school and she understands, the spinal cord. Yeah, whatever. You can't make this up. I knew she was going to do that.
Stopped in the spine. I can pull this up. This is from the Vietnam War and stuff. So case 1, civilian hunting accident, 1988, 42-year-old male accidentally shot in the neck with a 30-06 rifle during hunting mishap. The bullet entered the left anterior neck, struck the C4 vertebrae body, causing a comminuted fracture. I don't know what that means, actually, to be honest. And spinal cord transection. Radiographs confirmed the deformed bullet lodged into the fractured vertebrae. No exit wound was present. Case 2, military context, Vietnam War, 1971. U.S. soldier sustained a neck wound from an enemy, 30-06 equivalent, 7.62 by 6.3 millimeter, round during combat. So essentially a 308 round, pretty much, which is a little bit nastier, I would say. Entry was posterior at the C5 level, with the bullet embedding in the spinous process after yawning on impact. Wow. No exit occurred due to energy loss in dense lamina. The wound resulted in a quadriplegia. Okay, so he's still alive, too. Well, I mean, he was alive after.
So it's comminuted. That is to pulverize and to reduce to minute particles. Just so you all can see here, because, candy asses, they only get vocabulary lessons in the Lady Luck Club. So comminute means to reduce to minute particles, pulverize. So the impact and the energy that the bullets are hitting, a bone, causes it to be pulverized and shattered to, bone is calcified and dense. So it can be shattered down to particles. So that's what happened. was pulverized. You can't make this up. Because that's how science works.
That I don't know if he's alive today. That was, what year was that? 70s? 71. Yeah, he's probably not around anymore. Maybe though, he could be. Case 3, forensic homicide investigation, 2005. In a homicide, 29-year-old victim was shot once in the right lateral neck with a 30-06 from 50 yards. The bullet perforated the, I cannot say that muscle. I'm not even going to try. Struck the C6 transverse process and fragmented with the main mass retained in vertebral foramen. No exit wound. Cause of death was spinal shock and cardioid laceration. Or carotid. Never mind. I misread that. Carotid laceration.
So it's a homicide. 29-year-old victim was shot once in the right lateral neck with a .30 -06 from approximately 50 yards. The bullet perforated the sterno. What is that? I can't even see the word. It's so blurry. Sterno. It's an area in the neck area, kind of like the neck shoulder area. Muscles struck the C6. I can't see that. Sterno. I just see sterno. Struck the C6 transverse process and fragmented with the main mass retained in the vertebral foramen. No exit wound. So vertebral foramen area is the spines in the space within the spines. Vertebral disc are like the little bone slits in the spinal cord, and then you have that space in between that as well for where the nerve bundles are, and there's a connective tissue that connects those vertebral discs together to form the spinal column. No exit wound. So this is a case he's reading here where you had a similar injury with no exit wound, and it hit the cervical spine and a muscle within that area, and you still had no exit wound. So it's not impossible for a similar bullet, even from 160 plus yards away, to hit, a human being and hit the spinal cord with no exit wound. That's what he's trying to point out here. While, because Candace doesn't understand how science works either, or the human body, is trying to paint this narrative that, it's impossible for it to not be an exit wound. Well, here's a case where there was no exit wound. It just depends on the bullet. What type of bullet are you dealing with?
So exactly what happened to Charlie, pretty much. Guys, here's the thing.
Yeah.
30-06, there's no such thing as a 30-06, or as the 30-06 bullet, I should say. There are 30-06 bullets that are all different. 55 grain all the way to 255 grain. Some are for fox and coyote, and other shots are for bear and elk and things like that. You use the right bullet for the right task.
Okay, can I get someone who understands weapons to explain the grain? The degrees of grain? Does that make it lighter, heavier? Just kind of help me in the rest of the Luxers understand degrees of a grain of a bullet, because I think that's what I just heard. I'm not a gun enthusiast, and I'm gonna be honest. I got something up I want to pull up regarding the jury selection, so I'm just trying to catch what he's saying while I'm doing that.
30-06, there's no such thing as a 30-06, or as the 30-06 bullet, I should say. There are 30-06 bullets that are all different. 55 grain all the way to 255 grain. Some are for fox.
So what's a 55 grain versus a 255 grain? It's the size? Okay. So 255 is bigger than the 55, correct? Grains can be applied to weapons and bullets, right? Hey, Mira, how you doing? Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're learning right now. Even if the candy asses want to chime in on this, you don't have to be an idiot. Just say whatever it is a grain is. Okay, taking about a comparison case. Yes, ma'am. Okay, velocity. The size. So if you have the same size bullet, let me ask this. You have the same size bullet. No, I'm sorry. If you have a 55 versus a 255, still shot from the same distance. The 255, because it's bigger, would just do more damage. Do they say what's the grain of the bullet? There are also different bullets, but they can still be called a 30-06. A normal FMJ can do that. There are no conspiracy here. It was also at a downward angle of 30-odd degree. Okay, gotcha. Please make your Discord server alive again if you have the time. Yes, I need to try to do that. Thank you. Email me and remind me. I have so much to do on that. I gotta chop down these live streams this weekend for the members only. Tavares said, I imagine those are more powerful. That's what I'm asking here. So the grains is the weight of the bullet, how much the tip of the bullet weighs, and also how many grains of gunpowder in the shell. There's 2 measurements of grains in one bullet. Shout out to is it your boy? Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm gonna start it. It's a learning opportunity. I want to learn from you all, just like I hope you all learn from me. So the gunpowder inside the shell. Okay. Now, are we talking about these bullets exploding? Are these the type of bullets that like release upon impact? Is that something, do you expect those types of bullets to kind of like shatter into fragments upon impact? Probably 155 grain. Armor piercing, hunting, etc. Okay. Candace BS detective with public who sent her conspiracy narrative. Any unstable veteran could spin up a similar story, guaranteed. Exactly. Yeah, I know. Yep. Which simply said is the size of, from what I've seen and heard. And I'm just trying to get some information on this, this whole bullet thing, because this is stuff I like to make sense of, so that people can understand a little bit more. When she's saying all this nonsense, you understand why it should be debunked and how. There's some people just have experience to where they can just explain it a lot better than me just reading it and still not really, I'm not a gun person. So 30-06 has the most wide variety of ammo. That's why it was used in World War, because so many different ammos could be used. Oh, thank you, C-Star, for the memberships. Shout out to you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Shout out to you. There you go. 5 more people just got some memberships, so you guys will be able to enjoy those more, shorter clips and shorter videos from the live streams once I get to it this weekend. Cool beans. Less weight, less kinetic energy. Okay. So the smaller ones would do less impact. Yeah. I would think they would do more, right? Because the smaller, they can penetrate easier. NY said that's different. Depends on soft tip versus jacketed. What? No, man. Y'all see, this is why I want you all to engage and again impart your knowledge, because there's a lot of variables in this that can determine why there may be, no exit wound. So I have no idea that was soft tip versus jacketed. I don't even know what that looks like. Problem is, security head said the bullet hit C2, which is impossible from that angle. Merry Christmas. Thank you, C-Star. Merry Christmas to you too, honey. I appreciate that. And I didn't even see I don't remember reading that in the actual indictment about the angle or the trajectory. I hope the bots didn't get one. I know. They subscribe just to get it, so they can just be watching all over the places. Size of bullet, meaning the circumference of the bullet. Okay. Shot hit his necklace and tumbled. Paramount Tactical, I might believe, have answers. Yeah, he did. We're gonna do a separate live on the one he did yesterday. More famous case was MLK, who was shot with 30-06 closer in lower face, didn't exit either. Shout out to you, Eric. Okay, cool beans. All right, y'all. I just wanted to get kind of an understanding on this bullet and the grain stuff he's talking about here. All right, let's get back to it.
And coyote. And other shots are for bear and elk and things like that. You use the right bullet for the right task. Okay?
Okay.
Now, the lighter the grain, the cheaper the bullet. Just the way it is. The more frangible the shot, the cheaper the bullet. Cheaper materials are going to be cheaper. It's just the way it works. Okay?
So it's quality.
Obviously, some sort of college kid probably bought the cheapest box of ammo he could because it was going to get the job done anyway. That's just what probably happened. Now, I don't know if it happened or not. I don't know what kind of bullet they're going to show us during the trial. But if they pull out a 55 grain bullet, I'm going to be like, okay, you guys are idiots. Every one of you all that said that this couldn't happen, y'all are idiots because it won't even go through a 16-pound dog. It's just so stupid. It's so stupid that people are arguing this, and they don't even know what bullet was used. And then all these experts coming out, oh, I can't quite get 200 yards away, so I'm going to do this from 37 yards, but it's a 1,000-yard rifle. So it shouldn't matter. Okay, cool. I'm also not going to hit the target at all in any way, shape, or form that Charlie was hit, and I'm going to instead decapitate him. Because it didn't hit anything that could fracture. We'll just go only through meat. We won't bother hitting the spinal cord at all. These tests are idiotic, and every one of them should be deleted from YouTube because they're not even accurate, in my opinion.
And if you have a cheap bullet, I mean, the cheap bullet wouldn't penetrate, of course, past the spinal cord. You guys, the human body is built a lot more tough than you think it is. But if you have a small, cheap, well, if you have a 55 grain cheap bullet and it's cheaper materials from what I'm hearing, from what I'm understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, he's speaking to the quality of the materials of the bullet, then, the most damage is going to do is upon initial contact. But going through the muscles, all the tissue, the bone, it's going to slow down the bullet itself and bring it to a halt if it's small and it's made of cheaper material. Correct me if I'm wrong here. So it's going to definitely be able to stop it better than it would. Sounds like a higher grain bullet with quality material. I'm not saying, I'm asking. I said, correct me if I'm wrong. Great Wonton. Correct me if I'm wrong. Do you understand bullets? Do you understand these grain bullets he's talking about here? I literally just said, in case, just for the, let me repeat again for the bots and the cult members that missed it. I'm not an expert in bullets or gun, so I turned to the Luxers here to help give me some information for those who are. Didn't I just say that? We established that, right? I literally said I'm not. Is Candace qualified? She's not. She won't even show her degrees that she allegedly obtained in journalism and English. I have a bachelor's of science in biology pre-med, but I just said I'm not a gun enthusiast. I don't understand these bullets, the grain stuff. So I just turned to the Luxers to provide more information in the chat. It helps us all learn. Did I not just say that? I don't care. I'm watching this video. And I want to ask my chat to provide insight and to engage and provide some information. I can do that. Because that's how that works here in the Lady Luck Club, where I'm the queen of this. We're watching someone who's talking about it, and I'm getting input from the Luxers here. They make an issue out of something that's not an issue. It's certainly not an issue. Yeah, I encourage you. If you don't want to hear it, goodbye. God bless your heart and all your parts. You can't make this up. It's ridiculous. There's no pleasing these people. You know that, right?
Just lying to lie.
So when these people say, oh, they haven't talked about this or done that, how do you know? You're not in those meetings with the attorneys and the prosecutors. You have no idea. And why would we share that information?
I actually have not pre-watched this clip, so the fact that she's repeating everything I just said is just it's just icing on the cake. For me, anyway. I know you guys might not believe it, but that's fine. It just reaffirms me for sure.
With the internet, to what? Then give the defense more stuff that's not true? Like, it's just, you. At the end of the day, when it's all said and done, the truth is the truth.
All Candace is doing is providing the defense with a plethora
Yep.
of,
Reasonable doubt.
evidence, I guess you could say, that may or may not be true that could taint a jury.
She's not providing them with evidence. She's just invoking a bunch of reasonable doubt. And she's doing the defense, a favor. I mean, Candace, don't we get to ask you questions about what is your motive to invoke all this reasonable doubt when you don't care about the investigation? Yeah, we get to ask those questions. We're just asking questions. Candace, what is your motivation and intent, if you don't care about this investigation, to try to invoke all this reasonable doubt? Candace, why won't you just look up how jury selections process works so that you don't taint the jury with your nonsense? She's not showing any evidence on anything. She's showing someone else's video. I'm going to show some research here, but she's not even doing that. She's not even pulling up what a 55 grain bullet is versus a 255 grain bullet. I'm asking people who are actually knowledgeable of it. Now, to the Candy Ass Cult members, if you don't like that, I encourage you to research it. No, let's take a stab at this reading thing. Then you read for yourself. You don't have to worry about whether Candace said so or not, because that's not a fact. And that's not going to work in court. The defense can't go before the judge and the jury talking about, well, Candace said this, so it must be true. No, that's not how that crap works in court. She's not presenting evidence. She's lying if she's not presenting evidence. And she's hurting the case that she doesn't care about.
People easily as well. They come out and be like, well, there's proof that other people have done it. Look at what Candace Owens has shown. You think it was my client? Look at this. What about these Egyptians and stuff? And they could literally taint the jury pool in the courtroom with that. It may not be verified, but they're like, but this is evidence. This is weird stuff going on. I don't know if it'll be submissible in court or not. But Matt Walsh here says this is the kind of thing that's effing stupid, and I'm sick of it. Have you idiots never been around a grieving person before? Have you morons never in your life known anyone that was mourning? It's very common for grieving family members to smile at a funeral, let alone 3 months later, which this was. They smile when they remember happy moments with their loved one. They smile at the kindness shown to them by others, or they smile for 1,000 other reasons because they're human beings and human.
Should we have to, like, it's sad that Matt Walsh has to say this because, Candace Owens all of a sudden believes that not only does she get to impersonate an investigator with no evidence, because we're still waiting on her to post up the FBI text message she sent about this alleged assassination attempt, but she's also not a counselor. She's not a psychiatrist or a psychologist. She won't even show proof of her 2 degrees in journalism and or English. Won't even take the time to do that. You think she would just hold up the degrees? She's not licensed and certified to speak on those things. I don't hear and say that I am going to speak on something as a fact if I don't understand it. Just like I made it clear, I don't understand how all these guns and bullets. I'm not a gun enthusiast. But I went to my supporters who are knowledgeable. It's okay to draw in the information. Now, one thing I can say is if I go and research what my supporters, what the Luxers have said, if I go and Google and research it, I know I'm going to pull up exactly what they said and be able to corroborate what they're telling me. Because no one has a reason to just make these things up that can be researched and Googled. I enjoy the engagement. And I learn from my supporters. Candace doesn't even try to vet her nonsense that's coming into that tip line. I can at least Google this information and look it up and see the same thing. But this is ridiculous. No one should have to sit here and spill out, why people are doing what they're doing when everyone grieves differently. Thank God we're not all created alike. Thank God we're not created all equal, because we're not a cult. We don't have a hive mentality. We're all unique in our own way. There are just certain things that happen with people who grieve. What you could do that. Some people can't handle, the loss of a loved one. Some people have to handle it in a way where they can process it without having a full breakdown. Now, Erica Kirk was to go on national television in an interview and just have a full breakdown and lay out on the floor crying and wailing, then people will say that's fake as well. She's just putting on a show. Once again, someone having to post up something to try to validate how she grieves. It's disgusting when you don't dictate her bills getting paid. No one owes Candace Owens or her cult members any level of an explanation. Especially when Candace Owens has not lost her husband and does not have to tell her 4 kids why their father is never coming home. Why he's not coming home in person. Why he won't be there on Christmas Day. She don't have to say that to her 4 kids. It's to the point where it's absolutely soulless.
Are capable of experiencing a range of emotions on any given day. What do you want her to do? Just be like sad and crying every second of the day? Genuinely. Anyway, what do you expect? That she's going to frown and cry every second of the day for the next 10 years? Okay. I'm not doing this on purpose. But then when she does cry, you accuse her of faking that too. It's almost like you're determined to hate this woman no matter what, for reasons I can't possibly understand. It's sick. I'm tired of it. What the F is wrong with you people? Just waiting for any opportunity to dunk on a grieving widow, you sick freaks. And I absolutely agree. This person's like the epitome of grief, Like, what is... I don't understand.
Because they want to sit here and dictate how she responds. Like, because bots don't get to control any of that. They post up this stuff and copy and paste, pushing out this crap. Because Candace Owens sees this as one big PR stunt. For her, this is a public relations thing. For Erica Kirk, it's my life is being put in danger. Was already getting death threats. Now I'm getting kidnapping threats. And so is everyone at Turning Point. Which is why it's hard to believe that Candace Owens has an insider there, because you're subjecting everyone to any harm or danger. If someone decides, God forbid, to walk up in that building to do something, you think that person is going to know who to target and who not to target if they just go in randomly shooting? Or wherever they are, they just going out randomly shooting someone that's got on a Turning Point USA shirt. Not knowing if the person even works for them or not, just because they're wearing a maroon shirt. You understand how dangerous that is? Candace doesn't. The cult members don't. But that's how dangerous it is. Where someone could literally, based off of all this crap, go in or in a building or walk up on wherever they're gathered, wherever Turning Point USA all these people work at, and just go randomly shooting bullets everywhere. That person's not going to know who is who. They may know the top people that are on camera, but what about all the employees behind the scene? And she claims she's got someone on the inside, but won't say who it is. That person won't come forward as a whistleblower. It makes you question, is anyone really telling her that there are these types of issues going on when they won't come forward as a whistleblower? Because at the very least, then you have at least Candace Owens and her cult members, providing some level of cushion and protection. If someone came forward as a whistleblower, she'll take advantage of it, if nothing else. But you would have the protection under law if you felt that there was something going on illegal or unethical. They're not even doing that. She won't even post the text message she sent to the damn FBI agent, this high-ranking person, when she doesn't trust the government. Explain that hypocrisy.
And this. I don't understand. So now Erica Kirk is not allowed to leave her house. She's not allowed to have any fun whatsoever. She's supposed to sit in a dark room and cry while her kids just get picked up by a nanny. Is that how life is supposed to go for Erica? Genuinely. I don't know what's going on in Erica's head. This could be an evil, despicable woman for all I know. Okay? But I'm not going to sit here and report on it because I have no idea. I have no idea. Nobody else does either, unless you're actually in her head. Or if you're someone who supposedly was in on it with her, right? But these people have no freaking clue.
Because they're not around.
And they'll sit there and just be like, well, there's something wrong with her. There's something evil about Erica. Something's messed up.
Yeah, we're going to say the same thing about Candace. Candace, there's something evil and wrong and messed up about you. A lot of things. So I want to get to...
Hey guys, Team Cast Music producer Carter.
Get to the actual episode from yesterday, and then we'll get to the one she did today. We'll do the Tim Pool video, his response. This man had his house shot at. And once again, soulless miscreants don't care. So, and then for her to concoct some dumb lie, and it's not even just a dumb lie, it's defamatory, accusing him of abusing his own spouse. So if him and his spouse come forward and said, Candace Owens is the biggest liar on earth known to mankind, and this man is not putting his hands on me, this is my husband, he has never done that, and he never will, and he has other witnesses that can attest to that, like his other family, friends, people that know him and his wife around them all the time. And then they will be willing to testify to that in a court of law if he were to sue her for that. Once again, she would have brought that on herself. She would have brought all of this upon herself if Tim Pool decides to sue her for making a very slanderous, defamatory accusation about him abusing his own spouse or playing with 911. When she won't even file a formal complaint on her so-called assassination attempt. She won't even actually file a complaint to the FBI or show proof of this text message. Once again, to a federal agency she doesn't trust. So why even tell them? Why demand that they here respond to you? You don't even trust them. So why don't you and the candy ass cult members go figure it out? Candace, why don't you start with releasing the evidence of those transactions from this so-called, or from the president of France to this so-called Club de Sant? Why don't you post that up? You said there was a paper trail, and yet you didn't ask for it from the alleged person that called you with it. Why don't the candy ass cult members demand that she release the name of the person that contacted her? Why can't she say their name? Give their title and ranking in the French government. Why can't she say who that employee is? She doesn't care about doxing Americans. So why not tell us who this high-ranking French government employee is? Say their name, their ranking. Post up their photo. Why not do that? She won't do that, but her hypocrisy somehow validates her to dox kids at a college campus because they're wearing a maroon shirt, but she won't tell us who that French government employee is. More stupid hypocrisy that they can't explain.
All right, you guys, happy Tuesday. Where to begin? Well, in the final days leading up to Charlie Kirk's assassination, Charlie was pretty busy, right? He went on a first-time trip to Asia, quite a quick trip, at least a quick turnaround to go first to Korea for a couple of days and then off to Japan. And honestly, if I was a conspiracy theorist, and I kind of am one, I might think at this stage that the timing of that trip might have been intentional because something was going on back home that they didn't want him to see. Well, what I'm about to tell you.
I would love for you to tell me what money I'm making from it, because you can look up anyone's analytics on the YouTube. It's public information. 10 cents per 1,000 views. So you can go look at my videos and look at my views. Do the math, break it down to 10 cents per 1,000 views. Everyone isn't making money. And no one is making money like she is. But you can go on the analytics page of my channel as well as Candace. And then you can compare who's making more money here. Because her cult members, they don't have a problem reaffirming that she's rich. Since this is not about money at all. They have no idea that they're debunking her.
Guys, today is going to positively blow your mind. I just cannot see how this would lead to anything other than a full confession from the government about the military's involvement in his assassination. But I'm just going to deliver the facts and see where they land. Welcome back to Candace.
I better see an email.
Day of obligation in the Catholic Church. It was the Feast of the Immaculate Conception. A day of obligation means that a day in which you are required to attend Mass outside of, obviously, typically Sundays. And so as soon as we concluded this podcast...
Did Jesus ever say that you're commanded to go to church on this day at this time? Why is that a thing? You know what? I'm not Catholic. I'm not even trying to disrespect Catholicism, but it's mighty funny how she continues to say Christ is King, and yet things she's telling us it's not. Where you see in the Bible where someone had to go to mass on this particular day, and I say mass because that's what she said.
After my jacket, and I ran out the door. Okay. And
Of course,
as I was sitting through mass, deciding, I guess what was on my mind to pray about, for whatever reason, got on my knees, and I was not expecting this to come out, but I just focused my prayer on wanting something to be delivered to me, a piece of evidence that would help us put together the full picture of this assassination. Obviously, we all know that what we are being told is not true. We all know that nothing.
Yeah, well, how did you piece together those planes being connected to the UVU campus? Once again, to the candy ass cult members. Did she ever show any photos or videos of somebody, maybe parachuting out of these blue and yellow Egyptian planes and landing on UVU campus at the actual scene of the crime? How about the passengers? Are any of those identified with evidence to be an alternative shooter? Because otherwise, those two planes are irrelevant and there's no connection. And it wouldn't fly in court. It won't. And let's not forget, she does not care about the investigation.
Thing that we have been presented with makes any practical sense.
She said,
but there are sort of smoking guns in this that are missing, right? It's one thing to point out all the lies, but we need to also have solid concrete proof of something that took place that was out of the ordinary in the days leading up, maybe, I don't know, a planning session. Well, I got back home after this very intentional prayer and did my routine, had a very late dinner, went up and said goodnight to the kids, got myself ready for bed, sat in bed, and I thought, you know what, I'm just going to open the tips box. And I kid you not when I say that it was the very first email that I saw, the very first email that I opened up. And it really didn't have any details. It was a young woman, and she said, you really...
It really didn't have any details? So why are you bringing it up, Candace? Someone is still trolling her in that tip line, and she's still not smart enough to figure that out. Candace, did you enjoy that letter you read where you doxed your own attorney's law firm? Not doxed. You put it forward to the public even the more, because your cult members don't read shit. They don't read lawsuits. You don't even read them. Candace don't even read lawsuits. You think she would have read her own motion to dismiss on her channel in a video? She won't even do that. I'm still wondering when she's going to speak on this motion to dismiss. Because she didn't want the case dismissed from the Macron's lawsuit, remember? To the Candy Ass cult members, you remember when your cult leader lied to you all about that on Tucker Carlson show? And the only way you all knew about this motion to dismiss because I put it out there. But this is here. And it really didn't have any details. So why does anyone think that she's producing evidence if it didn't even have details? This tip line is a joke. It's almost like, Candace, you deserve to be trolled at this point. You deserve to be trolled big time. You're literally telling on yourself. You're saying it didn't have any details in it. That would make it insignificant. No one cares about someone kissing your ass either with this confirmation bias. But it didn't have any details, so why talk about it?
Said, you really should call my friend. It is absolutely urgent, and he has information that you need to hear. And don't tell me why. I don't know what came over me, but maybe it was this intentional prayer. I said, I'm just going to call him right now. 5 minutes, not even 5 minutes after this email hit my inbox, I was calling this person and I had no idea what it was going to lead to, whether it was going to be a totally insane person or whether or not it was going to be a very swiftly answered prayer. The person that I spoke.
Preferably it was a troll that's sitting here effing with her because we're here for that. Candace, this is all your fault. This is what you get. This is what happens when you think that somehow in some alternate reality, you're an investigator and that you understand journalism when you don't vet your tip line. This is what happens. You get trolled like hell.
With his name is or was Harry, and he told me a story which I have since fact checked.
Wait. His name is or was? Is he deceased? When did she talk to this person? Candace, if this is another dead person you're trying to tell us came to you in a vision, except you were on the phone. Oh my God, I'm gonna drag her for a week. You can't make this up. Are you serious? Is or was? So is he dead? Candace, you calling dead people is getting out of control.
It's legit. This is a legit story that I'm about to share with you. And I want to say before I relay it, his name,
No,
tell me why. I don't know what came over me, but maybe it was this intentional prayer. I said, I'm just going to call him right now. 5 minutes, not even 5 minutes after this email hit my inbox, I was calling this person and I had no idea what it was going to lead to, whether it was going to be a totally insane person or whether or not it was going to be a very
troll.
swiftly answered prayer.
Troll.
The person that I spoke with, his name is or was Harry. And he
yes, it is his name is or was Harry. Wait a minute. Why is it was? That's past tense. So Harry no longer exists? Candace, talking to dead people is not, it's just not a good thing to do. You can't make this up. This is priceless. Somebody trolling this girl. Oh Lord, you helpful. You have all this coming. You deserve this trolling. You can make is or was. Is he dead? What are you talking about? What's his last name, Candace? What's this person's last name? What's Harry's last name? If it's Belafonte, I'm gonna lose it. If it's Harry Belafonte, I'm just I'm just gonna laugh and just remind everybody why you should not be taken seriously. It better not be Harry Belafonte.
Told me a story which I have since fact checked various elements, the elements that I could fact check.
What's his last name? Why didn't you start with that?
And
it's a dead person.
It's legit. This is a legit story that I'm about to share with you. And I want to say before I relay it that the descriptions of the people are based off of his own memory, but the facts pertaining to where he was, whether he was where he says he was, for the reasons that he says that he was there, he is being honest. Okay, I can tell you that he's being 100% honest, and you're free to look further.
Who is he? What's his last name, Candace? And why are you referring to him in past tense? Why are you referring to him in past tense? You said is or was. What? Even if this person talked to you yesterday or the day before, if they're still alive, you would not say was Harry something. You would say this person's name is Harry. I talked to him yesterday. Why say was? It's like she doesn't understand grammar syntax. And she wants people to believe that she has a degree in English. Candace, you don't understand past and present tense verbiage. She claims to have a degree in English. Lord bless my soul, please. And that's bless me with that $7,000 her cult members want me to have.
Harry, and he told me a story
which
I have
Harry.
Since fact checked various elements, the elements that I could fact check, and it's legit. This is a legit story that I'm about to share with you. And I want to say before I relay it that the descriptions of the people are based off of his own memory, but the facts pertaining to where he was, whether he was where he says he was, for the reasons that he says that he was there, he is being honest. Okay?
What? No, he's not, because we don't know if he is or was still with us. What the heck? Let me tell you something. Y'all, this is something else. We don't know if he is or was still with us. Let's get some comments in. She has a bachelor's degree in English. My ass. I know, right? You're hearing this? Candace, you're in the wrong business, girl. You're not fit to be a journalist. We all know that. And you're too soulless to have empathy. Why don't you just go out and just be a blogger and just go out on these different trips and just record everywhere you go? You can't make this up. at the very least, those videos will be real because you're doing it in real time. We don't know who is or was this hairy person. And for you to refer to him in the past tense is obviously an indication that they're no longer with us and they were never alive to begin with. Is this another dead person came to you in a vision? Did he bring you McDonald's? What did you two eat in this vision? Because it sounds like it's going to be a long one. Candace, do you at least get to go to the bathroom in these visions when you're talking to dead people? You know, the Bible speaks of this, once again, as being an unfamiliar spirit. It speaks to this being a form of witchcraft. So, you know, to the Wicked Witch of Tennessee, Candace, we don't even know his last name because you are soulless at this. You're beyond bad. You're soulless at this. You could at least give a last name. You could have came up with that. If they're no longer here, more than likely, people who want to debunk her, they'll probably look for a death certificate. But what's the chances of her cult members doing that? You know, they're just buying all of this as facts. They don't even know a last name. So we don't know who this person is, where they live, what they look like. No photos, no nothing. We just got to believe that someone is or was named Harry came and told her a very credible story with no evidence. And we have no idea if this is a real person. He probably was already deceased by the time she called him. You can't do that. What's the number you dialed?
I can tell you that he's being 100% honest, and you're free to look further into this. I am certain he's going to probably be doing a lot of interviews in the near future. I can also factually state that there was an incident report, so this was recorded.
Why not say his name?
What transpired on September 8th that caught him by surprise was something that he thought was a part of a broader military conspiracy against him. He could not fully comprehend why what was happening was happening. Okay, so let's start actually 35 years ago because you need to know who this man is. In 1990, this young man named Harry Myers discovered something that would shape the next 3 decades of his life. Okay, he was at the bottom of the military chain. He was just 20 years old, and he was put on what was actually a brand new command, the first ever Joint Task Force 6. And this new command was being created down at the border by President George H.W. Bush. And it was presented to the American public as, look, a war on drugs with the help of Colin Powell. And it should be noted that this took place, just to kind of get you back into what was going on at the beginning of the 1990s. This took place just after the Iran-Contra affair, right? The Iran-Contra affair was from, I think, 1981 to 1986, happened under Reagan. And for those of you who are not read into massive CIA scandals, this was the scandal.
Charlie wasn't even born here. I don't even think you were. When was she born? 89? Candace, you were too young to even understand all of this. How does this connect to Charlie Kirk?
Scandal when the American public got to learn that our CIA was actually trafficking drugs and weapons throughout South America. A scandal which, if you guys have followed our Epstein series, we now know that he was also involved in the Iran-Contra scandal. It essentially shook the foundation of Reagan's White House. And during that time, during Reagan's tenure, George H.W. Bush was the vice president, okay, throughout the scandal. So when George H.W. Bush decided...
Hold on. Who's the president? She went from Bush being a president to Reagan.
Foundation of Reagan's White House. And during that time, during Reagan's tenure, George H.W. Bush was the vice president, okay, throughout the scandal. So when George H.W. Bush then decided that he was going to run as a president of the United States, and he did run and he ran in 1988, just a couple of years following that affair, he had to really hit hard on drugs at the border and declare that this White House was going to do all that it could to stop these drugs from flooding into America. Take a listen to him saying what they were going to be cracking down on.
This is crack cocaine, seized a few days ago by drug enforcement agents in a park just across the street from the White House. It could easily have been heroin or PCP. It's as innocent looking as candy, but it's turning our cities into battle zones, and it's murdering our children. Let there be no mistake. This stuff is poison.
And he put it back in his drawer. Y'all see that? Why didn't you just hand it back over to whatever agency you got that from, Bush? Never mind. This is not about him. How does this have anything to do with Charlie?
So you hear the directive from the then president, HW.
I'm still waiting her to tell us the other
Our protagonist in the story is Harry, right? He's 20 years old, and he's at the bottom of the military totem pole, and he gets attached to this new command. This new cyber command. Previously, there had never been that joint task force, and specifically, he was a part of an operation that came to be known as Operation Catacomb. He describes himself, and I'm going to put this in quotations, as a lowly military sensor guy assigned to this Joint Task Operation 6, and they were to cover half of Arizona and Mexico. And I'm going to read this next portion of his story directly from him, okay? And I quote, "In just 6 days, I planted sensors, translated data."
No. Post up whatever you're reading so that everyone else can see you reading this document, Candace Owens. Girl, you are soulless at this. And I quote, why did you just show it? If you're quoting it, pull it up. You know, like that FBI text message.
Or directly from him, okay? And I quote, "In just 6 days, I planted sensors, translated data, and skipped the chain of command and gave proof of the existence and pinpointed the location of the first ever discovered Sinaloa cartel underground rail tunnel. By passing directly through to lower Border Patrol agents, I skipped command and directly, a Border Patrol agent was able to skip his command and directly sought a warrant to raid the tunnel, which avoided tipping off any compromised commanders that were working with the cartel. Thus, why it resulted in such a big bust. Most importantly, it did not give time to remove photos that were on the walls on the Mexican side. Where our Joint Task Commander, who was a high-ranking Border Patrol, was actually in the photos in that house, posing with El Chapo and Felipe, his architect. And there were other U.S. Marine officers and Mexican law enforcement officers and military that were in those photos, okay? End quote. So just to be clear, he discovers this tunnel, somehow skips the chain of command. Now they find this massive tunnel and, oh, wait, why are military commanders and high-up people in the military in pictures with El Chapo? What's going on here? I'm going to pause here to let you see an old news clip regarding this explosive discovery that Harry made.
Is Charlie in it?
The tunnel was called one of the most sophisticated drug smuggling schemes authorities have ever seen. Using jackhammers and forklifts, federal agents broke into the concrete reinforced tunnel at a warehouse in Douglas, Arizona. 30 feet underground, agents walked for 100 yards through the 5-foot-high tunnel. It took them under the Mexican border to a house in Agua Prieta. There, they found an air compressor, a sump pump, a small trolley car, and a hydraulic jack. It was used to lift up the floor inside the living room of the house where the smugglers would start their illegal trip to the U.S. Authorities said when the tunnel wasn't being used for drug running, the smugglers would flood it with water.
We're talking about
came over here with some technology trying to detect this. It would look like an underground stream if it was flooded.
Federal agents said the tunnel cost at least $1 million to build and had probably been in operation for 6 months to a year. Last November, customs agents received a tip that a sophisticated tunnel was being used to funnel cocaine into the United States.
This type of tunnel is not an amateur operation. It's a highly sophisticated engineering feat that took place.
Mexican authorities were also involved in the investigation and the raid. Earlier,
is she going to get to the point where she's blaming Mexico now? Where is this going, Candace? Why are we looking at this? If I wanted to watch this type of history, I would just look at History Channel. You just can't make this up. So Charlie was not even, 5-6 years old in this. How is this connecting to Charlie Kirk? How is this connecting to the alternative shooter that she believes exists in some alternate reality?
This month, police seized 2,000 pounds of cocaine, which they said came into the U.S. through the tunnel. The drugs were headed for Southern California.
Dear God.
And what's not said in that news clip is there were pictures of United States military men in that house. What happens next is predictable given what we now know. Harry's superiors take the credit for the bust, and he's going to continue what happens. I'm going to, again, quote him verbatim. Quote, "On the surface, I was given a small reward, an Army medal. I have the write-ups for those awards mentioning me and my critical role in this mission's success. That said, U.S. Border Patrol members who recognized me as being the agent responsible for the bust did not like seeing that I wasn't being appreciated more and resented my higher-ups for taking the credit for the discovery. Somehow, in the immediate days after the bust, prior to the United States side getting the photos from the Mexican authorities, my information was given to the cartels. In continuing the mission, me and one Border Patrol agent were sent to Naco, Arizona, where I was approached by a cartel member confirming my identification."
Candace, this is like, just reporting 101. If you're reading something that is already published is it too hard for you to just post up the damn article? I'm not in the mood to Google it. I'm not going to look it up for her. Why isn't she showing whatever she's reading? Just show the full thing. Why is she not showing it? Oh my God. Can anyone tell me why she's not showing this information she's reading? Breaking news, March 22nd, 1987. What the hell? You're talking about a problem that existed in the 80s that's still existing? I'm sorry, has the government solved the actual issue about cocaine and drugs coming into the United States? Perhaps the problem has been solved by Candace Owens on how she's eliminated drugs today or yesterday. You're pointing out problems that you can't even give some sort of viable resolution to eliminate. What are we supposed to do with something going on in 1987 with these tunnels? They're still doing drug smuggling. They're also smuggling people. I see a lot wrong with these things. What does this have to do with this so-called alternative shooter that shot Charlie Kirk? Is she about to name the person that shot Charlie Kirk? Because otherwise, you're talking about yet another problem that's still ongoing to where you could not even produce viable solutions to literally solve and get rid of. Candace can't do it either because she doesn't read well. She won't even show us what she's reading. Just for reporting measures so that we can all see she's reading something that is actually published and available to the public. Sounds like she's reading something someone told her, but it's not actually published. Where is this information at? Why is she not showing it? She's pointing out all these different problems, and the Candace Code members are sitting here. You don't see anything wrong with that? That's been a problem. As a matter of fact, let me help you out. That was a problem before I was born. What do you suggest I do with that problem? Her so-called life mission right now, you let her say it, is to solve the assassination of Charlie Kirk. So unless she's going to point out the second shooter in all of this, this is absolutely irrelevant. It's a moot point. It means nothing to that investigation of Charlie Kirk's assassination. It means absolutely nothing. The government has already, have we not established everybody doesn't trust everything the government says? But you got Candace Owens trying to sit here and manipulate the FBI and bend them to her will with no evidence that anyone is trying to assassinate her. She won't even file a formal FBI complaint. But yes, she sent a text message to the same government that her and the Candace cult followers don't trust. See, I don't still, like I said in the beginning, don't care how Candace or her cult following or some dumbass bots feel. Because once again, she's not saying anything along the lines of, this person had this past, this person was photographed at UVU at the scene of the crime when Charlie Kirk was shot, and he had a gun on him. He's a possible suspect. She's not doing that. So all of this fluff is irrelevant. It wouldn't fly in court. You know, I forget they don't care about laws, you know, because Candace thinks she's above the rule of law while she's impersonating an investigator. Yeah, continue on, dumb.
By rattling off my mother's name, address, my high school, my friends, everything listed in my clearance packet,
what you're reading,
which was
Candace?
Supposed to be locked in the custody of the Joint Task Force 6 commander, whose picture was with El Chapo and about to be discovered. We avoided being taken hostage or shot, sneaking away and driving out of that little town.
Third person. Exactly.
I was taken back to Fort Huachuca with the U.S. Border Patrol agent I was with, believing, since I was just a young 20-year-old, that I must have somehow compromised my own ID. The next day, I had a debrief with the Army Criminal Investigation Division and a prosecutor from Tucson, Arizona, informing me of how my ID became compromised. I was told that I was then going to be put in witness protection. My orders restricted me from any further work in counter narcotics from being stationed on or south of the border.
Why should anyone believe Candace what she's reading right now when she won't even show us what the hell she's reading? Why should anyone believe that what she is reading is valid or even real? She won't even show us what the hell she's reading. She could have literally put it side by side next to her, just like she put up that article and just posted up whatever she is reading. It's so dumb.
And it prevented me from working with Border Patrol. It was a Band-Aid while they prepared and got approval for me to be put into witness protection. Also, to protect me, the mission and the prosecutions, I was also put under an NDA gag order, which was dated out, right, look, it says 1990, to May of 2025 to prevent me from mentioning this entire ordeal. The witness protection entrance never happened. The ball got dropped. I never got contacted for it. From what we uncovered, a deal was made with the compromised U.S. Border Patrol agent commander. Okay, so let's pause and just recap there very quickly. And I'm going to tell you what this has to do with Charlie Kirk.
No, you instead of you recapping, just post up what you're reading, Candace. Once again, we don't have to believe what she's saying is true or legitimate. If we don't know what the hell she's reading, she won't even post it up. She can type up a timeline with blue and yellow Egyptian planes, but she can't post up what she's reading. She can post up slide presentations of flags from various countries. One of being from the continent of Africa, because Africa is a continent, not a country. But she won't post up what she just read. And then about to recap it and still not post it up. Whatever she's reading, she won't post that up. So we're supposed to believe she's reading something legitimate.
Okay. So I guess in a sentence, a young military man did his job excellently. He accidentally stumbled upon, or actually, accidentally stumbled upon the fact that our government was implicated, not in fighting the cartels, but working with the cartels. And suddenly he realizes after some time that the government then beats him, or somebody spitefully, perhaps his commander, fed him to the cartels. And now he's on the run for his life. What happens over the course of the next 35 years is he's hacked. He says that he goes through abuse.
Robbie, that's false. Why even post that up? You know that comment is false. You're still not proving a point. Send me the link on whatever she's reading. Let's go with that. Because apparently the cult knows that this whatever she's reading exists on paper. Drop the link to whatever she's reading. Stop the turn and deflecting off the actual topic. Drop the damn link to whatever document she's reading. Drop the link. Send it to me. This is how we handle candy ass cult followers and bots. Drop the link to whatever document she's reading. Drop it. I want it in the chat. Put the link in the chat. Put the link in the chat of what she's reading, where she's getting this from. If she's recalling some statement this person has made, this Harry Myers person, then put the link in the chat of whatever document she's pulling this from, if she's quoting it. This is ridiculous. It's a story she got from a guy from, I know. But see, here the candy ass cult followers sitting here saying, because you don't get to tell me what to report on. I'm going to keep my foot on her neck and you can get over it. Not you. I'm talking about this other one here. Stephanie, you don't dictate what I do over here. I'm the queen of this over here, honey. You don't get to dictate nothing over here. And I want you to know that. And that's said with love. Can't make this up. I want the link to what she's reading. I want that document. I want the document. Post the link. I don't give a fuck. Post the link. When will you learn how to read? Post the damn link. None of you cult followers demanded this document to be dropped in the chat when it's premiered yesterday. Y'all didn't say, can you post the link to that document you're reading? None of you goons asked her that in the chat in her live stream yesterday. All 155,000 of you, according to the cult members, that's how many people in her live stream. All 155,000 of you failed to ask her Can you drop the link to this document that you're reading so that we can all see it? Y'all failed to use logical reasoning and ask her for that? Is that how this goes? Really? Post the link. Post the link. This raw person thing. Oh, you going? I'm apolitical. Why in the world? Why is it that my demanding of evidence from Candace, because she's soulless at this, what does that have to do with Trump winning? We know that he won. Why are you saying that? It's irrelevant. I want the link to this document she's reading. 155,000 goons in her live stream. No one demanded that she post a link to this document so that we can see what's in writing. Where's she pulling this from? Because right now, she's just making up as she goes along. As far as I know, this is a part of her script. Some fantastical, stupid story, a part of her script. You would think if Harry Myers was real, perhaps she's going to post up the photo of that person at least, so we can validate this person was a real thing.
Litigation. He is harassed. He says there are narco attorneys that attack his credit. He has police records, by the way, for all of this. He has presented evidence for this. But throughout a certain point in time, these police records were virtually disappeared. He had been reporting that hitmen were coming after him. He had names. This is a 35 years long ordeal. He now has all of his paperwork thanks to some county clerks who did the right thing and were able to dig up these records. But you name it, this man has lived it throughout the last 35 years. Okay. Fast forward to May of 2025, May of this year. And Harry Myers, who now has a new name, by the way, which I'm not saying.
What? Nope. So he's not real. She's not going to post a photo, but she'll dock some college kids because they were wearing maroon shirts. So all the candy asses and the dumb bots sat in that live stream yesterday, did not demand the link to this, whatever she's reading from, did not demand a photo of this person. They didn't demand any proof that they exist. And she was referring to this person in past tense. But won't tell us, she's giving us the pseudonym, the made up name. And somehow won't tell us the real name because they changed their name. So how are we supposed to look this person up? How are we supposed to look up this person now in the year of our Lord 2025 to validate if they exist? And perhaps if they were on the campus the day of September 10th of UVU. Because how are you making this connection if you're not placing this Harry Myers at the scene of the crime either? And if we don't know his real name and he's changed it, how are we supposed to verify that? To the candy ass cult members, go ahead and enlighten the rest of us. How are we supposed to even authenticate this individual? If a name has changed, she's referring to them in past tense. No photo, nothing. We wouldn't even be able to pick him out in the crowd because we don't know how he looked. And if he changed his name, then who would know if he's Harry Myers or Candace Owens? Because she could just be talking about herself. Who knows? She could be talking about George Farmer's dad. He changed his name. This could be anybody.
He is finally released from this 35-year military-grade NDA. So what does this now 56-year-old decide to do? He decides that he's going to confront his past. He wants answers, okay? He wants to know why he was never protected. He wants to know if the FBI had been informed, and if so, which they were supposed to be, why they didn't do their job. Why didn't they protect Harry? He was working.
They probably don't even know who you're talking about. Post the photo up. Can the cult members, because y'all love stalking and doxing people. Do any of you people have a photo? They speak cult. We don't speak cult here. We don't sit here and talk about whataboutisms. I just laugh at that stuff. I don't do whataboutisms. I don't sit here and deflect. Where's the photo of this person? Candace, post up whatever it is you just read on Twitter X. I dare you. As a matter of fact, I'm going to send a tweet later on tonight. So this person that sent you this statement that you're reading and quoting, you didn't even show it in your show. You didn't even post up what you were reading. No photo. And conveniently, his name has been changed. So you can't even find or locate this person either way. What if I wanted to do an interview with him? I'm just going to rightfully assume, because I get to do this. I'm going to assume and conspire that this is Candace Owens talking about herself. Maybe this is a past life, where Jermaine Stewart is Candace and they're one and the same. You can't make this up.
For the military, and he did his job. He makes up his mind that he's going to deal with this in person. He is going to travel from his home in Washington back down to the very base where this all began, right? To Fort Huachuca, in Arizona. He's going to revisit the past. He's going to get these answers. He books himself to stay in a hotel on the base, a military hotel known as Candlewood Suites.
Oh, no, it wasn't La Quinta Inn.
And this is on the evening of September 8th. I want you to remember that, okay? He has been so thorough. He has sent me timestamps, bookings, reservations, went through his call logs. I was like, I want you to pinpoint when everything happened. So he gets to the Candlewood Suite.
Candace, what's the damn call log? Y'all, she docks the hotel. And somehow, in this dumb imagination of hers, she didn't even stay consistent with it. Candace, what you meant to say is that you booked yourself into a hotel called the La Quinta Inn because that's the hotel you doxed, remember? Two couple weeks ago, you put out this name of this hotel talking about people stayed here that, planned this assassination. You're not even going to stick to the same hotel you doxed 2 weeks ago? Or was it last week? You can't even be consistent with that? What happened to La Quinta Inn? Post up, then where's this hotel at? It's on a base. But it's not La Quinta Inn. So what was the point of bringing up the La Quinta Inn? What was the point of bringing that hotel up? Not even sticking to it.
It's at approximately on September 8th, 5:37 p.m. Checks into the hotel. And you can imagine he's a person that pays a lot of attention to his surroundings, right? When the cartels are after you and your family, and you are compelled to change your name, you pay attention to your surroundings to see if anybody looks shady. What he notices.
No one would know who you are. That's the purpose of changing your name, Candace. If he changed his name over 20 years ago, more than likely, unless someone ironically know who this person is, who would be able to ID him if he has a name change? You think those college kids wearing maroon shirts would know who the hell this person is? When they're at best 22, 23 years old? This all happened before any of these students at UVU were born, the majority of them. Let's say 98% of the students at UVU were not even born in 87. So what the hell are you talking about? If his name is changed, Candace, we all know you don't understand how law works, government works, stealth operations, FBI complaints, assassination plots, covert joint military, training exercises. You have no idea how any of that stuff works. The definition of endowment, assets, evidence, jury selection. She has it's just a lot of things she doesn't understand at all. And she doesn't try to educate herself on it. Candace, how would anyone know this Harry Myers person is standing at the UVU campus at the scene of the crime? Because I know you watching, Heifer. And somehow we're supposed to know who this person is, and you didn't even show a photo. And if you show a photo, how do we verify that this is the same person that was named Harry Myers? For all I know, Candace, it can be you or a dead person you're yet again talking to.
This is somebody who is special forces in the lobby. He said, you just know when you're dealing with a special forces guy. And he is in the lobby, and a young woman, comes down thereafter. That young woman, who at the time he did not recognize, is with him. They kind of fluff around in the lobby while he's checking in. He's on the phone with his wife.
Was he on the Egyptian plane?
Thereafter, the two of them get into a green pickup truck.
Candace, you're winging it.
Okay. The next morning.
Okay, that's it. Candace, you're winging it. I can tell you're off script. It's obvious you're off script, because you're soulless at this. I've upgraded from you being bad at this to being soulless at this. You're off script. You're stuttering. You're rocking. All these physiological behaviors and these little tics you're doing because you know you're lying. It's so crazy. Did he jump out of the blue or yellow Egyptian plane? Was he one of the passengers on those planes? And then he went to the campus? I'm not even trying to connect the dots for her. But it's just pathetic at this point that none of this stuff is connecting. And she's concocting up this nonsense, and she can't even show us what the hell she was reading as far as a statement that she's quoting. Because, you know, Candace, if you're quoting something, you're getting it directly from some source. And it should be something that people should be able to view. We didn't even see what you were reading. This is absolute madness.
Now we're September 9th. He wakes up at around 5:30 a.m. in the morning because he wants to see the sunrise. He says that he then fails at finding the Army Criminal Investigations Department.
What?
So he drives off base, just a little ways off base, to get some coffee in Sierra Vista.
Okay, what car was he in? What was the car he drove in, Candace? What type of car did he drive? If he flew in, obviously he got a rental or he called Uber. You say he's driving, so I don't expect that to equate to him being an Uber rider. So did he rent a car? Was it one of those cars you pointed out from Enterprise? You see how I'm able to see him point out her lies and connect them, and she can't do that because incompetency and all. Candace, did he rent one of those cars you tried to tell us about, that Toyota RAV4? And then he drove to the campus. Is this where you're going? Did he fly in on the blue or yellow Egyptian plane? Did he stay at the La Quinta Inn? Did he get one of those rental cars, that Toyota RAV4 or whatever you were pointing out? And I'm assuming you're going to go to him wearing a maroon shirt, even though he has a name change and we still wouldn't be able to verify if he's a real person. Is that where you're going with this? So if he stayed at the La Quinta Inn, wouldn't there be some sort of surveillance camera footage? Yep, there would be, because they have cameras. They would have captured him on camera walking to the lobby, Candace. They would have caught him on camera. So if you're saying he checked in these hotels, we should be able to pull up the hotel camera footage on September 9th at whatever this hotel you're naming, because it's not the same one you're doxing. And we should be able to look at the camera footage and see when this person came in and out that hotel at the time frames you're giving. You know, because that's called journalism. So since you don't know how this works, Candace, if we reach out to this hotel and get security camera footage, you're saying he came in around 5:30 a.m. We should be able to see someone coming in around 5:30 a.m. at that hotel. Give us the address to them.
Him,
might as well.
They kind of fluff around in the lobby while he's checking in. He's left on with his wife, and thereafter, the two of them get into a
he's
green
married with his name
truck,
changed.
And they drive off. Okay. The next morning, now we're September 9th, he wakes up at around 5:30.
What's the license plate for that truck? You see how I can sit here and pause and ask these questions right after she says it? Because this is how you vet information. What year is this truck? What's the license plate on that truck? Where's the photo of the truck?
You pay attention to your surroundings to see if anybody looks shady. What he notices is somebody who is special forces in the lobby. He said, you just know when you're dealing with a special forces guy. And he is in the lobby, and a young woman comes down thereafter. That young woman, who at the time he did not recognize, is with him. They kind of fluff around in the lobby while he's checking in. He's left on with his wife. And
so, wait a minute. So is he with his wife or a random woman? And we better see that in the security camera footage in this hotel, Candace. You understand? I hope you know that if someone really did want to fact check you, they can go to this hotel, pull the camera footage for that day and that time frame, and we better see these two individuals. And if we identify them with, facial recognition and all, it better come up to this person you're talking about that used to be known as Harry Myers. Because otherwise, you're about to get somebody effed up pretty badly Because you'll be talking about two random people in the lobby and everyone is going to assume that that's the guy. That's the female. Is this the Israeli operative she's getting at and that female French assassin? Is this what she's going with this?
Thereafter, the two of them get into a green pickup truck.
Oh, dear Lord.
And they drive off. Okay. The next morning, now we're September 9th, he wakes up at around 5:30 a.m. in the morning because he wants to see the sunrise. He says that he then fails at finding the Army Criminal Investigations Department. So he drives off base, just a little ways off base to get some coffee in Sierra Vista. While getting that coffee, he runs into some soldiers. Again, this is just all God at this point, who happen to be wearing 10th Mountain Division patches. And he's like, that's my old unit. What's going on here? Like that, he thinks his unit's gone. Nothing's going on with this unit for a long time, but it's been torn apart.
Candace, was he wearing a maroon shirt? Is this the Maroon Brigade you're talking about? Oh, the Maroon Berets. You know, like Green Berets, except they're wearing maroon. I don't care if he's on the phone. Just for the candy ass cult members to understand. Once again, we don't do whataboutisms or deflect. My questions are very direct and very simple. If we pull security camera footage from this hotel on the day of September 9th at 5:30 a.m., will we see these two people she's talking about, this male and this female? Will we see these people in the camera footage? What is the make and model of this green truck? What is the actual truck? Are we talking about a Ford pickup? What's the make and model? What year is this truck? What's the license plate? What are we talking about here? What type of truck was this?
I don't know what the military expression is for that. He strikes up a conversation with these young guys and they tell him, oh, no. The old Joint Task Force 6 is now being continued and it's known as JTF, Joint Task Force Southern Border. Now, for those of you who likely who don't know, like literally what it sounds like Joint Task Force, meaning like you can get the Army, Navy, everybody kind of working together on something.
Wait a minute. No. You can look that up. Why are you guessing that? I'm still stuck on this truck that he got into. Why she didn't give a photo of the truck so we can identify the truck?
That's my old unit. What's going on here? Like that, he thinks his unit's gone. Nothing's going on with this unit for a long time, but it's been torn apart. Or I don't know what the military expression is for that. He strikes up a conversation with these young guys and they tell him, oh, no. The old Joint Task Force 6 is now being continued and it's known as JTF, Joint Task Force Southern Border. Now, for those of you who are like me who don't know, like literally what it sounds like Joint Task Force, meaning like you can get the Army, Navy, everybody kind of working together on something. And they're like, yeah, it's now JTF Southern Border. And they give him directions of how he can actually get to the new command center. They tell them that they're actually currently borrowing a building down there.
When did that occur?
He tells me that there would have been no other way he would have discovered where it was. So his intention was to go to Army CID. Now he's like, wow, I can go directly to the actual JTF 6, which is now being continued, and get some answers. What luck. It is now.
Why is she calling them special forces? Did they get off the Egyptian plane? This got to be her latest dream. You can't make this up, Cruising. This has to be her latest dream. We're stuck there. Still stuck in the truck. We're stuck on the truck. Where's the photo of this truck? Candace, that truck is going to be captured on the outside camera footage of this hotel. You do realize that that hotel, most of these hotels are standardized with security camera footage. It's going to be at least a camera outside, right outside the front of the lobby, that would capture an image of this vehicle. It's not even the Toyota RAV4 she talked about 3 weeks ago. We're on to a green pickup truck that she has not shown a photo to show that it's real, that it is a real vehicle. This is a real vehicle that exists, that two people got in or he got in. So this is what happens when you lie like hell. So if someone wants to debunk her, the first thing they're going to do is say, okay, let me get images of all of this. Let me reach out to the hotel, see if they have a security camera footage and see if we can identify these people that's on this camera footage that should be in it at 5:30 something in the morning. Why are you trying to check in? You saying they got into a vehicle and drove away. That means that vehicle would have been captured on a security camera outside of the hotel. That means that that truck is captured on a security camera somewhere around that hotel. So now we should be able to identify the vehicle. This is how journalism works here. Something she doesn't understand.
You do not see that many people, that many E4s, E5s, E6 is now being continued, and it's known as JTF, Joint Task Force Southern Border.
Oh my God.
Now, for those of you who are like me who don't know, like literally what it sounds like Joint Task Force, meaning like you can get the Army, Navy, everybody kind of working together on something. And they're like, yeah, it's now JTF Southern Border. And they give him directions of how he can actually get to the new command center. They tell them that they're actually currently borrowing a building down there. And he tells me that there would have been no other way he would have discovered where it was. So his intention was to go to Army CID. Now he's like, wow, I can go directly to the actual JTF 6, which is now being continued, and get some answers. What luck. It is now around 7:37 a.m. when he enters the new or temporary JTF headquarters. And he sees two guys, and he's pretty impressed. He's like, "Whoa, these are."
This is not our, story here. This is the she making up. Your cult leader is making this up. Seems like in real time. Probably an hour before she filmed this stupid show. Because I dictate what I report on here in the Lady Luck Club. So why don't you post up a photo of this green pickup truck? Why isn't she doing that? You didn't demand this of your cult leader? It's like they don't care that she makes them look like fools when they're sitting here trying to defend her. But yet when it comes to them sitting up in her live stream chat, 155,000 at a time, they're not even asking, where's the photo on this truck? Where are the security camera footage photos of the images of these people in this hotel checking in? Where's the photo of this Harry Myers person? What document were you reading with his so-called statement on it that you were quoting? Where's the link to that document? It's not up to us to prove to her. We don't owe her that. She's the one bringing forth this dumbass allegation. Well, we need to prove her story. If anything, if we debunked her, it would make her look even more foolish, because it would prove that this didn't happen. But you would think she would post up a photo of this green pickup truck, a license plate or something.
Again, military term, E4, E5s. He told me that means that they're lieutenant colonels, and they are the ones that are checking him in. He happens to walk in at the exact time that they are concluding a meeting, and he is kind of even more impressed because he sees
where, Candace?
About 12 lieutenant colonels. He tells me, you do not see that many people, that many E4s, E5s, E6s. Please, military guys, forgive me for me not knowing what the proper vernacular. But he just goes, well, what's going on? He's like, you don't see this unless you're at the Pentagon or you're at the White House. You just don't see this many high up the food chain lieutenant colonels. He's going, man, this is a pretty important meeting. And then he sees three men walk out, one of which is the person he identifies as the person that's the center of the action, right? He said you could just tell this is the most important person. And he has gray hair. He's got glasses. I believe he said that he's about 5'10". And
I want to see a photo.
At this point, he sees that the person.
Candace, post a photo of him then. 5'10", gray hair, got glasses. Post a photo. Post it up. I really want to see the image of this green pickup truck, because she's already talked about some cars and people, getting rentals and all of that. You would think she would at least use part of her previous lies and incorporate that into this. He said at La Quinta Inn, he was one of the passengers on the blue Egyptian plane or the yellow one, whichever one was moving. He rented a car that I showed you all 3 weeks ago, that Toyota RAV4. Those SUVs and all of that. While I'm putting up pictures of people's houses and shit. Yeah, he rented one of those cars. And then he drove to UVU. She's not even sticking to the same thing she's been saying for the last 2-3 weeks. Like, at least make sure you're consistent with the lie if you're going to tell it. I don't encourage lying. I just don't. But at this point, this is just shameful, Candace. I can tell you're off script.
That is with him.
Oh my
and
God.
he said certain that the person that is with him
Yes,
is
certainly.
Brian
Therefore.
Harple. Yeah. Okay. Oh, it's about to get even more interesting. So, and again, I'm going to say allegedly because I wasn't there. But I.
Oh, now you say allegedly? Candace, you realize saying allegedly does not even clear you from defamation. It just doesn't. You can't say allegedly and then purport something to be a fact. And you failed to post up the image of this pickup truck or any security camera footage of any male or female checking into a hotel. That's not the La Quinta Inn, by the way. So they got doxxed for nothing. So you're not posting photos along the way to even prove that this stuff is real. And now you're finna say that they met with this real person that did an interview, knowing he's gonna come back and say, I didn't meet with none of these people. Tell Candace to keep dreaming. Now I want her to post up these people. See, here's the thing. Turning Point, they got to learn. It's not necessarily their response to her. It's what they say. You can literally use her own words against her. As opposed to saying that's not true, what they should say is, can you post up a photo of this person that I met with? Can you post up the hotel images of this person checking to the hotel in that green Ford pickup truck or green pickup truck? Because she didn't say Ford. Green pickup truck. I would have actually, I'm like sitting here saying, okay, what's the make and model of the vehicle? What's the license plate number? Like, that's how they should respond to her, with a bunch of questions, with a shit ton of questions. Don't respond to her saying, no, I didn't. Yes, I did. Go back and forth. Nope. Don't even do that song and dance. Just hit her with a bunch of questions about it. What's the make and model of the vehicle? What's the license plate number? You said he's 5'10" with gray hair and wear glasses. That could be anybody. You need to be more specific. What article of clothing was he wearing? If we're getting to the maroon shirt thing, at least that's one lie she's tying into this. Why couldn't he have been one of the ones that flew in on the Egyptian plane? Or rented one of those cars she's talked about? Where's the photo of this person? Who's the female he was with? Was he cheating on his wife, Candace?
Have spoken to this guy, and I very much trust what he is saying. I think he is very credible. Okay. So he sees Brian Harper come out, this older guy, and that he has, what then happens is first the guys that are checking him in are friendly. He explains to them, yeah, this is what happened to me. I just want to speak to somebody. They're like, yeah, let me help you. Then all of a sudden, after Brian, who he believes to be Brian Harple, who he's not obviously recognized at that time, he would not have known that was Brian Harple. He remembers him, obviously, because then
Wait, what? What do you mean? Candace, I'm about to snip this.
At time, he would not have known that was Brian Harple, but he remembers him, obviously. So he sees Brian Harple come out, this older guy, and that he has, what then happens is first the guys that are checking him in are friendly. He explains to them, yeah, this is what happened to me. I just want to speak to somebody. They're like, yeah, let me help you. Then all of a sudden, after Brian, who he believes to be Brian Harple, who he's not obviously recognized at that time.
He's not obviously recognized at that time. Don't you think that if he served alongside of Brian Harper will recognize him? Don't you think that? And where's the camera footage from the hotel on all of this? Where were they meeting at? It's hard to go anywhere nowadays and not be caught on a camera, because that's the part of our reality here on Earth, Candace. We understand that your mind has gone to Neptune. Not even the planet itself, probably one of the moons. You're on a moon that belongs to Neptune. Unfortunately, you did not take your body with you when you lost your mind. But what is the images of this? Where's the hotel footage? Because whether he recognized them or not is irrelevant. Will we see this on the security camera footage of the hotel? If we pull this, will these people be in that damn video? You would think she would just try to have some of this stuff ahead of time before she starts rambling on about it and can't even post up photos of this green pickup truck.
He would not have known that was Brian Harple, but he remembers him, obviously, because then the biggest political assassination since JFK happens. Suddenly, somebody hits the panic button, and two captains come out. and they escort him out of the building, and they begin what becomes a 7-hour interrogation. Okay.
Dear Lord.
They think he's a spy. How did you rumble this meeting? How did you know this meeting was taking place? He's being asked a bunch of questions. They're putting pressure on him. They're gaslighting him. I actually want to, if you give me a second, I want to read exactly what he messaged me about what took place. Just
she breaking script. Didn't I tell you all I can tell when she's off script? Didn't I say that? Candace, you are soulless at this girl. I told you all she's not on script. Didn't I tell y'all? I literally I know exactly when she's off script. Now she's about to show a phone that she's not going to put in the camera. Like last time she held up a phone. It was still far away from the camera. We couldn't even see it. George, you are bad at that too. You can't even do the camera thing right. You're a bad camera guy. Why didn't you ever zoom in on her phone? Or tell her, you know what, dear, I think you should, post up the info on your video while you're talking about it. That way people will believe you. Blah, blah, blah. Like he didn't even try to tell her that.
It's incredible. It's actually just incredible how he describes what their strategy here of attempting to gaslight him into believing that he was a spy or that he was working for somebody. And he's like, no, I'm just here over an incident that happened 35 years ago. I'm trying to get answers regarding it, and they're putting pressure on him. I'm going to...
Oh, God.
He says he's being interrogated. He is, quote, being accused of being a bomb threat because...
Candace, post the text messages. You see, this is how fact checking works. Candace, post up the text messages. Did she post it up on Twitter X? Maybe she's posted the text messages and I don't know. Did she post these text messages up? Are they on Twitter X? Can I go over to Twitter X and see these text messages? Post up the text messages. Oh, honey, listen, Candace don't scare me. I'm asking for the evidence. She could have done this in real time while she's talking about it. Why would she wait till after the fact? I understand. You may not understand how journalism works, honey. Let me explain this to you. You don't sit here and put out information like this, and you can't show in real time as you speak about it so that people can believe that you've corroborated this stuff. It's called corroboration. You're producing evidence to corroborate your story. I don't go on because Candace said so. I don't give a damn what she says. Where is the photo of this green pickup truck? What's the make and model? What's the license plate number? I'm also going to be tuning in to those court hearings where the Macrons are going to mollywop her in court. So make sure you tune into that as well. You can't make this stuff up. Where is the photo of the car? Why is she not posting up the text? I asked a very simple question. I just want to know, did she post this up on her Twitter X account? I don't want to Google planes. For what? Google planes? Why? Why? Was this person on the plane? Did the plane land in the middle of the campus and I missed it? Because otherwise that connection has not been made. Was this individual on the Egyptian plane? The person she's talking about. Did she ever post the text messages she's about to read on her Twitter X account? Anyone know? Yes or no? It's a yes or no. Anyone see any text messages she posted up? I'm not talking about the planes. I'm talking about the text messages she's reading. Yeah, the Candy ass cult members are going to say dumb things to try to deter and deflect. I'm asking directly. Did she post up any of these text messages she's reading? No? Got it. Thank you. Thank you, darling.
I was special forces in the military, EOD in the military. They then attempted to try to gaslight me to see if they could angle an accusation of me being a threat to others or myself. When all of that fell flat, they then conferenced with base commander. After I assumed they verified that I was not there to spy on that particular meeting, they decided it was okay to send me off post. That's when I drove to Tucson. I got a room. The next morning, I turned in my rental car. I got on a plane back home, and I had to stop in Salt Lake. Upon landing and turning on the phone, My wife is telling me about Charlie Kirk.
No,
Again,
I
this
don't.
was just a coincidence. I happened.
I don't care about the planes. That's what you're failing to understand, because it has nothing to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination. Unless those planes landed on UVU campus, or someone parachuted out of that plane with a gun and shot Charlie Kirk, or this person she's talking about, these text messages she's not even posted up and has not even photographed, no still images from a hotel check-in, no photo of this green pickup truck. I don't believe the planes either. I don't. I never did. I don't have to take anything she says seriously. I don't owe her that. But it's mind-boggling why 155,000 Candy ass cult members and bots in her live stream failed to ask her to post up a photo of this Harry Myers, of anything going on inside of a hotel from the security camera footage, a photo of this pickup truck, or to post the text messages she's reading, or to post up this so-called letter, this statement she was reading to us earlier. Where's the link to that document that she was reading? That's what's so mind-boggling. I mean, if you want to sit here and kiss her ass and worship the ground she walks on, at least ask her to post up evidence as she goes along with this story. It's not our duty to sit here and to prove her right. Why is she not posting these text messages up? This could be another piece of evidence that we could see tangibly for ourselves. Post the text messages, Candace. You know, because your cult members can't seem to think outside of that.
To be in the airport at the time that you are talking about all of those strange flights that were taking place there. I did not notice anything helpful other than the fact that the airport was not very crowded. So after 7 hours, he explains to me that they were going to, they debated holding him for 48 hours.
Post the text
for this perceived, perhaps maybe bomb threat spy thing that's happening. And he's thinking, can you imagine this? They're paranoid, but he's paranoid and thinking, oh my gosh, this is more like Sinaloa cartel stuff. And I'm being treated like this because I've wanted to speak out about this story for 35 years. Both of them are wrong.
Because cartel.
Both of them are wrong. This really is just a coincidence.
Post the photo of the truck.
Adding to this coincidence is the fact, and that he got the commander's name. That obviously that questioned him for this long. He says this was the guy that was in charge, the commander.
Name the commander.
He said he was approximately 36 years old. He had brown hair, the one I'm talking about that was leading the charge on asking him all the questions and interrogating him, and that his
Give us the name of that person.
Was Captain Neff.
Huh?
I'm going. Now.
We haven't even verified that Harry Myers is real, because, you know, he changed his name and all. What was the name of the hotel she said? Because the candy asses don't ask questions at all. They just sit in that chat and just root her on and, you know, idolize her as if Jesus Christ didn't die on a cross. What was the name of the hotel she said? Because, you know, it wasn't La Quinta Inn. Can someone drop it in the chat? You recall the name of that hotel? Candace, I'm in the mood to try to find some security camera footage. Because I really want to see what that truck looked like. I'm trying to go back to it to see if I can come across it. What was the name of that hotel? Did she get the address, anything?
Essentially, he says, was the person that...
Let's get the candy ass cult members excited. Post the name of the hotel and this base of where it was supposed to be. The location of this hotel. I'm in the mood to try to get some security camera footage. Because if I do that, I'm going to obliterate Candace. You understand how fact checking works. And you know what? The candy asses don't understand it. I'll show you how it works. Put the name of the hotel. You know, and if any one of the mommy sleuths impersonating investigators have looked up the location of it, drop it in the chat. Just drop it in the chat so we can find out who these people are. Because surveillance camera would have picked them up. It would have picked up the truck from the outside. They got cameras around these hotels. So just post the name of the hotel and put down the location of where it is.
Had a heart and realized that he was not a part of any spy network, and eventually escorted him off of the base and onto his way. That's a lot of coincidence for me.
You can't make this
now
up.
He says to me, communicated this to me very clearly. So Candace, I know how these meetings work. These are the meetings that are had ahead of an operation. Like when an operation is being confirmed, you have these final meetings and they involve all of the higher ups, and you are trying to do this in a very isolated location where, people are not going to accidentally happen upon you because they've got something to say about what happened 35 years ago. And that is what he happened upon. And I don't know what to make of this information other than he feels that he then recognized these people. He feels certain that he recognized these people in the days following Charlie Kirk's assassination. When a bunch of people go to Fox News, and obviously then we've got a massive event at the stadium, and everybody is in front of the camera eulogizing him. He feels confident that he recognizes these people. And
let's go, Max. Post up the address if you have it. It's Candlewood Hotels. Post the address up, or at least the name of the base she cited, because she said this hotel is near that base. Anyone know the location? Address, something, because she's not going to post up this stuff. She's not going to post the text messages. None of that. I ask these questions, because this is the things that, for those who want to worship the ground of Candace Owens that she walks on, you could at least ask her during these so-called premieres and post up in Twitter X and leave comments in those videos saying, can you please give the location, because the Lady Luck Club is just not going to let up. Perhaps post up the text messages as well, Candace. She never showed her phone, by the way. You all notice that? She said, let me show you all these text messages. She didn't show it. Why didn't she post up the text messages? She didn't even hold up the phone this time. She never held
interrogated.
Up the phone.
He is, quote, being accused of being a bomb threat because I was special forces in the military, EOD in the military. They then attempted to try to gaslight me to see if they could.
She could be reading her script
Captain
in the text.
Neff. I'm going. Now, I have the same question that you have, because I've looked, and it does seem that, and I never even questioned this, whether or not it's potential that Blake Neff has military connections as well. I guess that kind of I just thought this is a producer of Charlie Kirk show, but it is interesting that somebody, and this would be brother, cousin, I don't know, this is the person that interrogated him, and eventually he says was the person that had a heart and realized that.
Her phone here. You see this? She said she has some text messages from this person.
This meeting was taking place. He's being asked a bunch of questions. They're putting pressure on him. They're gaslighting him. I actually want to, if you give me a second, I want to read exactly what he messaged me about what took place.
See? Exactly what he messaged me about. So she just said this guy messaged her. Text messages. Why didn't she post those text messages? She didn't even hold up her phone to show everybody in the camera view that these are real text messages. Why don't she just post the text? She said he messaged her. Post a text message. No one asked her this in that live stream yesterday? Back to Captain Neff.
That's a lot of coincidence for me. Now he says, and I'm being treated like this because I've wanted to speak out about this story for 35 years. Both of them are wrong. Okay. Both of them are wrong. This really is just a coincidence. And adding to this coincidence is the fact, that he got the commander's name. That obviously that questioned him for this long. He says this was the guy that was in charge, the commander. And he said he was approximately 36 years old. He had brown hair. The one I'm talking about that was leading the charge.
Okay, so where are the emails? Even better, post the email so we can see the email address it came from. I text message, emails, post one or the other, both. When you're vague and ambiguous like this, you say message me. That could have been text message. How do you know it was an email? But either way, why didn't she post it? Whether it's a text message or an email, why didn't she post either? Since, vernacular and, being word salad and all this crap is somehow a thing. Why did she post either the text messages or the emails she's reading? Why didn't she post this up? I don't care which one it is. Post it up.
The one I'm talking about that was leading the charge on asking him all the questions and interrogating him, and that his name
photo of the green pickup
was Captain Neff. I'm going.
I want the text message or the emails.
Now, I have the same question that you have because I've looked and it does seem that, and I never even questioned this, whether or not it's potential that Blake Neff has military connections as well. Like, I guess that kind of like, I just thought this is a producer of Charlie Kirk show, but it is interesting that somebody, and this would be brother, cousin, I don't know, this is the person that
I understand you don't understand hypocrisy, but it's highly hypocritical to post up photos of some people wearing maroon shirts, or to dox college students, or to dox a donor. And yet, if I pull up this hotel, don't you think at some point, if there's any camera footage, try to keep up because this is logic and common sense. This is how logic works. If they're in the camera footage and that gets cross-referenced and they're identified, their name and information is going to come up either way. The difference is I don't have to put that out there. But if she posts up an email, we're trying to see what she's reading actually exists. Why doesn't she do that? She says she posted up emails before and redacted the email address. This could be text messages she was reading from. Now, all of a sudden, you all care about somebody's safety and security. I get you don't understand the concept and definition of hypocrisy. I get it. And I'm not here to change your mind on that. You can Google it. But all of a sudden, she can't post a text message or email because that would be revealing him. How? She redacts names and email addresses on anything else. She puts up text messages with no date and time stamps. So in this reality here on Earth, she can post that email or those text messages, period.
Interrogated him, and eventually he says was a person that had a heart and realized that he was not a part of any spy network, and eventually escorted him off of the base and onto his way. That's exactly a lot of coincidence for me. Now he says to me, communicated this to me very clearly. So Candace, I know how these meetings work. These are the meetings that are had ahead of an operation. Like when an operation is being confirmed, you have these final meetings and they involve all the higher ups, and you are trying to do this in a very isolated location where, you know, people are not going to accidentally happen upon you because they've got something to say about what happened 35 years ago.
So this person is supposed to be hiding, goes and checks into a very public hotel, knowing that they could be captured on security camera footage. They don't try to do an Airbnb or stay somewhere where they know that they don't have to worry about cameras. And you're talking about them not being identified. You all see here to the candy asses. It's absolutely insane. I'm not even going to ask you, do you hear or understand how stupid that is? Because you don't. But it's insane. It's stupid. If I'm trying to remain stealth and covert, I'm not staying in a hotel where I know I'm going to be picked up on a security camera footage, where someone will be able to identify me in person. If, let's say, Lady Luck Club calls this hotel and then says, did these people check into this hotel at this date, at this time? And I give a description, and then it can confirm yes or no, and then produce some security camera footage to corroborate it. That's the stupidity in this. She literally thinks that this stuff could not literally be fact checked to debunk her. It wouldn't support anything she's saying. But yet, she's got text messages and emails from somebody. She won't post it. You're trying to create an exception where there is none. Here in this reality on Earth, we don't do hypocrisy over here. I don't do that BS. I don't do whataboutisms. I don't detect and deflect and defer. Where's the location of that Candlewood Hotel? Anybody? Did I miss that? The exact location of that hotel? You can't call him that. His name is changed, remember? It's not his name. So you don't know who's going public. No way to verify this is the same person that changed his name because she won't show a photo. She didn't prove here's who he is before the name change. That way you all can see him now. it's the same person. There's a facial recognition pattern that's been done so we can see this is the same exact person that used to be known formerly as Harry Myers. He's going to go public, but she won't post a photo. One of the other cult members talking about, oh, why would she do that? To put him in danger so he can get shot? But he's going to go public. So why not post the text message and emails? Do you all see how you contradict anything she says either way? Because of lack of logic. You're trying to be right over here. That's not how that works over here. I'm the queen of this. You will not out debate me on your best day and my worst. When logic and common sense goes over your head, there's no point you can get past me with this. If he's going to go public, what difference does it make if she posts the email or the text? So you're proving my point. You can't make this stuff up.
Oh, and that is what he happened upon. And I don't know what to make of this information other than he feels that he then recognized these people. He feels certain
you don't know what to make of
these
this information
in the days following Charlie Kirk's assassination. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I'm glad you admitted that, Candace. You have no idea what to make of this information. We still want to see the photo of this green pickup truck.
And a bunch of people are doing Fox News. And obviously then we've got a massive event at a stadium and everybody is in front of the camera eulogizing him. He feels confident that he recognizes these people and that needs to be shared. He's willing to tell a story. Like I said, I have verified. He sent me so many documents, everything from his high school graduation certificate to his military documents to the police records to everything that he's speaking about that happened back then, NDAs, judges, things that he's been in court with fighting just to get out his story of what happened 35 years ago when he did the right thing, when he stumbled upon. And boy, does he have some luck. Boy, does he have some luck that he goes from one government conspiracy to what he now believes he stumbled upon, which would be another government conspiracy. Okay. What? He said that this commander, Neff, by the way, was the commander of force protection. Best he could tell, he did not get the first name. He did get an incident number, which I should have had prepared for you, but I can find it here in our chat because he sent me that too. He said there would have been no record for this if they didn't.
Oh, yeah, I just saw it. She said chat. So it's a text message. Like I said, it's not an email. You don't say message and chat if you're referring to an email. She would have said email. Because Candace has words don't exist, I guess, for her. Unless it's not convenient. Chat, text message.
Swore me as if there was a bomb threat because now, of course, there is an actual incident report and he believes that this can be FOIA requested. And that report number, if you will bear with me, I'm going to read that to you all because I think this is going to take really the whole world to investigate.
Oh, Lord.
8611-2025-MPC446. So that is the report number that was given to him by this Captain Commander Neff. And like I said, he has given me I could have just put up documents upon documents certifying that he was there.
Why aren't you doing that now?
Whether or not his descriptions and whether or not the people that he thinks he actually saw at the space, I don't know. What I will say is that something that I...
Boss, Candace, you're giving me a headache, girl. You can't make this shit up. Okay. Here's the hotel. Let me draw y'all attention to something. Because Candy-ass cult members don't understand how, journalism works. Y'all see this thing here? It's called a camera right there above that door. You know what it's going to capture? Anyone pulling up in front of this door here. There's going to be a camera at every door. It's cameras. So, where is the photo of this pickup truck? Because it's going to show up in this camera footage. The person going in, checking in at 5:30 a.m., they're going to be captured on camera. Whoever's in there, they're all going to be captured on camera. And you at least have one camera you can see visibly right here at the top, where if anyone in a green pickup truck drives, it's going to get picked up in the camera. All the doors are going to have cameras. Because you can't make this up. That's the inside. These are a hotel. Y'all see that in the back? It even got a pool. It's also gated. So the car, the people, they're going to be captured in security camera footages. Look at this lobby. They got cameras in the lobby. You can't make this up. There's a camera back here by the door at the pool. So these people better be in that camera footage along with that green pickup truck. Because fact check.
I could easily have done was to see whether or not I asked him, did you see Dan Flood? No. Well, that checks out because Dan Flood was with Charlie in Korea. And I am wondering about that. Like, why would you want to go to Japan a day before you have a college campus event, right? You have Charlie on the 5th and on the 6th of September. He is in Korea doing an event. And then on the 7th, he's in Japan and he is on CNN News Japan speaking. And so, yeah, like on the 8th, if that's when he left, maybe he left on the 9th, you got a 12-hour flight back home. And I have questions and somebody out there knows something and I don't know what to say other than this feels right. This feels right to me. This feels to me, as we were speaking about yesterday, about global trafficking and cartels and the government involved in this somehow and implicated in this somehow in ways that we don't quite understand, but that we know involves the highest possible levels of corruption, that this feels right. And like I said, he is not hiding. He is done hiding. He has been silenced for 35 years, running from his life and being gaslit about that. And the same way that I am being gaslit about that, I have a very terrifying update for you regarding people that have been trying to assassinate me. And speaking to him was, I guess, like emotionally qualifying because exactly what he's been going.
She said people trying to assassinate her. Where's the former
involved
FBI
in this somehow and implicated in this somehow in ways that we don't quite understand, but that we know involves the highest possible level.
So she could give us an incident number filed from some person whom she refuses to, show a photograph of, even though allegedly he's going to be coming out and, to the public because reasons. At some point, he's been hiding all these years. He's so sick of it. So now he's going to come out in the public, even though she didn't post any text messages that this person sent to her. She didn't give any photos of the green pickup truck. No still images of him walking in and out of this hotel. Whether it's this one or any other hotel in Arizona, in Utah, wherever, these hotels will have camera footages. That is the point I'm making. She could have gotten images to corroborate this stuff and shown in real time as she goes through the storytelling of what seems like, the dumbest story on earth. She could have done that. She could have posted up these text messages. I'm not asking for the phone number. I just want to see the information. How about that? I even said, where's the document you're reading this so-called quote unquote story from or his statements from? She didn't even show it while she's reading it. All of that could be fictitious. She is lying until I see evidence. Everyone should be saying that. She's not above being questioned or above the rule of law or above Christ. She's not God. This is asinine.
Of corruption, that this feels right. And like I said, he is not hiding. He is done hiding. He has been silenced for 35 years, running from his life and being gaslit about that. And the same way that I am being gaslit about that, I have a very terrifying update for you regarding people that have been trying to assassinate me. And speaking to him was, I guess, like emotionally qualifying because
Candace, what's the evidence of these
he's
payments?
done hiding. He has been silenced for 35 years, running from his life and being gaslit about that. And the same way that I am being gaslit about that, I have a very terrifying update for you regarding people that have been trying to assassinate me.
Regarding people that have been trying to assassinate me with no evidence or proof of any payments made from any president to Club Descent. She won't give the name of the French government employee, but she can dox a donor. She wants people to expect refunds from Turning Point USA, a nonprofit organization. And yet she won't post up the FBI text message she sent regarding this so-called alleged assassination attempt. She won't file a formal complaint to the FBI either, or give us that confirmation number. She's giving us something that means nothing to no one. She still has not put a gun in this person's hand. We don't know how he looks. No photos, nothing. She's rambling on. Won't post the text messages, nothing. Didn't post up the photo of the green pickup truck. I'm going to just keep hopping in on that.
And speaking to him was, I guess, like emotionally qualifying because exactly what he's been going through, I've been going through. He didn't have the platform to be able to get his name out. And I said to him, like, do you want to come out? And he said, yeah, I've been silent for 35 years. He said, I watch your stuff and I can't believe that you got this email. And I said to him, the chances of me seeing this were basically slim to none. And it was the first email that was in my box. And I just called you.
Post the email.
I feel God moving in that. And despite
I don't feel no God in this.
I mean, just the...
God said, leave his name out your lies. Do not incorporate God in your lies. He will show you who's God and sit you down. And he will do it in a mighty way. Don't pull God into your lies. Thou shalt not bear false witnesses. That's a whole commandment. While she's sitting here going to mandatory mass and praying, why didn't she read the Bible while she was at it? Well, why not just show the evidence of this stuff again? Post the email, post these text messages up, these chats, post it up.
The utterly demonic and satanic action and the level of collusion that had to take place for 9/10 to happen. I do also know, as I have always known spiritually, that they wouldn't get away with it. And I think Charlie, whatever vision he had, in which he knew his life would be short, and which he knew that I would not let this go because I somehow feel tied to it. And we're seeing more and more every day that somehow I am tied to this.
Yourself.
I think that this is God operating. I really do. I think
the devil is a liar, and so are you, Candace. You and the devil are both a liar. Don't pull God into your lie. You and the devil are both a liar, Candace Owens. I wouldn't even say that if I can't even show evidence on this stuff. See, this is where she tries to, weaponize Christianity and weaponize people's feelings about religion and their faith. This is what narcissists do. No different than a cult of personality. They weaponize everyone based on feelings and emotions. Facts don't care about your feelings. And when Erica Kirk is getting death threats and kidnapping threats, I don't give a damn how Candace Owens feels. Don't lie on God and incorporate him in your lie when you can't even post a text or an email or a photo or a video from a camera hotel, nothing. It is downright blasphemous.
Bless this man. Thank you so much for your service to this country.
And we don't know if he exists.
I know that he wants to. He said he would love to meet Ian Carroll, and I guess he's watching his stuff, and I will obviously make that happen and much more in the coming days. I don't expect the feds to reach out. I don't expect them to be interested in this angle.
Because you haven't filed a formal complaint. You're not there's no special treatment you get, Candace. File a formal complaint online to the FBI website. There's no official email. It's an actual complaint you file online. And make sure you check the box that you attest and affirm under the penalty of perjury your statements are true and accurate and correct. Go ahead and do that. We're still waiting on that. What's the text message she sent to this FBI agent again? Why she didn't post that up? She doesn't mind telling on them when it comes to Kash Patel doing anything. But you can't post up that FBI text message, Candace. It's not for us to fact check on that. She the one bringing forth the allegation. Not the payments from Club de Sant, the name of this French government employee that called her allegedly with this stuff. All that paper trail she said exists somehow. She didn't even ask for an email or copy of it. You can't make this stuff up.
Or this potential meeting that I think they probably already knew about. I do hope, though, that somebody else saw something and somebody knows the quickest way to FOIA request that stuff. Somebody knows how to get behind this so we can get information. I've given you the dates. I've given you the times. He has given so much more. And I know I just thank God that I saw that email. We're going to pause there.
And she won't show the email.
Obviously, email us more tips.
Yeah, he's the best guy for this email. She won't show anyone. And she won't post. Got it.
At CandaceOwens.com. And we'll get through some sponsors that we are grateful for. All right. When a mother sees her baby on an ultrasound.
Nope.
Okay, thank you guys who are correcting me in the chat. I'm obviously very new to military terms, so you guys are saying it should be E5s and E6s. And he said that these are lieutenant colonels and colonels, and that it was a big brass meeting.
Yeah, and I ask a question about grain and bullets, Candy as cult members, all of a sudden can't give information or read something. So funny how that works. Or I'm not supposed to ask my own chat. They're correcting her about rankings. But yet, we have no way to verify this person even exists. Not at all. He's supposed to be coming public, but yet you don't show us a photo or post the emails he sent or the messages or the chats. Nothing. Not a photo of that pickup truck.
He estimates that there were 12 to 13 lieutenant colonels that were in that meeting that he stumbled upon. And yeah, that's that. I'm going to leave that there. On that same note, though, however, I have no words, and I'm going to try to find them here.
No, wait, I thought you had a script. Just read your script. Because, this is a big PR stunt for you. Read the script.
For emails I did not expect to receive yesterday.
Post the emails.
Right after I spoke with him, I kept continuing on this in my tips inbox. And obviously yesterday we spoke about this Pierre in Scottsdale, and I had mentioned that he had a partner, Pierre Falcone, had a partner named Arkady Gaidamak. Didn't expect that to be relevant to anything, but they were both involved in Angola Gate, which was global trafficking at the highest levels of government. But this Arkady Gaidamak didn't show up for his court hearing, and he just was sentenced in absence for trafficking weapons, et cetera, et cetera. I explained to you that he was born in Russia, and then when Israel became a nation, he was...
a country she wants to move to and become a citizen of. Candace said flat out, she wants to move to Russia and become Russian. Why don't the Candy as cult members help her pack? And then you guys can go with her. Perhaps Russia will allow you to be a cult leader over there, Candace. You can buy some land. Name it Candyland. You can even, make it like a theme park type of thing. Perhaps horseback riding and all those good things you enjoy at Hidden Valley Ranch. You can take that to Russia with you. And no one will stop you, girl. No one. Invoking God into your lie is absolutely blasphemous.
First over there. He was also factually, and you can see in this article, a French intelligence agent. Okay. Why am I bringing up Gaidamak? Well, after yesterday's episode.
I see how she showed a photo of this man. Why can't she do this with this so-called Harry Meyer? She showed a photo of someone, but somehow she can't do that with Harry Meyer. Two people. She showed a photo of two different people, but she can't do it with Harry Meyer. What makes her think these people want to be dropped in her videos like this? Because impersonation of an investigator and all.
Katie Gaidamak. Didn't expect that to be relevant to anything, but they were both involved in Angola Gate, which was global trafficking at the highest levels of government. But this Arkady Gaidamak didn't show up for his court hearing, and he just was sentenced in absence for trafficking weapons, et cetera, et cetera. I explained to you that he was born in Russia, and then when Israel became a nation, he was first over there. He was also factually, and you can see in this article, a French intelligence agent. Okay. Why am I bringing up Gaidamak? Well, after yesterday's episode, I had asked if anybody had anything or knew anything about, Turning Point potentially working with this Pierre person. I was shocked when a flutter of emails came in from people saying that they believed Gaidamak was living in...
From people? Who are these people? I'm all for her being trolled and all. But I'm still going to ask questions as she tells these dumbass stories. I'm going to ask questions about every little thing. Because we're just asking questions here. Yeah, we're doing that. I'm not invoking God into a lie either. That's not necessary. And God doesn't like that. He also doesn't like, cults and idol worship either. But, cult members don't have a problem with that because they believe whatever she says, but not pay attention to what she's doing. Post the emails up. Thousands of people in her live stream chats. None of the cult members are asking her to post these emails. None of them.
Nashville. That he moved here sometime in June. Okay. And when I say a flurry of emails that came in, there were 7 people, mostly men, who were certain that that man aged now, is working in Nashville using the name Jonathan Schmidt. They are certain, at the very least, that he is from Israel and that he is working for a company known as Root Brands under the guise of being a technology officer, and that he has brought in and secured jobs for Ukrainians. And again, this has all transpired since apparently June. Ukrainians who he alleges are running from the war. They say he was brought in by a businessman in town named Clay Thomas, and that one of the Ukrainians that is working with him, his name is Alex Smirnov. Now, I don't know what to say other than I am positively terrified. I don't know who to contact, considering the feds. I've been telling them that there's an assassination attempt in coordination. I have said Israel, I have said France, and now I have dealt with, I have these emails, more credible information. And if it's incorrect, I'm happy to correct it. I reached out to Clay Thomas. I have reached out to Root Brands.
Of course you're incorrect, Candace. Of course you are. The fact that you won't even post these emails up is something else. Post the evidence.
And I have requested more information about this
she's still winging
Russian-Israeli employee who is using the name Jonathan Schmidt and bringing in Ukrainians. And so instead, what I'm going to do...
Wait, was he on the actual Egyptian plane, and is he that male Israeli operative? Where's the female French assassin?
I'm going to publicize this information in the hope that if you are a Tennessean and you live in Franklin and you live in Nashville and you are familiar with Root Brands and you have seen this man, and Skylar, I don't know if we have an aged photo of him, but we should try to find one.
No. Why don't you do that? You live there in Tennessee. You have a platform of 5 million bots and cult members, and you can't get these photos yourself? You can't make this up. No. This impersonation of an investigator is just hilarious when you're not even trying to do that properly.
Please, first off, you should probably contact the authorities. I certainly
no.
That. I think
nope. Y'all want to sit here and contact the authorities, but you don't trust the feds. You don't trust the government. So why are you telling them about your problems? I'm just asking questions. Why tell them anything when you don't trust them? That means you won't trust any investigation. You won't trust them at their word that they're doing something. You don't trust any evidence they show you. You won't trust any of it. So what's the point? Why bother them and get on their nerves about this? You've already irritated God for the day, invoking him in your life. Why bother the authorities that you don't trust? Because hypocrisy goes over bots' heads.
My husband has already done that. I told him that this morning. I have definitively run that to the only office that has responded, and I think taken my threat, or wanted to respond, I should say, to the threat that I've been saying about the French intelligence agencies working with Israel, and that is Tulsi Gabbard's office. I am doing everything that I can, but I am telling you that this is very scary, and if you are in Tennessee, anything. If you know this Jonathan Schmidt and you've seen him around town, if you're a real estate agent, they said he was shopping for a home in the Brentwood area. If you have seen this individual anywhere in Nashville, for the love of God, please send us.
No, why don't you go look for him, Candace? You're supposed to be one with all the powers, and all the influence, because 5 million subs, and your cult members love telling us, the cult members in the bots love telling us with these copy and paste comments. You got all of these, people watching your live streams and all this other stuff. Why don't you just do it? Why don't you walk into the authorities' office and file a complaint yourself, Candace? You want everybody else to do the work for you. That's lazy. Candace, you're lazy as hell. You don't even post up photos of this green pickup truck, images of these people in the lobby checking into a hotel at 5:30 in the morning. None of that. Post the email, the chat. Nothing. You won't even post the information up you read about Harry Meyer, who may or may not even exist because he changed his name. And somehow he's going to come forward, but no one should say anything about who the hell he is until then, because reasons. While she still posts up photos of other people. Now this man has to be cyber harassed and cyber stalked and doxxed, because she wants someone to find him, although she won't say who Harry Meyer is, because hypocrisy. God doesn't like hypocrites at all. He just doesn't. He can't stand. You either hot or cold, no lukewarm. God cannot stand hypocrisy.
It's an email, moretips@CandaceOwens.com. And I am encouraging you to contact your authorities if you are hearing any sob stories from anyone about how they're coming in from Ukraine and that they're fleeing the war, okay? I think you should contact the authorities immediately. We don't need to have a presence of Ukrainians that are quote unquote fleeing the war in Tennessee. And, I trust the Tennesseans to get this done and to pay attention.
Why don't you just trust yourself to get it done, Candace? You do it. They're not even telling her, no, ma'am, we're not doing that. We're not aiding and doxing. That's a cybercrime. Because if you think you're going to the authorities about doxing someone whom you can't prove with any legitimate evidence, should or should not be even buying a house in the state of Tennessee, I guess, then why do you expect that they will not investigate you for doxing them? And then for sicking your cult members and your fan base after them to cyber harass and threaten this man and prior to his private life because he's trying to buy a home. Somehow that's not supposed to be investigated. Candace, impersonation is a felony.
I think you should contact the authorities immediately. We don't need to have a presence of Ukrainians that are quote unquote fleeing the war in Tennessee. And, I trust the Tennesseans to get this done and to pay attention. And I want to say this, by the way, everywhere in America.
The hell she just say? Someone's fleeing the war should not be living in Tennessee, so they don't have the right to refuge?
I think you should contact the authorities immediately. We don't need to have a presence of Ukrainians that are quote unquote.
We don't need a presence of Ukrainians that are quote unquote
fleeing the war.
Fleeing the war. So they're supposed to be subjected to living in a war zone? Would she say the same thing if it was Gaza? Are you kidding me? So obviously, her and the candy ass cult members don't understand the concept of seeking asylum. Who says people have to live in a war zone?
In Tennessee. And, I trust the Tennesseans to get this done and to pay attention. And I want to say this, by the way, everywhere in America,
work for her.
I've heard there's a major influx of.
So she's admitting that she's giving out orders for people to go and cyber harass, cyber stalk, and dox someone. You see this now? She said, I'm expecting people to get this done. So she's giving you all orders to go out and commit crimes by following somebody that deserves to have right to privacy.
If you are hearing any sob stories from anyone, more tips at CandaceOwens.com. And I am encouraging you to contact your authorities if you are hearing any sob stories from anyone about how they're coming in from Ukraine and that they're fleeing the war, okay? I think you should contact the authorities immediately. We don't need to have a presence of Ukrainians that are quote unquote fleeing the war in Tennessee.
Wow.
And, I trust the Tennesseans to get this done.
Yeah, you're sitting here. That require they would have to track these people down and do something that they're not given any legal authority to do. They would have to track him down, practically stalk this person, and put his information out there to take out because they're not going to take it to the authorities because remember, they don't trust the feds, right? They don't trust the authorities. Or did she not forget that? They're supposed to report something to the authorities they don't trust. They don't have no faith in. How much more flakier is this going to get? They can't even be consistent with saying we just don't trust the feds. We're not reporting anything to the authorities. They can't even be consistent with that. Candace, you are soulless at this. So here's yet another man that's got to be cyber harassed.
And to pay attention. And I want to say this, by the way, everywhere in America, I've heard there's a major influx of Ukrainians
reporting him to the authorities for no
fleeing
reason
that are building up in Washington. That is something to be worried about, you guys. That is something to be very concerned about, okay? Because it is during wars where the most dangerous people are allowed into other countries under the guise of being refugees. That is how they take over other countries.
So people from Gaza fleeing that war shouldn't come over here? Because, Candace is allegedly concerned about, people dying in Gaza, right? So are they not allowed to seek asylum here? Are we saying this all about everyone fleeing from a war, Candace? Because if not, why are you singling out Ukrainians? Why not encourage people from war zone areas to come over here and seek asylum? This man trying to buy a house and live in peace. You really think he wants your cult members coming after him? So you understand if you file a false report to the authorities that you all don't trust, by the way, that he can file one right back on you for giving out this command, sending out your goons and your cult members and your bots to go and follow this man and cyber harass him. You're giving out marching orders like a cult leader, because cult. So the cult members are going to do exactly what she says because they don't have brains to think for themselves. So yes, here are your marching orders to the candy ass cult members. Your cult leader has given you marching orders to go out and cyber harass someone. Do understand if you do that, he can file a report right back on her and all of you, because she's the one giving out the orders and you all are the ones dumb enough to do it.
And you need to keep your eyes and your ears peeled for how these Ukrainian quote unquote refugees are organizing. I don't think there's a reason for any Israeli intelligence and French intelligence officers to be here in Nashville. So again, if you know something, please email us more tips at Candace.
You don't think? What if they have some sort of joint military operations going on? You don't get to dictate what the military does, Candace. Not at all. You dictate nothing. You don't even want to make George a sandwich. This is the same person that's afraid to face Erica Kirk and fly out to Phoenix to say something face to face. Same person here, but sending out marching orders to her cult base to go and cyber harass somebody.
If you work for the local FBI department, you should have been hearing from us. But if you would like to directly contact us, please email us. We will be looking out. And like I said, Root Brands apparently is who has hired this individual under the guise of working under a technology officer. He's supposed to be a billionaire, so why would he be working at all? If this is the correct individual, I'm not buying the name Jonathan Schmidt. I will say that.
Never mind. He buys a home and he adds to our economy and the economy of the state of Tennessee by purchasing a home. He's a billionaire. I wonder how much he's prepared to drop on a home that will go into the economy of the state of Tennessee. Candace can't even show that she's giving money to a charity. Because she's a Grinch and all. Yeah, Candace, you're the Grinch that stole Christmas spirit, stealing the hopes and dreams of Charlie Kirk's 2 kids, not caring about the threat you're posing on them. None of that shit. Yeah, no, that means nothing. And now you're sending marching orders for cult members and bots to go out and cyber harass somebody. Because impersonation.
Or an Israeli who should be living in Tel Aviv. And I do not believe he's legally allowed to be in this country. So at the very least, perhaps also if you're watching this and you are an ICE agent or a Border Patrol agent, please get involved.
That's not how laws work, girl.
I will have more for you hopefully in the coming days. But this is very scary. Very scary. And I was always telling the truth.
Why are you scared? Yeah, she's scared when she goes to Dollywood. I just want y'all to remember that. She went to Dollywood with little to no security. Yeah. Because reasons. Candace. We don't care that you went to Dollywood. It's funny and ironic and hypocritical. You go to Dollywood while you're claiming someone is trying to assassinate you. And now you're scared of everything, including people coming in from Ukraine, I guess, because reasons. Not as if this man has done anything to you directly. Because, you wouldn't have a valid complaint if you went to the authorities. Oh, look, Ukrainians are coming here. Somebody call the police. Yeah, hello, this is 911. How may I help you? Yes, I would like to report a Ukrainian sighting. Candace Owens gave me some marching orders to tell you all that Ukrainians are coming here from, areas in the war. I'm also seeing, Israeli and the French military operations. They're over there on the military base doing jumping jacks. They're doing jump rope and jumping jacks. And I don't think that's right. Okay, ma'am, can you give us your address so we can find your ass for calling us and playing on our phone? Can't make this.
Coordination of an assassination attempt, which involved Israel and French intelligence agencies. Now, on that note, I am obviously taking a lot of personal risk to get out the truth to you guys pertaining to what is happening to Charlie Kirk. One of the easiest things in the world is to be a critic of Candace Owens.
Yeah. She's welcoming in a lot more lawsuits. Turning Point USA, I need to hurry up and sue the shit out of her. Go ahead. Because she's definitely going to catch it from a billionaire. You think this man is going to be willing to be subjected to being, falsely reported to authorities that you don't trust either way. Because he's from Ukraine. French and Israelis, militaries coming here. Oh, no. Lions and tigers and bears. Oh my.
The people who do not have the courage to prod this federal narrative. Among those, of course, being Tim Pool, who has now dedicated hours and now is trying to signal to the public that I don't have security, which is untrue, but he is trying to get me harmed. I don't know what I've ever done to Tim Pool to deserve that.
Candace, stop gaslighting. He is not trying to get you harmed. That man's house was shot at. He can't even live in his own home. His home was shot at. He's not stunning you. He's going to call you out on your lies. And ironically, his home gets shot at a couple days after he calls you out on your lies. Because you keep giving marching orders to your cult. Notice the terminology I'm using here. Because marching orders, code of personality, brainwash, brain rot. Words that Charlie Kirk used himself. Brain rot. You can't make this up. Now they got to file false reports to the authorities because Ukrainian, French, Israeli military, they don't belong here. The end. Not that a crime is being committed.
At all. But Tim Pool has had some very choice words for me, which were trending last night on X. And I would like to share that to you because he thinks it's an act of bravery to attack me in this moment. So take a listen to Tim Pool.
In what moment? You going to Dollywood and not having any security with you? And still can't tell us who this French government employee is that called you and told you there were payments coming to a club de sang. Who's that French assassin and that Israeli operative again? And she was specific about the gender, right? Female French assassin, male Israeli operative. Name them. Because allegedly, they're the ones, if anything, allegedly supposed to be plotting some sort of crime against Candace. Not people just trying to move to Tennessee and buy a home and live in peace. That hasn't done anything directly to her. Nope. Don't name the assassins, though, that are bad guys that kill people for money. No. Let's not name and out them. But let's go after anybody that looks like they're from France, Israel, or Ukraine now. Let's not forget the continent of Africa, the country of Angola. Am I missing a country here or a continent? She's still mad at Australia. Let's not forget about that.
Candace Owens is a f***ing evil scumbag. She is a degenerate. She is burning everything down. And she's gloating and smiling while she does it. And you know what you told me? She has no security. She doesn't deal with the shit we have to deal with. She's a piece of shit. She's making everyone else suffer. And all of these conservatives out there that send me these messages have no balls to call her out. More and more people have started doing it. They send me these messages. Good for you, Tim. Good for you, Tim. I wasn't the first person to do it. I'm not going to take credit for that. But don't DM me like I did something for you as you cower, as you power, scared that she'll put you on her thumbnail and claim you benefited from Charlie Kirk's assassination, which she's doing to me right now.
Yeah, that was the...
I'm done with these people.
She has security, just not on the level of you.
Oh, yeah, the one fat guy you mentioned with no wall and no barrier in a suburban neighborhood with neighbors. Shouldn't give two No one's out for her. She's lying about all of this. You told me you went to her house and she's got a 4-foot wall and one fat guy, and she doesn't give a about her security. Meanwhile, I get bullets fired at my property and I have to go live in the middle of...
He got bullets flying at his property. But because, the candy ass cult members don't like mean words towards their cult leader. Never. Oh no, the dear cult leader who won't post up emails, text messages, transactions from a president to Club de Sant, the French government employee that called her. What about that CIA contractor and well-known spouse that she stated called her and told her she was on a hit list? She never even said anything about that CIA contractor and the well-known spouse, well-known wife that he has. Who are those people? She doesn't post any evidence on that. No transactions at all for any assassination hit at all from Club de Sant. She didn't even ask for it. Won't post the FBI text message she sent to this high-ranking FBI agent. Not even give the job title or the ranking. Won't show any of that evidence. Wants to gaslight everyone else because the cult is going to believe what they want to believe. Let me tell you all this. To all the Luxters, to everybody that has a brain and reasonable thought. Don't try to convince the cult members that she's lying. Don't try to change their minds. I'm going to ask questions as I react to her video. Like, where's the photo of this green pickup truck? Tangible evidence that could be easily posted up. The text messages from this Harry Meyer. The emails. The chats. But what I don't do is try to convince them of anything. Because they're going to believe what they want to believe. They're going to sit here and be okay with her gaslighting them and then giving them marching orders like she died on the cross for their sins to go out and cyber harass people and make false reports to the authorities. Because those two people she pictured and photographed that she put up, but not Harry Myers, aren't committing any crime. And if they do it, I hope they know that the authorities can actually charge them for false reporting. Just like she could be charged with a felony if she filed a false FBI complaint, to which she still refuses to do. She won't do any of that stuff. But she wants to sit here and gaslight anyone. Because she doesn't care about what the cult believes. She feels like she's already got them hooked, right? She's like, I don't give a damn about these cult members, these bots in my chat. I don't care about that. I don't care about none of it. They're already worshiping the ground she walks on. Don't try to convince them of anything. That's why I find it laughable when they sit here and say, why don't you post up evidence to prove her wrong? If I could get the name of that French government employee, I sure would call them on a live stream. What's the name of the French government employee? Don't dare me to a good time. But they go around trying to threaten people's lives, talking about you're going to pay one way or the other. And yet they think it's okay to file false reports to the authorities. That's a crime, by the way. But, let them find out the hard way. I'm all in the mood for people fucking around and finding out. So he gets his house shot up while she gaslights. And still can't prove payments are being made to a club dealing with gastronomy for some assassination plot. And they're okay with this. That's why you can't convince them of anything. They're cult members. It's brain rot, brainwashed. I just don't know why she just won't go buy a piece of land in another country and take all her cult people with her. All of them that believe in her and idolize her, why don't they just go and start their own cult? But this is what happens when people sit here and say, we don't, no. We don't have to believe any of this bullshit coming out of her mouth. We don't owe her that. Candace, you're not God. And I don't mind reminding you of this every day. You didn't get on a cross and die for nobody's sins. You won't even sacrifice money to help someone. You're definitely not going to sacrifice your life for anyone else's salvation. You invoke God into your life. And you're still gaslighting people on some assassination attempt. Give me the name of that high-ranking French government employee, and I will call them live on the phone and ask them to send emails of these payments, something she failed to do because of her incompetency. I understand these words are going over the heads of these cult members because they don't define terminology or anything like that. They don't care what words mean. None of that. But his house gets shot up a day or two after he made it known that he's sick of her lying and not providing any evidence to prove anything. And yet she throws a temper tantrum when the Macron sued the crap out of her. They're going to mollywop her ass on the floor.
Of nowhere. And I got strangers coming up to my house in Maryland, breaking in. I got people showing up and beating up the residents who are trying to live there. How the am I even supposed to sell this property?
So there's a lot to unpack there. First and foremost, what you are seeing right there is not a display of testosterone. Men that speak to women like this are not tough guys, okay?
Just because your husband is not the man of the house, Candace. Just because George can't tell you to make him a sandwich. does not mean he doesn't have the right to be upset about bullets flying through his home. He's not speaking to you. He's airing his frustration. But since you want this to be all about you, then don't take offense to it. Remember, Candace, this is a PR stunt for you. This is public relations. Why are you taking it personal, girl? Why are you taking this personal? If this is all a PR stunt for you in a show, because you haven't produced any evidence, your Candace cult members can't keep up with terms. Drop the name of the French government employee. I will call that person myself, live on air, and ask them to send me the emails that she refused to ask for. We want to see those payment transactions. Facts don't care about your feelings, Candace. Send out these marching orders to your Lacotes and your bots to file complaints to the authorities. And they're going to catch it and find out the hard way why they should not be breaking the law to do that, especially when these people are not committing a crime. No one owes you any level of civility, Candace. Because Erica Kirk's kids has got to see your dumb videos of you going on and on about their father and lying about any and everything under the sun about what's happening with him. And you can't tell us who Harry Meyer is and post a photo up of that person. But Erica Kirk is getting death threats and kidnapping threats. Tim Pool's house is shot up. And somehow you taking this personal? Why? I thought Candace was tougher than this.
You are seeing is actually a display of estrogen. Everything he is doing there is somebody who is not a man, he is not tough, and he would never dare to speak to a man like that, right? People that find that very easy. Secondly, Tim Pool doesn't even have the intellect to understand that we put him in the thumbnail because he accused me in a full episode with Milo Yiannopoulos, which we showed and contextualized, of being someone who benefited from Charlie Kirk's assassination. So he thinks he's being accused. No, you accused me of that in like a actually, I think it was 2-hour episode with Milo Yiannopoulos, in which Milo defended me and explained that I am not to blame for the lame excuses that the feds have given us regarding Charlie Kirk's assassination, and that if we do need to have some spiritual searching in terms of what the Republican Party has become, that the time for that is now. Okay. So this little, and I really like this is he's a small person for this, a very small uncle, Timothy Smollett, who pretends every year like people are trying to kill him. He's a chronic fence sitter, okay? Pretending like he is braving the wilderness for being what? The 110,000th person
is she ever
who's
gonna
making
address this, Candace? This is the same Milo, right? This is the same Milo that you're sitting here talking about is defending you. This is the same Milo that said you alleged that Erica Kirk and Charlie Kirk were getting a divorce. Someone posted up that you said that. And this is the same Milo that said he thinks that Charlie Kirk was gay, and I think he was gay, and you're not even commenting on this. And you're upset because someone doesn't agree with you. He called you out. That's not an attack. That's it. You get called out all the time. That's not an attack. But you send your cult members out on marching orders to go make false reports to the authorities, tying up time, money, and resources and labor. While you still can't post an FBI text messages you sent. This man said he thinks Charlie Kirk is gay, but yet she thinks that people are supposed to still believe her when she says that she loves him so much. But she's defending this guy that said Charlie Kirk was gay twice, back to back. This is the guy she's defending, but won't even speak on what he said about Charlie Kirk. She won't even debunk this. This is the same Milo guy. You can't make this up. And now all of a sudden they're besties, and she's defending him because I guess that was his defense of Candace by saying Charlie Kirk was gay twice.
A video about Candace Owens in the wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination. He thinks he's pioneering that. Are you out of your mind? It's only the safest thing you can do. What's next? Is he going to make a video and call Kanye West anti-Semitic? Like that's what he's pioneering right now. Oh my gosh, so original.
Milo called Charlie Kirk gay twice in the same statement. And you say nothing about that, Candace? You clown. You said nothing about that heifer. You did not dispute that. You didn't even condone or denounce him saying that. You didn't say, I don't agree with Milo calling Charlie Kirk gay. I don't agree with that. And I wish he would not have said that. That is not right. He should not have said Charlie Kirk was gay twice. She hasn't even said anything about it. But this is the person she's defending that said someone she claims to love right now, that she's weaponizing and using for her own benefit for content, for those views, likes, clicks, money. Because the cult members keep reminding us all that she's rich and she's getting all these people in her chat, which reinforces the fact that she's getting views, likes, clicks, and money. But won't denounce Milo calling Charlie Kirk gay twice. And that she's supposed to be Charlie Kirk's friend. Why won't she speak on that?
Like, is he going to call Donald Trump evil in 2016? This is the storm that he's braving, is jumping on the side of what everyone else is doing. He is a fundamentally weak man for what he did there. He should apologize. He won't. I don't care.
He doesn't owe you an apology, girl. No one owes you a damn thing. When you're sitting here making these baseless allegations and you won't even post up text messages and emails from some random person that came out of nowhere because, mass and prayer. You expect no one to be frustrated about this and to debunk you and to call you out on it. Seeing how it's hurting people. Seeing how Erica Kirk has said she's getting death threats and kidnapping threats. And you want to sit here and say he owes you an apology? Girl, bye, Felicia.
What happens to his platform? He's now essentially trying out, because he's under financial pressure. He's trying out for a Zionist to pay him, and they will. Okay, they will cut him a check. And I hope it happens for you, Tim. I hope it makes you happy. But to do that to someone who has never done anything to you other than disagree with you about the Charlie Kirk narrative, I have not focused my content on you. And anytime your name has come up, it has been because you have explicitly been attacking me. You are a coward. You are less than a man. Okay, you are behaving. Your type right there is like a person who's having financial issues and yet decides to go out and put $100K on a poker game, and when he loses,
he's got the money to do that. So you're verifying the fact that he has $100,000 to burn on a poker game. So how is he having financial issues? God doesn't like hypocrites. You're literally contradicting yourself. How do you claim someone is having financial issues, but then they can afford to drop $100,000 on a poker game? Why do you care? So what? What if he dropped $1 million on a poker game? If he's got the money to do that, he's got 3 different YouTube channels. He has a huge following as well. What difference does it make? If he drops $100,000 on a poker game, no one needed to know that. I didn't know any of that until now, and who cares? It still doesn't change the fact that he does not deserve to have his home shot at. While you're sending marching orders to your cult members to file false complaints to the authorities, which is a violation of law. And if those people are stupid enough to do it, they're stupid enough to be charged with filing a false complaint to the authorities. They should be charged and go to jail.
A further $100K in the hole, comes back home and beats his wife and kids and thinks he's a tough guy. That's how you're acting right now. I'm not your wife. I'm not your kids. Get
the hell she say?
Been attacking me. You are a coward. You are less than a man. Okay. You are behaving. Your type right there is like a person who's having financial issues and yet decides to.
He's not having financial issues. He's not having any financial issues. He can afford to have a home on standby in case the one he was living in is shot at. How is that an indication of financial issues? Why is she focused in on the money? Why is that the first thing she wants to sit here and say that he's having an issue with? Why is it money? His house was shot at. Boy, you talking about soulless miscreant from hell right here.
Go out and put 100K on a poker game. And when he loses and is a further 100K in the hole, comes back home and beats his wife and kids and thinks he's a tough guy.
You see when this man beats his wife and kids? This is why you're being sued, Candace. Because defamation is not protected under the First Amendment. She who does not know laws. He should sue her for this. Because him and his wife and kids could testify against this and debunk it. I just hope they do it in a court of law.
That's how you're acting right now. I'm not your wife. I'm not your kids. Get your affairs in order and stop blaming me, because I'm actually traversing down the path that hasn't been traveled by standing up and saying,
no, you're lying like hell, and it's causing Erica Kirk to get death and now kidnapping threats.
Something corrupt happened and Charlie Kirk was assassinated. And I don't care about your midterms.
But Milo called him gay twice, and you said nothing. Nothing about it. You said nothing to defend it. I don't care who else said it. He said it, and she's now defending this nonsense. Why didn't she say something to correct Milo about that? So you're going to let somebody go and lie on someone you claim to be a friend, you're trying to solve his murder? But you're going to let somebody claim he was gay twice?
Okay, I don't care about your next year midterms and whether or not the Republican Party is united, okay? Because I don't want to stand next to people that would cover up Charlie Kirk's assassination. I hope that I have made my point perfect.
Well, Milo called him gay twice, and you said nothing.
Clear. We'll be back after.
You made no points. You just gaslit.
All right, you guys, it is getting cold outside. December is here. The weather is...
You can't make this up.
Okay, you guys.
Okay, I'm going to do this. I don't really care how long this is. We're on 4 hours and 26 minutes. If you can't hang in there, I understand. If you're hanging in there, hit the like button, and let's continue to rock on. But I'm going to do this. She just alleged somebody is beating on their wife and kid. Like, are you serious? Abusing their wife and kids. Something that can actually be disproven and debunked. Man, he can sue her for that. He can sue her for that. So, if you can't hang in there, I understand. Good night to you. Thank you for tuning in. But we're going to the episode that aired today. And we're just doing this back to back. I appreciate you all for tuning in. I really do. This is something else. Let me get some comments in while I'm doing this before we start. Oh, good God. The media won't cover it, but the community knows. Oh, God. Maybe Kenny is hoping he was gay to justify not wanting her. You know what? Yeah, because why would she not dispute it? If this is my friend, this is my brother. I loved him so much. I'm trying to solve his murder. Yeah, that's a thought. Why wouldn't she debunk Milo? Why wouldn't she just come out and say that is not true? Okay, I've talked to Milo and I told him he needs to retract these statements about Charlie Kirk being gay. It is not true. And I don't want anyone smearing him. The man is dead. He can't even defend himself against the comments. So it makes you wonder why she didn't defend it. Candace, we all know you was in love with him and you jealous as hell of Erica Kirk. But if you allow Milo to sit here and claim he was gay without trying to debunk that, no one is going to take you seriously, except your cult members, but we don't care. But no one of reasonable thought is going to take you seriously. When you can't go out and just say, that is not true. Charlie Kirk was not gay. And I hope Milo does not continue to make these statements when the man is dead and he's not here to defend himself. Why would he even say that? Is Milo gay? I'm assuming Milo is a gay man. Francisca, hit that like button. Thank you so much. Nor is she Charlie's wife, and nor does she have any business to dictate what Erica should or should not do. Exactly. Tim was homeless. He actually built his own career, unlike Candace. Exactly. Candace, you married into money. Tim Pool has 3 YouTube channels, and those just the 3 I've seen. If there are more, let me know. Correct me if I'm wrong. He has 3 whole YouTube channels that all have over 100,000 supporters on it. He has a huge following on Twitter X. So the money he pulls in, I don't think he's hurting for anything. Financial issues? Candace, are you predicting your future? The Macrons are suing you, girl. And you're setting yourself up for more lawsuits. And knowing her, she's just going to keep filing motion to dismiss and not fight a damn thing because she does not want subpoena power, especially when she doesn't understand that concept. That's a, man, you can't make that up. Diane says Candace shows Charlie and her like birds. Exactly. She tweeted that December 2022 shooting at his home was his brother, and he survived it. Tim Pool said he wasn't on the property and his brother did not shoot at his property. So why is she bringing this stuff up? Does she not understand that stuff can be debunked? If there's no evidence of a 911 call, no evidence of a home being shot up, no bullets, no nothing. I'm sure he has cameras. So there'll be no security camera footage of this. Why would she lie about something that even the lack of evidence would debunk her? Because, Candace, that's how it works in court. You make an allegation, someone says you're lying, and you can't prove it, and you have no evidence. They've met their burden on that. They've proved you to be a liar and to not have evidence. That's not something you're saying as a part of reporting or journalism or anything. You're just making a false allegation that this man abuses his spouse. It's defamatory. It is intended to be defamatory. It is intended to attack his character. That is what defamation means. When you make statements like that, you're intending for it to attack him directly at his character, even though what he said is the same thing millions of people are saying. Candace Owens is lying. She's not producing any evidence. None of this stuff is true. She still doesn't care about the FBI investigation or the investigation with the murder trial because she's already said it. She's already said, I don't care about that investigation. I snipped it. She doesn't care about how jury pool selection works. None of that stuff. So seeing that she said all this stuff and you're talking about, oh, I'm making it my life's mission to solve this assassination. You don't sit here and debunk Michael, who I'm assuming is a gay man. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is he gay? Maybe he likes men. I don't know. Why is he sitting here saying that? C5, is that a yes? Is he gay? Milo is gay? Mark, I believe the OT and NT is the word of God and that we should not add to it or take away from it. Revelation 22, 18 through 19. There you go. I did, Francisca. I love those bristlings. Candace lies effortlessly. Exactly. This one was her absolute worst. Keep them coming. Let's see here. Yeah, Candace completely made up the story about the shooting at Tim's old house. And it blamed his brother for it. You don't think his brother, Candace, his brother can easily come out and say, no, I didn't do that either. So you're falsely accusing his brother of having committed a crime. Whether Candace knows, she knows that's a crime. She knows shooting at someone's house is a crime. That's beyond you just exchanging some words here. So you're falsely accusing someone of committing a crime. It's defamation, Candace. You can't prove that, and that's something you would have to prove with evidence. You giving your opinion on somebody's looks and they look like a man is one thing. You saying someone shot up someone's house. First of all, that is a crime, and you're falsely accusing them of a crime because there's no evidence to prove it. That is the definition, legal definition of defamation, making provable false statements. Falsely accusing someone of having committed a crime. Falsely accusing someone, a criminal court of having levied an action against someone. You can't make this up. Her husband is really weird. I know he is. I call him Boys Club. Candace, you say all that big talk, and yet Boys Club is in interviews talking about how he glorifies you. You know, I just let glorify her and let, you know, her glory shine through. What do you mean? I thought Christ was king. That's where they're going wrong here. Boys Club is sitting here talking about how he glorifies his wife, but somehow neither one of them is reading a Bible. Because if they did, she would know you don't sit here and brag about talking to deceased persons coming to you in a vision. You would know why you would not want to even say something like that. This is insane. And then he has some allegation from another man saying that he was essay. Why didn't she speak about that? Why won't George address this? Why won't Boys Club address that? So anything that could be potentially embarrassing for her, even if it could be proven to be true, she doesn't address it at all. Never mind the essay allegation against Boys Club. Never mind the photo of her grabbing some woman's butt. Because that's a thing that happened. Candace, you're not going to talk about that photo of you holding a woman's behind? Taking that scandalous photo? You're not going to explain that at all? Should I post up the photo? Yeah, I'm doing it. Because Candace, we're trying to figure out, you claim everything is fake and gay and all. So you're just not going to post, you're just not going to say anything about this photo of you hugging somebody's behind. This is okay for you, Candace? Let's get this on up. I'm getting it up. Candace, this okay for you? Is this good for you, Candace? You all right with this? Y'all look at this. She don't mind grabbing somebody's butt. Everything is fake and gay, Candace. But you want to sit here and actually falsely accuse someone of having committed a crime? You want to send out marching orders for your coat and your bots to file false reports to the authorities, like they got time to entertain you goons. And that's a crime in and of itself as well. I'm still daring her to file a formal complaint to the FBI through the website, like everybody else would have to do. Then post that up. Post your confirmation up of that, girl. You can't make this up. Explain this, Candace. Because everything is fake and gay. This is a photo. You can't make this up. Why would anyone want to make this up? She ain't going to speak on this ever. But you want to sit here and accuse this man of beating his wife and kid? You kidding me? I mean, I wouldn't even try to respond to that. I just sue her. That's it. My response will be a lawsuit. The end. No. You don't sit here and make comments like that. Stacey, what's going on, honey? There's a recording out there where she said she doesn't believe in monogamy. So we know what's going on with her lavender marriage. You can't make this up. My MTG may have turned my life. You don't know how to act. Milo was practicing gay. He renounced his life. He did. So he was gay. So why is he accusing Charlie Kirk of being gay? So he was gay and he stopped being gay. Okay, so he's accusing Charlie Kirk of being gay based on what now? And she said nothing. Candace said nothing about that. That's so crazy. You can't make this up. All right, y'all, let's get to this show she did today. I heard it was a doozy.
Now, I wasn't sure about Erica. I was waiting kind of a situation for her to be in, obviously, having lost her husband, becoming the CEO and the chairman of a company. It's just a lot of transition, and it's nice to wait for more information before you prejudge or just make an assumption about somebody and it maybe is not based in reality. Well, we are getting a lot more of Erica Kirk this week. I'll tell you that because she has been doing the rounds in the media really over the last couple of weeks, and she just gave an interview live with Harris Faulkner on Fox News where she finally addressed the quote unquote conspiracy theories. And I have to say this because it's true, but it completely missed the mark for me. I am sorry, it just has. But the good news is that she is now unmurkying the water in terms of her intentions with this massive political organization. That's good news, truly, because we knew Charlie, and now we are getting an opportunity to know Erica. Plus, later on in the show, it's Knives Out for Tucker Carlson.
What does any of that mean? It missed the mark for you. Who cares, Candace? She's getting threats to be kidnapped. Her children are watching this stuff. Her daughter is still asking her, when is daddy coming home? Who cares if it missed the mark for you? You're lying. You don't. First of all, you're the one creating all these dumb conspiracy theories. You didn't have to believe everything in the indictment. No one's telling you to do that. But why did you have to lie about it? Whatever loopholes that you could legitimately base a fair argument on would have been sufficient. Why lie and embellish? And then you want to bring God into that. God is giving me the, giving me this in a message. I feel like God is approving on this. No, God said, leave him out of this. Leave his name out your mouth when you lying, girl. You and the devil are a liar. God said that flat out. He don't like that.
As always, he's trending right now because he has officially waded into the who killed Charlie Kirk narrative. And since he is not a bought and paid for Fed, he is siding with not just the American people.
But she wants the feds to communicate with her about some sort of allegation for an assassination, though. Where she won't even post the FBI text message or file a formal complaint.
People worldwide. And he says that he's not buying the official narrative. And there are some lingering questions. And he confirms what I told you about the Egyptian planes. So let's jump right back into this.
Who confirmed this? Tucker Carlson? Who cares? Is he a pilot? Perhaps he's Egyptian and we don't know it. What?
Look, I have been very patient. I do tend to focus on the evidence that's in front of us. Obviously, asking questions when we come up across something that someone has said and it doesn't add up, or if they lied, create a list. And you guys were
you can't prove that they lied because you're not posting emails and text messages from this Harry Meyer
coming after me because I was saying, look, we can write into our imaginations how Erica is thinking or how she's feeling or what she should be wearing, but she hasn't actually said anything yet, right? That was my stance. She hasn't actually said anything yet. Give her a chance, okay? And now
she never said that. When did Candace say this? When did she actually say give her a chance? You had her cult members already dogging Erica out on the day of the memorial. I mean, they were dogging her out from day one. This is what happens, Candace, when you pre-script your shows and pre-record it, and then you just premiere it and not care about what's going on in the chat. And you're only reading comments that embellish you and your pride and ego and your hypocrisy and your narcissism. This is what happens. You failed to read the room. Your cult members were already saying they couldn't stand Erica Kirk the day of the memorial service. Where you been? You never said give her a chance because they probably would have, because marching orders and all.
Oh, she's making the rounds in the press because Charlie's book,
she gets the right to do
it. Humus book, is coming out about the Sabbath, and she's speaking about the quote unquote conspiracies as she sits down with a lot of these news anchors. So first and foremost, she's sitting down here with Harris Faulkner, and I just want to show you a couple of clips from this sit down, which is now trending. And she begins by
no, she's so mad about it being trending. Oh no, it's gonna bump you out of this imaginary #1 spot you thought you were in when it's just a category for downloaded views.
Addressing the question, which has been in the air, regarding where Charlie Kirk is buried. That question resurfaced this week in a big way because Milo Yiannopoulos and a few others have asserted with
Milo, who called Charlie Kirk gay twice,
absolute certainty that Charlie has not yet been buried. That's what they're saying. They say they have proof of that.
Who they? But never mind the fact she put up that hospital information. How can you say he's not buried? What in the entire F is going on? Candace, just because you weren't invited to the very private funeral that was held does not mean that you sit here. Why perpetuate something like that? Once again, with no evidence. So if she could go to a gravesite and prove he was buried there, what in the hell evidence do you think you can produce to prove he's not there? Because we don't know, but we know, and we don't know. We know, we don't know. She don't know no good.
And at first, Harris Faulkner is asking about that claim.
This is horrendous.
Talk to me about this part of the conspiracies that are out there, this disturbing part that people are trying to guess where Charlie is.
Can I have one thing? Can I have one thing? Can my children have one thing?
A moment's peace.
Everything was public. We will be building the most beautiful memorial for my husband at Turning Point USA, and it will be for the world to see, and it will be spectacular, and it will have basically museum style for our Charlie, for my Charlie. But can I have one thing? Can my babies have one thing where we hold it sacred, where my husband is laid to rest, where I don't have to be worried about some secular revolutionary coming and destroying my husband's grave while my daughter is sitting there praying? One thing. This is my husband.
Candace is absolutely soulless. I want you all to look at this blank facial expression. Just look. This whole dark aura. She has no soul. I've told you all this before. I've said this a few times, actually. When you look at this and how she looks at Erica in this video, it's like this deep-seated disdain. I'm assuming she's about to unleash the fury now.
Husband. Yes, he was Charlie Kirk to the world, and I know so many people love my husband, and I am grateful for that. But this is my husband, and I want to be able.
I got that wits. Oh, Candace. She didn't like that. Look at this demon getting mad.
And destroying my husband's grave while my daughter is sitting there praying. One thing. This is my husband. Yes, he was Charlie Kirk to the.
Y'all saw that shit like, Candace, you just so jealous, girl. Yep, blink rate is picking up. She's starting to blink, the blink rate. Typically, when there's some physiological changes going on, when you're under stress or you're lying like hell, you have certain things that happen that you might not even notice or might not even be able to control, such as your blink rate picks up. Number of times she's blinking starts picking up, because we can ask questions and put this stuff out here as well. Candace, I already told you, Heifer, 2 can play this game. I don't even have to be conspiratorial about it. Those are things you can Google and research. Physiological behaviors that occur when the body becomes under stress, when you're lying, when you're uncomfortable. All this stuff starts happening. She's moving, rocking, almost like trying to soothe herself. Starting to blink a lot faster. She's wincing and all this mincing and stuff. Girl, why are you making all these facial expressions?
And I know so many people love my husband, and I am grateful for that. But this is my husband. Yep. And I want to be able to have one thing left that is sacred to our family, to my in-laws, to my babies, and to my parents.
Look how fast you blinking.
Okay, so on its face, I actually agree with that. I think that when people are being buried and where they're being buried and how their funerals are done, that is a very private matter. Okay, so objectively, I agree with what she's saying. Okay, but subjectively, because we are dealing with the subject of Erica Kirk and what transpired immediately following Charlie's assassination, this is going to be read as Meghan Markle syndrome. Okay, Meghan Markle syndrome, where you.
What the hell is that? Oh, fuck. I don't even want to have to. Oh, God. Someone just put in the chat. What the heck is Meghan Markle syndrome? What is Meghan Markle syndrome? This projection is what she did. How does one pray that a Christian organization goes down? That's demonic. Exactly. Tell her, Erica. What is Meghan Markle syndrome? I have no idea what that is. An imposter? What the hell?
Want privacy when you want it, but you want publicity whenever you want.
And I ask because I have no interest in keeping up with most of these people in the spotlight. I don't keep up with Meghan Markle or anything like that with her and her husband. I just don't. Meghan Markle nor Candace Owens pays my rent, but I don't keep up with stuff like that. I am going to keep my foot on her neck because she keep lying like hell. And plus, I'm definitely going to be monitoring and reporting on the actual lawsuit, that the Macrons have filed against her, that they're going to absolutely mollywop her with in court. Candace, if you catch more lawsuits, I'm reporting on them all.
And that just doesn't work, okay? It doesn't work that way. I honestly think it was said best.
Yes, it does. It works the way she wants it to work. You don't dictate that. Period.
By Bethany Frankel, not related to this situation. Bethany Frankel is on Real Housewives, a show, a reality show. And she was referring to one of the housewives who lived her life very public.
So this is a PR stunt for Candace because she's sitting here, referencing a reality show that is just as buffoonery as her lies and her nonsense on her show now. More proof that it's just a show for her. Who watches Real Housewives of anything? Who watches that show? Anybody who watched that show? Do you really watch, like, if you watch Real Housewives, are you watching it to get information, to get reporting, facts and evidence out of, or are you watching it for entertainment? I don't watch these housewife shows because most of them aren't even married. How you going to be in a housewife show and you're not a wife? Or you're on the brink of being an ex-wife? They put women in these shows that aren't even wives. Or they're halfway divorced and about to be an ex-wife. Or they're a baby mama that's been a baby mama for 1,000 years. I don't watch Housewives. Anybody else watches? Who watches Housewives? Just put in the chat. Do you watch Housewives, Real Housewives, for news and reporting, or journalism, anything like that? Because I would assume that shows like that, those dumb reality shows, that's just for entertainment. Just like the Kardashians, garbage. They're famous for being famous. One of them just so happened to be in a sex tape with a moron that just went to jail. Who watches Housewives like this to sit here and reference that? What would anybody care about a housewife show? Candace, these housewife show is garbage. Of all the shows to bring up, nothing that can be based on history or, a source for information to get facts and evidence, documentation, like none of that. Real Housewives. A show where the women aren't married.
Showcased her marriage, was buying tons of Louis Vuitton bags, and they had tons of money. And then when the relationship soured, the housewife basically asked the public for privacy. And Bethany was like, no, this isn't how it works. Like, we were riding with you on the way up, or riding with you on the way out. You don't get to pick and choose when you want privacy and when you don't want privacy. And subjectively, in the matter of Erica Kirk, this is the same person who had somebody record her over Charlie Kirk's casket. That was not our business, truly. And I can say that decision was made by her. And there is, some credence to the claim that everybody grieves different.
You know why? Because now you have these dumb idiots saying that he's not even buried. You had people then saying, I don't think he's even dead. And she shouldn't have done that. Because once you start entertaining the ghouls and the cult members and the buffoons and the bots, you got to keep doing it. But the fact is that people were saying this man is not dead. Just like now they're saying he's not buried. And she's repeating that nonsense. You don't even repeat something that you feel is not true and you feel is so outlandish. It's like, I don't even want to have to repeat this crap. Why even bring this up? And it's, once again, it's proof that you can't please cult members because nothing you do will satisfy them. Some of these people are so conspiratorial. They're not in this reality. So why show them any evidence of anything? Why try to prove to them anything? Why try to convince them of anything? For what? They're not tapped into this reality. So nothing in this reality for them is real. They question what they're breathing into their bodies. They probably question whether or not they're human beings with blood flowing through their veins. Might be antifreeze. Who knows? Some people are so conspiratorial, they question life itself. Are we living in a real world, in a matrix? Are we in a bubble? They're that conspiratorial. They feel like they're going to wake up and have a bunch of plugs releasing them from an eggshell in the year 3819. That's how far gone some of these people are. There's no reaching that. So leave them lost. If they've lost their mind, let them stay gone. Just like with Candace. I don't care if she comes back to Earth. It doesn't mean I'm going to stop debunking her, though. Candace, we just wish if you're going to leave Earth mentally, go ahead and leave Earth physically. Just get a rocket and just fly your ass to wherever moon you're on right now. You can't make this up.
I wouldn't even record myself over a casket ever, okay? Some people maybe perhaps want to have that memory, but the decision to publish...
But you keep watching the actual shooting, the assassination of Charlie Kirk in several different videos over and over and over and over and over again. You somehow want to live in the moment of him being shot. But, when it comes to a casket where people are saying, I don't think he's even dead. Somehow that's a problem. Never mind, that conspiracy was floating around when he first got shot. Never mind that. Now he's not in the ground. He's dead, but he's not buried. You can't make this up, but she wants to relive the day he was shot.
That you crying over your husband's casket and to publish his dead body on Instagram was a decision that was made by Erica. And we can watch that. Take a look.
Oh, I love you. I love you. I love you. I know. I love you. I love you. I love you. God bless you.
That is an incredibly personal and an incredibly intimate moment that you invited the public into. Okay, there was no reason to do that outside of wanting to share something that was very private with the public.
And for that reason, why is she being attacked for it again? Why now all of a sudden that moment is somehow being translated to, I don't believe he's in the ground. I don't believe he's buried. You see how these dumb conspiracy theories go on forever and ever? How anyone can infer that he's not buried from that video, I don't understand. I mean, he's clearly in a casket. He's dead. He's deceased in the casket. But somehow, idiots got out of that video. Now he's not buried. I don't believe he's in the ground. What the hell? It was something she wanted to share. So what, Candace? So what? Whether you think it should have been shared or not, it's irrelevant. And I could say the same thing because I just wouldn't want to share that, giving the trolls more dumb things to say. Because look how this is still being perpetuated. But it's her prerogative. It's not for me to say she should not have done it. I wouldn't have done it, but it's not for me to say she shouldn't have done it. That's something she wanted to do. Probably something she felt she had to do because people were lying and saying he's not dead. This is ridiculous. Let her do what she wants. I don't get it. It was her husband. This is what she wants to do. Let her do what she wants. I'm just trying to figure out, how do you infer that he's not buried from that video?
And now you fast forward 3 months removed, and it's why does the public want to know where he's buried? It doesn't work like that. You have to make a decision. I want this always to be private, or I want this always to be public. That's my personal feedback.
How do you question burial from that video? How do you question it? Where is he buried from that video? He's deceased. Let's say this. What if he was cremated? Would it matter? What if he was cremated? It's her husband. It was her husband. What if he's cremated and he's sitting in an urn? I'm saying what if. I'm not saying he is. What if? What if he ended up being cremated? What difference would it make? It still would not prove the dumb theory that he's not buried. What if he was cremated? These people were saying he wasn't even dead.
There.
Oh, my
Later
God.
on in this same interview, she launches into a strong defense of Turning Point USA employees who have, just as a matter of fact, told many lies, many inconsistencies. These are verifiable. So they are currently lying to the public, or they have lied to the public, but she is going to deliver quite an impassioned defense regarding.
Turning Point should sue Candace. You should just sue her and be done with it. She's the only one generating these conspiracy theories. And Erica Kirk doesn't have to say Candace's name. Don't validate her existence here on Earth. Candace has already lost her mind. Let us stay lost in space.
These particular individuals and the organization as a whole, and I want you to hear her passion. Take a listen.
What are they taking from you right now?
Nothing. But I will tell you what they are doing. It reminds me so much of chapter 6 in the book of Nehemiah. He is building a wall, and the townspeople are at the base of that hill saying, Nehemiah, calling him all these names, saying all these things, come on down. Every single time he had the same message 4 times in a row. I cannot come down. I am busy building. That is how I feel. I do not have time to address the.
Y'all see this blink rate? It's like, demons tremble when they hear the Bible being read, scriptures being quoted. I just, every single time she looks at Erica Kirk, her blink rate just increases. It's hard to miss. It's really hard to miss. because it's abnormal.
My silence does not mean that I am complacent. My silence does not mean that somehow Turning Point USA and all of the handpicked staff that loved my husband and my husband loved them is somehow in on it. We are busy building. And you know what I thought? I thought these people are human. We are all grieving in our own way. And they are trying to find the answer to something that happened that was so evil. They are trying so hard. And I get that. We're doing the same. Anytime we hear a lead or anytime we hear anything, we send it to the authorities. Please dig into this. No rock will be unturned. I want justice for my husband, for myself, for my family, more than anyone else out there. So for me,
more than Candace.
You want to keep telling me to come down while we're building? I don't have time for that. But here's my breaking point on that. Come after me, call me names, I don't care. Call me what you want, go down that rabbit hole, whatever. But when you go after my family, my Turning Point USA family, my Charlie Kirk Show family, when you go after the people that I love, and you're making hundreds and thousands of dollars every single episode, going after.
The fuck is going on with Candace? Are y'all seeing this? Why is she making that face? She's the CEO of Turning Point. If she sees Turning Point as her family, why is she making that facial expression like she shouldn't be saying that? What is wrong with her?
Please dig into this. No rock will be unturned. I want justice for my husband, for myself, for my family, more than anyone else out there. So for me, you want to keep telling me to come down while we're building? I don't have time for that. But here's my breaking point on that. Come after me, call me names, I don't care. Call me what you want, go down that rabbit hole, whatever. But when you go after my family, my Turning Point USA family, my Charlie Kirk Show family, when you go after the people that I love.
Why is she looking like that? What is this look? What's wrong with her? What is wrong with Candace? You can't make this up. Look at her facial expression, y'all. What the heck is wrong with her? Why is she making this facial expression? Does Candace not realize that even if she doesn't say your name, which I don't think Erica Kirk should ever recognize her existence on Earth, your facial expression tells it all, Candace, and I'm snipping this. Your facial expression is telling on you. It's like a hit dog hollering. A hit dog is hollering right here. Why do this? If you don't think she's talking about you because facts don't care about your feelings, then why are you making this facial expression? You can't make this up.
And you're making hundreds and thousands of dollars.
Why is she looking like that?
Every single episode.
She's smiling.
Going after the people that I love because somehow they're in on this. No.
I'm sorry, but that whole thing right there is frustrating. And I'm going to explain to you why.
No, it's not. Your facial expression to this is frustrating. Because she has the right to say these things. She's the CEO of Turning Point USA. And whether you like it or not, she was married to Charlie Kirk. And we can all see you don't like it, Candace. How is that frustrating for her to say, don't go after my family? Don't come after my company. Don't come after my employees, the people I love and care for here. Come for me, but don't go after them. This is how CEOs respond. Being the CEO of Turning Point, she's saying, you want to sit here and have all this venom and angst? You want to direct all that energy somewhere? Come for me with it. Come for me. But don't come after my Turning Point USA family, my Charlie Kirk Show family. Don't go after these people. Come for me. She's literally taking on the mantle as the CEO to say, you want to say something and direct something towards anyone? Come for me. And that's a bad thing? How is that a bad thing? The Candace cult members are already doing that. So why is this a bad thing for her to say, come for me? Don't go for them. You're going after people that have nothing to do with nothing. That shouldn't have to even respond and justify to your nonsense. Now come for me. She's the boss, Candace, whether you like it or not. Erica Kirk is the boss lady. Hashtag boss lady. Hashtag boss lady in the chat. Erica Kirk is the boss lady. She said, I'm the boss, B. Come for me. What child? You know, if Erica really had the opportunity to just say what she really wanted to say, child, she would go straight up. She would ether Candace's soul. Oh, you know, whatever's in there, because she don't have a soul. She would ether Candace's lungs. Erica sitting here saying, come for me. Call me names. Say whatever you want about me. Come for me. But don't go after them. I'm the CEO, heifer. Hashtag boss lady. Candace could just go directly after Erica Kirk. What? Why not, Candace? Why not go face Erica Kirk? Didn't I tell you all? What I tell you all? I said Candace Owens will not face Erica Kirk face to face on any day. December 15th, 14th, 12th, 10th, don't care. 20th, 25th, 30th. She will never face Erica Kirk face to face. Because Candace is being a coward. Erica Kirk said, no, come out here face to face and tell me all this stuff you're trying to say. Of course, she signed off on that. She's the CEO. Somehow, Candace Owens and the coat don't understand the concept of being the CEO. She's the boss lady. She's saying, come for me with this. Direct all that energy my way. Don't go after people that have nothing to do with this. These people trying to live their lives. Come for me. You want to come for somebody, come for me. Because what she's going to do is ignore the hell out of you. And still not say your name and recognize your existence on earth, Candace. She's showing you a masterclass of how not to entertain the trolls. That's what Erica Kirk has been showing for 4 months now, since September 10th. A masterclass at how to ignore the buffoonery. She's saying, if you bring me all this energy, I know how to ignore the hell out of you and not respond to you. Something Turning Point needs to start doing. They need to, listen, take a page from your CEO. Stop entertaining Candace. Unless your CEO says, we're going to respond to this head on, because we need this stuff on the record. We need to be able to debunk all these lies and conspiracy theories. We want to just do this on the record as a formality, because prayerfully there's a lawsuit about to drop. And they want to be able to meet that malice intent. Because otherwise, don't do it at all. You've been doing great, not even entertaining her, not saying anything, and staying silent. This is what Candace wanted. She wants Erica Kirk to say something she can react to for content. And still, Erica Kirk didn't say her name. Of course not. Why give her that energy? But yet, Candace Owens won't fly out to Phoenix on December 15th and face Erica Kirk face to face like a grown-ass woman. Yeah, okay. Candace, you giving all them facial expressions and talking all this mad ish, but you can't fly your behind out and face her. Put your big girl pants on, girl. Get rid of that yeast infection and go fly out to Phoenix. Get that monostat 7 down there for them recurring yeast infections and fly your ass to Phoenix and go face Erica Kirk face to face. Look her in her eyes and tell her her husband is not buried. Look her in her eyes and tell her that she's a part of a cover-up. Look in her eyes and tell her everything is fake and gay. You weren't real in Charlie Kirk's life. I dare you, Candace, to fly your ass out there to Phoenix and face Erica Kirk and say all of that nonsense you've been saying for 4 months. Say it to her face. Say it to her face. It's the ultimate PR for you, girl. It's the ultimate public relations strategy for you. Go say it to her face. I dare you. Why cower it out now?
I just do not accept any of that. First and foremost, the idea that she does not have time. Okay, she definitely has time, okay? She's done Hannity, she's done The Five, she's done Fox and Friends, she's done Outnumbered, she's done Megyn Kelly Live, she sat down with the New York Times. She made time, by the way, in case you don't remember, to fly to DC for Sergio Gore to be sworn into the ambassador to India as the ambassador to India, which feels kind of obscure and not necessarily related to Turning Point USA affairs, building affairs, or whatever it is. But sure, that's fine.
Because she's CEO. She's CEO of Turning Point USA. She's the president of the board for the Turning Point Endowment. For all the subsidiaries. She owns it. Candace, here's the question. Why won't you book a flight, go to Phoenix, and just say all of this to her face? Why are you expecting her to do this all over social media? They already said they're going to live stream it. They're just not going to aid in you making money in your video. They're not going to send anything to you virtually. She wants you to say it to her face. Why are you having a problem doing that, Candace? Why not just go fly out? Why don't Candy as cult members convince your cult leader to face Erica Kirk one-on-one, face-to-face? Why not do that? Accept the challenge, Candace, and go out there to Phoenix in person, face-to-face with Erica Kirk. Do it. We'll all watch that. Do it. You want the PR, you want the views and the clicks and the likes and the money. You want to still be able to make some money off of this? Go out there and do it. Bring your camera crew with you. That way they can record you and live stream to your channel in person. And then Turning Point USA will live stream to their channels in person. Who said you couldn't bring, Georgie Borgie with you? Who said you couldn't bring Boys Club with you and record it? He can record it on his cell phone and live stream it to your channel. Why don't y'all fly out there and do that? They can't stop you from recording. So go out there and then you go in person, Candace, meet Erica face to face and record it. Get Boys Club to record it. He's already standing behind the camera in every show you're doing, all these pre-scripted shows where you lie like hell. So if you're going to lie, why not be bold enough to go lie to her face directly? We would all love to see that. Go tell it to her face. Candace, why are you being a coward now? Whatever venue they're in, I'm sure they won't have a problem if Candace Owens came in person. They would not have a problem with Boys Club recording Candace and live streaming it to her channel. And then they still have their live stream to their channel and to their show. Who said she wouldn't be able to record if she was there in person? Why go through all this nonsense and all this temper tantrum, all this fluff, Candace? Go say it to her face. Say it to her face.
I mean, obviously, you're also allowed to be a person if that's the homie and that's what you want to do. Sure. But we are indeed speaking about a coast-to-coast flight to stand up next to somebody and basically say, Charlie loved you. That was like the 15-second speech that she gave, right? Here's actually, we have a clip of that speech that she gave.
She should go to say it in her face. The arrival. Why can't she just fly out there and tell Erica Kirk to her face how she feels? Why is that such a hard thing to grasp? Why is that a foreign concept? I understand that you people are not here on Earth in this reality, but why would it be so difficult for Candace to just fly out there and say all of this stuff in person directly to all these people at Turning Point and to Erica Kirk? So she can ask them questions directly. I'm literally saying, because maybe you don't speak English or you're not computing this fast enough as a bot. I'm literally saying she should go out and ask these questions and say all of this in person to Erica Kirk's face. Why don't you just go out there and do it? You're making a comment that is literally against what I'm saying. I'm saying she should go in person and then ask those questions in person. No one's saying she can't ask questions. Go out there in person. Why be a coward about it now? Why are you cult members sitting here letting her punk out on this? Why y'all not challenging her for it? Why y'all not challenging her to go out there and fly out? Now all of a sudden y'all letting her punk out. Now she punking out. Tell her to go out there. Fly out there in person. And then go ask these questions in person. She's got a grand opportunity to fly out in person. All of a sudden, y'all are sitting here encouraging her to punk out. Y'all such a pathetic cult.
He was also very good friends with a guy named Charlie. We just knew him as Charlie, and his
can't make this
wife,
up.
who we love so much, is here with us. And maybe
you
know how close they were together. Maybe Erica, you could say a couple of words, please.
Charlie loved you. It's hard not to get emotional because I know that he would have been the first phone call when he found out that you were going to be taking this position. And the way that I was able to witness the two of you work together for years and to champion and support the president was absolutely humbling to witness. And I am so proud of you. And Charlie is going to be with you every single day in spirit. And I will be praying for you every day because I know that this is just the beginning of an incredible opportunity for you. And sir, thank you for allowing Sergio to have this beautiful moment.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dora.
Oh, shout out Linda Walker.
That's just an ambassador to India swearing in ceremony. Again, if that's your friend, you want to be there, that makes sense. She's also a person, and she can decide what she wants to do there. But the point that I'm making is that's a coastal flight that she made to be there to watch a paper get signed. She has also made time for an upcoming CBS News town hall sit down with Barry Weiss, which was filmed today. So Erica Kirk has time. She has time. It is just what she means to say, not her priority, which is you are allowed to prioritize things in your own life. But this is not a matter of time constraint.
Stop. Why are you even having an issue with any of that, Candace? You stretched out a temper tantrum for an entire hour, and for what? You still will not fly out to Phoenix to say this to her face. Why even go through all this? I get you trying to get views and clicks and stuff, Candace. You could go out there and live stream. I don't think anyone will stop you from live streaming on your own device to your audience. But why won't you fly out and say it to her face? Say all of this in person. That way you can get it all out. You can wail and scream and cry and blah, blah, blah. Ask questions. Show her the pictures of the, flags from the other countries you came up with. All the pretty colors. Tell her this to her face. That's all we're saying. They don't owe you a virtual link. You can go out there and live stream it. What better way to squash this than to do it in person, Candace? Why not do it in person? Why not say this to her face? You think she's trying to drag this out when she's a CEO? She got a company to run, girl. She gets to do tours and do all this stuff, public appearances. Didn't Charlie Kirk do public appearances? Somehow, Candace Owens and the Candy-ass cult members don't understand that CEOs go out and do public appearances. So never mind the fact Charlie Kirk did public appearances as CEO. Erica Kirk is not supposed to now. And yet when she said, we got time on December 15th, Heifer, fly your little ass out here to Phoenix on December 15th. We got time that day. We're going to address everything you've said. And we're inviting you to come out in person and you can face Erica Kirk head on. You can say all this to her face one-on-one. Everything you want to say to all these other people at Turning Point, now you got the opportunity to do it in person. And you flaking out like a coward. Why would you even settle for a virtual link when you can record it in person in Phoenix? Wouldn't that be better? That would be better. I think that would be better. Yep, it would be better. She could fly there in person. It's like a 2-for-1 special. Candace, you can do it in person and live stream to your channel. See, look at God. Won't we do it? That would be so much better. That way you don't have to rely on a link. You ain't got to worry about no technical issues. You don't have to worry about these, audio issues that can come up with a virtual stream. You can go do it in person and live stream it in person to your channel with your camera, your device, and you can have Georgie Borgia with you. I think that's a good deal. That's the greatest PR strategy move ever. I'm all for this. Candace, why can't do it in person? Candy ass cult members, y'all need to encourage a cult leader to go do it in person. And tell her, hey, you can, the benefit of you streaming it in person. Now we can see you and all these people in the same room together. Y'all there in person. You don't have to hide behind a camera talking about social media and blah, blah, blah. You can do it in person and stream to your own channel. And then you can have all the views you want on December the 15th. That's a good deal to me. That's a good PR strategy, Candace, because that's what you're about.
It is not her priority to respond to the majority, actually. The majority of people think of this as BS. The majority of people think Turning Point is acting suspicious.
But she won't
and
say that
she
in
does
person.
not feel that it is what she wants to do as a matter of priority, responding. Okay, that's fine. Now, to that point that people are making hundreds and thousands.
She is responding to you. On December 15th, she said, come face us in person. I think the cult members should encourage her to do that. Yeah, I think that's why let Candace Owens give you all marching orders to file false complaints to the authorities, and you can't say, why don't you just take a flight to Phoenix? We all demand that you do this. If you're going to sit here and command us to break laws, the least you could do, the least you could do is fly your happy ass out there to Phoenix and say all this to their faces and then live stream it while you out there. That's the least you could do, Candace. That's the least you could do. You know, you put people at risk of being cyber harassed. At least you can fly your ass out there to Phoenix and say this to Erica Kirk's face. You know, because she is giving you time that day. She approved that message. Fly your little ass out here to Phoenix, girl. Come on. Face me face to face. Woman to woman. CEO to LLC. Go ahead. Go ahead, Candace. Go do it, girl. Do it.
Of dollars. I just don't get how there's not someone on this very large PR team as we're seeing these PR campaigns go out. And go, maybe we should strike that. They made $40 million like 2 nights ago at Mar-a-Lago.
No. Go ahead. No. This is the greatest PR strategy ever, Candace. The greatest PR strategy ever is the one you're turning down. You can literally go out there. You probably will make $40 million in a live stream. Go out there and fly out to Phoenix, girl. You have any idea that live stream may go international? It might be the most anticipated live stream on earth. I think the catty ass cult members need to encourage their cult leader to go out there and fly out to Phoenix. So we can have one of the greatest showdowns on YouTube to happen. Erica Kirk versus Candace Owens. CEO versus LLC. Let's make it happen. I'm all for this. I'm so psyched. I am psyched at the idea that Candace could just fly her ass out there to Phoenix and say this stuff in person. I'm psyched.
Maybe that feels kind of a little bit like Kikish. We've made more than, separately from Mar-a-Lago, Turning Point USA, since Charlie was killed, just so you guys know this is a fact, has made more than $100 million. That is separate from the $40 million they made at Mar-a-Lago the other night. So since Charlie has died, that organization has taken in $140 million. But gosh darn you people that are making hundreds of dollars every day on YouTube talking about Charlie Kirk's assassination and the BS narrative that is being fed and the very obvious psychological operation that is being employed to make you accept the BS that they are trying to sell to us. Gosh darn you. Thousands. Did you make $1,000 today? Speaking about Charlie Kirk? Well, you should be ashamed of yourself, says Turning Point USA, who in large part made that money because of those very people who gave to the organization immediately following Charlie Kirk's assassination. And that...
The Candy ass cult member said I should be getting $7,000. And I'm still waiting on that money. And I will not feel any shame if I did. None. Candace, go fly out and tell this to her face. Why are you doing all this? You're 36 years old. Go handle it like a grown woman and say this face to face.
The thing that is especially absurd about that is trying to
now she's just whining and crying.
I want to be clear that Turning Point USA is my family.
Oh, no.
The Charlie Kirk show is my family.
It is
she's just expanding the wings of people.
Hashtag boss lady. She's the boss girl. She's the CEO. She is the damn CEO. She is the boss girl. Tell it to her face.
That we're not allowed to critique because they're in the family. If you call them fam, you can't critique them, right? Oh, I'm sorry. We actually are showing a clip of Rob McCoy defending a pedophile or trying to launder the reputation of that's fam.
Go call him a pedophile to his face.
That's the CK show fam. Oh, I'm sorry. We are actually pointing to the fact that we know for certain that this person or organization is sexual deviant. That's fam.
Go say that to their face. They'll all be there. Go make sure all these people you've said all this stuff about Candace, I'm sure Erica Kirk will ensure. She will ensure that they are there in person for you to call them some sexual deviant to their face. Say it to their face, girl.
That's my bet. Don't you get me upset. I know that this is a now $150 million in the last 3-month organization and we employ tons of people, but you can't critique. You can't critique the fam. And I hate to say this, but I'm going to be very clear here. This is why there are many people who do not believe that women are equipped to lead companies, because what you are watching here.
Never mind. Candace Owens LLC is something Candace Owens is spearheading. Candace, go say it to her face, girl. Say it to her face. Tell her she's not equipped to be CEO. I dare you, girl.
Is an unbelievably emotional response that is absent of any logic, okay? If you really care about your team, answer the questions, okay? Just demystify.
He said April 15th. We'll answer it for you in person. Fly out. You can fly first class, Candace. You can go stay at La Quinta Inn. You can go visit. Listen, go to Phoenix. Girl, you could go stay at a nice hotel. You got the money. You've been making a lot of it off of Charlie Kirk's assassination. Go tell her to her face, girl. Tell her to her face. Because meanwhile, she's going to be making boss moves, and she's going to continue to tour and promote her husband's book. Linda Walker said it's already #1 on Amazon. Candace, stop throwing a temper tantrum. Go tell her to her face. I don't understand why you doing all this energy on your channel, girl. You can't make this up. She thought people would somehow be mad about this. No, I'm daring her to go out there. Candace, I dare you to say this to Erica Kirk's face, girl. Let that happen. Go ahead and book that flight. It's not too late. I will put up a post and say, y'all, Candace Owens might be thinking about going out there and saying it in person. Because obviously she's got a lot on her chest and she's got to tell Erica a few things. She's got some things to tell Erica Kirk. She's got a lot of questions to ask. Go ahead and tell her to her face. She's sitting here just going off, attacking this girl. You saying all this nonsense, girl. You giving all this lip service, Candace, from behind a camera. From behind the camera. But yet it's still, Boys Club is recording all of this, by the way. Boys Club standing behind that camera because he already admitted it. But you won't fly out to Phoenix and say it to her face, girl. That's the biggest PR strategy ever, girl.
The entire event. Come out, sit down, answer the questions.
December
so
15th.
People don't think Turning Point USA looks so suspicious. Don't try to mom the organization and say, well, mother's upset because people are coming after her kids and all of the multi-million-dollar subsidiaries.
Her kids are sitting here wondering when their dad is coming back home. Erica Kirk is catching more death threats and now kidnapping threats. Don't you think there's some sick, sadistic, evil, soulless miscreants from hell, demons, that are out here threatening to kidnap her and the children? And you're sitting here saying she should not be guarded like this. She's the boss lady. She's telling you, yeah, direct all that energy to me so I can keep ignoring your ass. If you want to ask me questions and want to get my responses, you can come out here in person. Erica Kirk is telling you how to handle this like a grown woman. Candace. Handling this with class, if you ask me. Being handled with class. And you're sitting here having an issue with it. And you won't tell her this to her face. Candace, you such a punk.
That's my children, okay? The multi-million-dollar subsidiaries, Turning Point, like Turning Point Action, all that, those are my kids. So you can't critique them. Not a good idea, okay? It may work in the PR world. You guys know how it's an obvious PR campaign. It's never been more obvious of a psychological operation. I actually wish they would put...
What does a psychological operation have to do with a public relations issue? Candace, you still won't say it to her face, though.
Put me on payroll so I could help them make these things look more organic than having every...
Why would they put you on payroll? I told you all she trying to... Listen here. See this? I told you all that she's sitting here doing this as a PR strategy. She thinks that somehow she deserves a spot in the company. Candace, they don't have to hire you for shit. They're giving you the opportunity to say this to their face, and your cult members still won't sit here and just tell you, girl, just catch a flight out there and go tell Erica Kirk to her face. Whatever it is you want to know, ask. Whatever comment you want to make. Why you can't say that face to face? They sit here and talk about any and everything else because, cults and bots going to sit here and deflect all day. That's what they do. Dip, dodge, duck, deflect, deter. distract. But it won't encourage you to go out there and say it to her face. And you can live stream that in person.
Every single person that has been telling us to stop asking questions all make the exact same video within 4 seconds of each other, being like, whoa,
She's losing her
Erica Kirk
mind.
shuts down. No, she didn't even respond to one of the conspiracies. She gave us emotion. She said, I'm a mother, I am a wife, and we never asked about whether she was a mother or wife. We want to know if she is a CEO and a chairman. And a CEO and a chairman has to compartmentalize. A CEO.
No, she is a CEO and chairman. You just said you want to be on their payroll. That means she would have to hire you, you moron. You can't make this up. Why don't you go say that to her face again?
Exact same video within 4 seconds of each other, being like, whoa.
Hold on, be on the payroll.
That's fam. That is my. Don't you get me upset. I know that this is a now $150 million in the last 3 month organization, and we employ tons of people. But you can't critique. You can't critique the fam. And I hate to say this, but I'm going to be very clear here. This is why there are many people who do not believe that women are equipped to lead companies.
Many people, Candace, you can't even say that about yourself because you have yet to go make George a sandwich. He's not even the man of that house. Clearly. You think you are, Candace. You acting like the man of the house, girl. And he won't even tell you to go make him a sandwich and put down the camera. So, Candace, if you're going to sit here and have the balls to say all of this behind the camera, why don't you say it to her face? Why don't the cult members tell you to fly out and tell this to her face? You got a grand opportunity for a PR strategy. You want to say she's not equipped to be CEO? Say it to her face.
Because what you are watching here is an unbelievably emotional response that is absent of any logic, okay? If you really care about your team, answer the questions, okay? Just demystify the entire event. Come out, sit down, answer the questions so people don't think Turning Point USA looks so suspicious. Don't try to mom the organization and say, well, mother's upset because people are coming after her kids and all of the multi-million-dollar subsidiaries. That's my children, okay? The multi-million-dollar subsidiaries, Turning Point, like Turning Point Action, those are my kids, so you can't critique them. Not a good idea. Okay? It may work in PR world. You guys, I know how it's an obvious PR campaign. It's never been more obvious of a psychological operation. I actually wish they would put me on payroll so I could help them make these things look more organic than having every single person that has been telling us to stop asking questions all make the exact same video within 4 seconds of each other, being like, whoa.
Go ask her questions to her face on December 15th. Tell George he got to watch the kids. Go say it to her face. You're using a lame ass excuse that I gotta homeschool. Okay. You don't have to do it that day. You got kids that are all under 5. I'm sure they can spare a day while you go out here and tell Erica Kirk to her face how you really feel and ask her all the questions you want. You can confront all of them. Hell, take the kids with you. Take the kids with you. Candace got enough money to hire a tutor and a nanny and everything else. Child, please. The cult members are literally allowing her to punk out, because punks and cowards and all. Candace, stop being a punk. You're throwing a whole tantrum. Y'all, she is losing her mind like she's lost it already. But this is what happens when all this 4 months of pent up jealousy and envy against Erica Kirk is somehow unleashed. And she can't say none of this stuff to Erica Kirk's face.
Oh, whoa, Erica Kirk shuts down. No, she didn't even respond to one of the conspiracies. She gave us emotion. She gave us emotion. She said, I'm a mother, I am a wife, and we never asked about whether she was a mother or wife. We want to know if she is a CEO and a chairman. And a CEO and a chairman has to compartmentalize. A CEO and a chairman cannot respond to valid questions and critiques about finances, about shady actions that are being taken by people that require presidential pardons. People that are meaningfully asking why we are not getting a clear answer of what took place September 10th. A CEO, does not get to respond.
Yes, I would. You buy me a round trip ticket, first class, and have me a hotel book. I would go with Candace. Who would? Child, please. Who would turn that down? That's why I don't understand why she won't go. Who would turn that down? No one would turn that down. I've never been to Phoenix. That would be awesome. Child, please. Yes. You don't dare me with a good time. See, I know how to remain impartial and ask questions and get information. There's a difference. Candace is sitting here throwing a tantrum. She was presented with what she wants to call the greatest PR strategy ever. To go say all that in person to Erica Kirk's face. And somehow, no, I got to homeschool. As if Boys Club can't read. He sounds like he's, pretty much well learned. He can teach the kids for the day. She can spare a couple of days to go out there on the 15th. When the 15th following? What day they following? December 15th is Monday. You mean to tell me she can't go out there over the weekend and show up on Monday and then fly out the next day back home on Tuesday? That's only 2 days. And it's the week before Christmas. You do realize next week is the week before Christmas. These are what? 4, 3, 2, 1 year olds. So if anything, you're homeschooling a pre-K, a 4-year-old at best. The other two aren't even paying you any attention. And the youngest one is a baby. So your 4-year-old can't miss a couple days of homeschooling. George can't do the homeschooling that day. You can't get a tutor to go over whatever curriculum you have for your 4-year-old, 4 or 5-year-old. Because she's not in regular school. She's in pre-K. So you can't get George to go over whatever it is you want the kids to learn that day. Baby has to learn how to sit up and have tummy time or something like that. Like whatever the curriculum is, whatever your schedule is for the day for the kids. George can't do it. And you fly out there for 2 days. 2 days, they're going to miss 2 days. The 15th and the 16th. And then you back on it on the 17th. I sure damn would. Don't challenge me with a good time. I sure would. And I would live stream it and everything else. I'd be waiting on my turn to ask some questions. I sure would. I told y'all that stuff don't work over here with me. Not an insult. I would love to go. When you fly me first class, I want to stay in a real nice hotel. Put me in the Marriott. Put me on like the 10th floor. Let it have an indoor pool. I sure damn will. Who would turn that down? You kidding me? That's why I say, y'all, that stuff don't work over here. They copy and paste it at the same comments from the bots and the cult members. That don't work on me. Fly me out there. I sure go. Yep. I sure would. She has the opportunity to go face all these people at Turning Point USA in person. In person. And she could live stream it herself. She can have someone out there recording and live streaming to her channel. And she is turning it down because homeschool. As if no one else could do that. The kids really would only miss one good day. Let's say she flies out there on Friday or Saturday, because it's the weekend, right? They're not homeschooling over the weekend, I don't think. So you go out there on a Saturday morning or Saturday afternoon, you chill out. Sunday, go to mass, whatever she does on Sundays, however that goes. And then Monday, get ready for this in-person experience. And then perhaps catch a flight as soon as it's done. Or early the next day, get home in time to still homeschool your kids. And then you can sit down and talk about your adventures of being in Phoenix, telling Erica Kirk everything you want to tell her to her face, asking all these questions to all these people at Turning Point. You said all this stuff to for 4 months. Now you get to tell them in person. And you turn it down because I just can't miss, like George isn't a thing in the house. Child, please. George, I'm going to need you to go ahead and I'm going to make y'all some sandwiches. Child, I'm going to make a whole lunch for Monday and Tuesday, just in case I fly back on Tuesday. From Phoenix to Tennessee. That's what? Non-stop flight of 3 hours? Don't make me look this stuff up. You kidding me? What I tell you, they don't work on me. That's a 3-hour flight. Direct. She can't fly back to Tennessee that Tuesday morning and still homeschool some kids. At best, a 4-year-old and 2 toddlers. Somehow George can't hold down the fort. Didn't he tell her no? Yeah, I got the clips on it. He said no instantly. But if she really wanted to go, wouldn't she just say, hell no, I'm going? I'm just saying. She's throwing a whole tantrum, but you got the opportunity to do it in person. While the candy ass cult members sitting here allowing their cult leader to back out and punk out like this, that's not Candace. You're not showing how much strength you really got, girl. You're not showing us how strong you really are.
And say
no boldness
that's
at
my
all.
family.
Coward.
Okay, that's the energy of what I would expect from a mother speaking to a teacher, which I was this mom. Like, that's my kid. Okay. And I'll shut this down right now. That's my child. This is not a child. Turning Point USA is an organization. And Erica already had an uphill battle to climb. Like, she had to climb this because, by the way, just because if this was Goldman Sachs and the president.
It's not. It's a nonprofit organization, Candace. You do realize those are two different entities. This is Turning Point USA is a nonprofit organization, and you are telling people to get their refunds back from a nonprofit organization because you don't understand how donations and contributions work either, as well as endowments or IRS tax deadlines, extensions. You don't know how any of that works. Wolves in Finance didn't read or research anything either. Because reasons. But see, when you're doing this for views, clicks, likes, and money, you're not going to read or research anything. This is all a PR strategy for her. And the greatest PR strategy of all is the one she's turning down to say all of this in person, woman to woman, to Erica Kirk's face. I'm going to keep hammering that in. Candace, you being a coward is just so weak. It's so weak.
And we never asked about whether she was mother or wife. We want to know if she is a CEO and a chairman. And
She's
a CEO and a chairman has to compromise.
Mother, wife.
A CEO and a chairman cannot respond to valid questions and critiques about finances, about shady actions that are being taken.
What about finances? Candace, you saw the tax documents. You lied and said they missed their tax filing deadline. And it wasn't until you claimed some sister told you that they actually had an extension as a nonprofit, and they could request a second extension if they needed it. And you just didn't give time for the IRS system to update their filings. You went out and prematurely lied and said that they missed their tax deadline, as if they hiding and covering some up. And since because Wolves in Finance failed, you both failed to define endowments and the various types of endowments. You're sitting here talking about they're doing something unethical because they transferred money over there when that's exactly what they're allowed to do. That is what endowments are for. I had a debunking video on that. This is how little people want to know facts and truth and evidence based on the definition of those terms. I have a whole debunking video on that where I literally go over endowments. I don't even know how many views I got, and I don't care because it's factually based. It's based on research. It's information here in this reality on Earth that exists. I don't care where the cults are. Wherever their minds are, I don't care where they are. No one's trying to convince them of a damn thing. I don't even care how they feel, but they just, enjoy the banter. But I don't care. Whether they're convinced or not, irrelevant. Facts don't care about your feelings. But her sensationalized videos gets millions of views. When someone actually does some research on endowments, I don't even know if that video got 1,000 views. But it doesn't mean I'm not going to put out the facts. I don't care how many views it gets. It still needs to be put out. Period. But the candy ass cult members, because reading might be hard for them, they're not going to read that. Bots aren't going to sit here and scan that video for factual information. Of course not. They won't even scan the internet for the same factual information. You think that all their purpose is for them to just spread this narrative and this nonsense and this buffoonery while Candace Owens is punking out from the opportunity of a lifetime to say all of this to Erica Kirk's face. No one owes Candace a thing with a virtual link and none of that. But when you cower it out and you see him talking about what George instantly said, no, he won't let me go because he's already got something planned that day. It's a Monday. December 15th is a damn Monday, Candace. It's a Monday. And you're not even confirming or denying whether or not that's his actual birthday, even though online he has 3 birthdays. So who knows what the hell he's planned that day, but it's a Monday. People coming in from out of town and out of country, international. Okay. What does that got to do with you going to Phoenix? They're coming in for him, right? Get a nanny, get a babysitter, fly your little ass out to Phoenix, and say this to their faces. The cult sitting here, all of a sudden, they want to defend her not going to that. But they can't call her out on it. Such a cowardly move.
By people that require presidential pardons, people that are meaningfully asking why we are not getting a clear answer of what took place on September 10th. A CEO, okay, does not get to respond.
Candace, when did Erica Kirk needed a presidential pardon? What are you talking about?
Them. Not a good idea. Okay, it may work in PR world. You guys, I know how it's an obvious PR campaign. It's never been more obvious of a psychological operation. I actually wish they would put me on payroll so I could help them make these things look more organic than having every...
Candace, you going out there and telling them that stuff in person would definitely help them look more organic. That would be the most organic thing you can do. Somehow, once again, your cult members aren't smart enough to pick that up and encourage you to go. That would actually be the most organic thing you can do for yourself and Turning Point USA, since that's how you want to see this. Biggest PR strategy ever. Invite her to come out here in person to say all this shit to our face. Go ahead. And you say no because George said no instantly. Now all of a sudden, George is the man in the house. He's my husband. I can't say no. There's nothing I can do about it. Oh, no. Oh, how quickly the cult forget.
Single person that isn't telling us to stop asking questions all make the exact same video within 4 seconds of each other being like, whoa, Erica Kirk shuts down. No, she didn't even respond to one of the conspiracies. She gave us emotion.
She's not.
She gave us emotion. She said, I'm a mother, I am a wife, and we never asked about whether she was a mother or wife. We want to know if she is a CEO and a chairman. And a CEO and a chairman has to compromise.
Okay, so Candace, we don't care if you're homeschooling or a mother or a wife or have an LLC. We don't care about that either. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Because anything you can say, I can say better. Candace, we don't care that you're a mother or a wife. We don't care that you're homeschooling a 4-year-old. We don't care. Go out to Phoenix and go face her. We didn't ask about that. We didn't ask if George agreed or approved or instantly denied and said no. We don't care about that. We can say the same thing about you, girl. We don't care. We don't care if you got something planned and he's got people coming in from other countries. We don't give a damn about that. We want you to fly your little happy ass out there to Phoenix and face them in person. Did nobody ask about you being a mother and a wife? Because, we can all say the same thing about you, girl.
And we never asked about whether she was mother or wife. We want to know if she is a CEO and a chairman. And a CEO and a chairman has to compartmentalize. A CEO and a chairman cannot respond to valid questions and critiques about finances, about shady actions that are being taken by people that require presidential pardons, people that are meaningfully asking why we are not getting a clear answer of what took place on September 10th. A CEO, okay, does not get to respond and say, that's my family. Okay, that's the energy of what I would expect.
But she was mad at Tim Pool telling her how he really felt and giving his thoughts and opinions about her spreading lies that she can't substantiate. Where's the emails from this Harry Meyer person? Y'all, the candy asses, they're gonna sit here and copy and paste. It's what they do. It's what they do. They copy and paste the same comments. They're not creative at all. So unless they're doing racial slurs and all of that, let it fly. We don't care how they feel. Hit the like button while you're here. Candace, we don't care that you're a wife or a mother. We don't care about that. We don't care that you got a homeschool. We didn't ask you about that, girl. We don't give a damn about that. They said that you're invited to go out there in person and to ask questions and to debunk them, present your evidence. You get to do it to her face. You don't give a damn. Say this to her face. And then when Tim Pool says something you don't like, because he has the right to free speech and expression, and he gets to say what he wants, then you want to sit here and say, well, he's attacking me and he owes me an apology. We don't care how you feel. Go out there and say it to Erica Kirk's face.
From a mother speaking to a teacher, which I was this mom, like that's my kid, okay? And I'll shut this down right now. That's my child. This is not a child. Turning Point USA is an organization, and Erica already had an uphill battle to climb.
Never mind, she's the CEO of it.
I'm like this. She had to climb this because, by the way, just because if this was Goldman Sachs and the president of Goldman Sachs or managing director of Goldman Sachs died in a horrifically violent way.
Why compare it to Goldman Sachs? Why not compare it to another nonprofit organization, Candace, that has an endowment? Something you still don't understand. And I know it's a big term for the cult members. It's terminology for you people that you won't read or define. Reading is that kryptonite. Boy, they don't read worth a damn. Nah, they ain't gonna read nothing factual. Hell no. They just caught up in feelings and emotions. Now, Candace, she hasn't even said your name. Erica Kirk has not even validated your existence on Earth, girl. She could care less. She said, come tell me to my face, or I'm going to keep being the CEO and boss lady while you whine and cry and be sued by a president of another country. Macrons are going to mollywop her ass in court.
The Goldman Sachs family might mourn for a couple of months, but they would have instantly had someone to replace that individual. And beyond that, they would have never accepted the public and the people that are investing money. They would have never accepted, well, he's gone, but here's his wife. She already had a hill to climb here, right? Like this does not make you qualified because you love someone to take on their job. I am not qualified to do what my husband does. That's why I said I wouldn't want to be the CEO and the chairman of a company. Actually, there's a great clip of Jordan Peterson asking that very question. Like, why do women want to be? Like, why would you want to have? It's actually a lot of work and it's very stressful and it's a lot of numbers and you're crunching numbers and you have to be everywhere. Okay. If you want that, great. If you build a company and you're in the room like Charlie Kirk did, and you have proven to the public, like, hey, I built this company. I didn't even go to college and I've been doing this for over a decade as Charlie Kirk did. You've earned that street cred. Okay. So she already had a hill to climb because now they're saying, well, this is his wife. And so, that's it. Well, now you're going to have to prove that you have the ability to be a CEO and a chairman and not just a wife who we expect emotion from. And you're rightful in that capacity. You are rightful to have emotion. You are rightful to be the aggrieved widow, but you don't get to just be widowed into the position of chairman and CEO. You don't get to respond to, well, in this case, investors, donors who have given money and are asking meaningful questions with, no, you don't.
Candace, how much money have you given Turning Point USA? We would love to see that evidence. We would love to see the tax filings for Candace Owens, LLC or Georgetown, Inc. Because we could do this too. Candace, why don't you release your tax filings of Candace Owens, LLC and Georgetown, Inc.? You guys can't point out anything that was done illegal or unethical. They have the right to transfer money to an endowment. They have the right to use that money for investments. That's what endowments are for. That's what they're designed to do. There are various types of endowments. I understand, Candace, that this is very difficult for you to read and comprehend, but the information exists. You could have researched endowments. Wills in Finance, whatever his name is, could have researched endowments before he labels something unethical when the actual purpose of an endowment is to utilize to generate revenue from investments for nonprofit organizations. Look at God. Won't he do it? That evidence is out there. It's a Google search. You're saying that they did something unethical with that. Didn't they pull up an article? There's an article confirming that Turning Point USA is not being investigated by the IRS, and people are putting that nonsense out there because facts and evidence. I don't expect the candy ass cult members. We're not trying to change your minds. You've lost your minds. You want to be brainwashed, brain rot. We're going to leave you out there. Stay in that alternate reality. Just stay trapped in the alternate reality. And I'm still waiting on this $7,000 from Israel because apparently I'm supposed to be getting paid all this money. It still doesn't change the fact your cult leader is a coward. And she will not face Erica Kirk. She won't say these things to her face. Just all this huffing and puffing and tantrum throwing from behind a camera. And none of you cult members are saying, go out there, Candace, and fly out. You can do it, girl. Go ahead. Say it in person. Tell George to kick rocks for a day or two. How dare he tell you no? Now they got all the excuses in the world. This is laughable to me. Dear cult members of Candace Owens, no one cares how you feel. Sincerely, the Lady Luck Club. You can't make this out. We don't give a damn how you feel. Just tell your cult leader to fly out.
You don't get replies right now because this is the Charlie Kirk show, fam. Doesn't work this way, okay? And the broader point, removed from Erica, which a lot of these Mockingbird influencers seem to be making, is essentially they're saying to us that scientific inquiry and investigation in and of itself is now patently wrong, right? Essentially, we should just trust the state. Don't believe your own instincts. Don't believe your own eyes. Don't ask any questions. And I really want to stress to you guys how utterly ridiculous that logic is, right? Because if we
I really want to stress to you all how utterly ridiculous for her to not take the opportunity to go say this to their face.
Follow that logic in any other situation, there would never be a crime solved ever. Okay. If we just ascribe to the idea that scientific investigation is on its face wrong, it would not work. I'll give you a crappy analogy here. But imagine if there's like some young mother and she dies suddenly in the middle of the night, presumably in the middle of the night, and her husband is the first one to report it in the morning, and the cops show up who happen to be his buddies. They get there, and then they dramatically close the case in 48 hours. And neighbors are like, wait a minute. Excuse me, officers. Actually, you might want to know some other facts.
Oh, what the hell?
Okay, if we just ascribe to the idea that scientific investigation is on its face wrong, it would not work. I'll give you a crappy analogy.
What do you mean? Candace, you can't even prove scientifically that somebody was born a man or a woman, which is what you would need to prove that. They're bringing scientific evidence to court, the Macrons, because you can scientifically prove someone being born a man or a woman. That is based on science. You know, biology and human anatomy. 2 subjects she probably flunked out of miserably. That's science. All they have to do is come in with some lab work or some, shout out to no reply, an MRI of the pelvic area. Any diagnostic testing. They're bringing in images done with facial recognition software. That's scientific evidence. You got to do an analysis on that. It cross-references hundreds of photos. You got experts that can speak to the methods of how that testing is done, how they analyze the data. That's scientific evidence. DNA, MRI, X-ray testing, scientific evidence. You do realize they're bringing this to court, Candace. You're going to find out the hard way, girl. But yet and still, you can't prove that Brigitte Macron scientifically was born a man. You can't prove there was a sex change because you would need medical records for that. She doesn't have a problem violating HIPAA or CMIA laws either. But you can't prove it because you don't have that scientific evidence. You don't have medical records. You don't have any of that stuff to prove that she was born a man. You purported that to be a fact. No one told you to do that. And now you're going to get mollywopped in court when they bring all of that evidence with them. They don't have to prove Candace right. They got to prove she lied and defamed them, and she did it with malicious intent. They'll meet their burden.
Analogy here, but imagine if there's like some young mother and she dies suddenly in the middle of the night, presumably in the middle of the night, and her husband is the first one to report it in the morning, and the cops show up who happen to be his buddies. They get there, and then they dramatically close the case in 48 hours. And neighbors are like, wait a minute. Excuse me, officers. Actually, you might want to know some other facts here about this guy. Like, he's in the mafia. These people would be like, how dare you question the people closest to, he loved her. That's his wife. Being a gang member is not evidence. Why are you saying he's a gang member? It's not evidence.
You would have to prove he's in a gang. It's that literal. You have to prove someone's in a gang. You make an accusation like that. That's not a theory. You have to prove they're a part of a gang. You have to have photos, testimony. You have to have information about this gang. Are there any rituals or anything that they do to even become a part of this gang? You will have to have all of that down to evidence. This is someone who doesn't understand how court works or evidence works. So she's telling us she doesn't understand how evidence works either, or the definition of the word.
Another nosy neighbor who produces evidence that in the middle of the night before she died, they saw the guy outside, the husband outside, removing cameras in the front yard. But it's not evidence.
This is
but I saw him go out and he put something in his car in the trunk. He was looking shady. That's not evidence. How dare you find that to be suspicious? More nosy neighbors. start discussing, and they were like, hey, we heard them. They were having actually a heated argument before she was found dead. I think it was about money. All of a sudden, next thing you know, you got Allie Stuckey from the HOA.
Wait, was Erica Kirk and Charlie Kirk having a heated argument here? What are you implying, Candace? If you're going to use an example, it needs to be related to what actually occurred, or just use the actual incident itself. Why even try to use an example? This is how you know you're bad at it. Girl, you are soulless at this.
Blast out an email and she says it's unbiblical. It's unbiblical to gossip. Hearing an argument is not hard evidence. You have no right to discuss it. Yeah, we're the nosy neighbors, okay? We put together a list of 20 verifiable lies that have been told in the weeks following this sudden death event.
With no evidence, because we're still waiting on the emails of this Harry Myers person. If he's coming forward, then post the evidence up, post the emails, the messages, the chats, a photo of him, post all this stuff up. Post up the photo of the green pickup truck. Post it up.
And yeah, we have some questions. So we're not going to accept Tim Pool jumping on the airwaves with big estrogen energy telling us we're evil because we have like school board elections next Thursday. We're the nosy neighbors. We don't care about the elections coming up. We want to know whether or not we are in bed with people who are capable of murder, people that are capable of covering up murders. Actually, we, the nosy neighbors, feel a little bit less safe in this neighborhood until we know whether or not there are some psychopathic killers.
Well, move out the neighborhood because you're not providing any evidence as to why you don't feel safe. You know, because you keep claiming that someone is trying to assassinate you, but you can't seem to tell us the name of that French government employee that called you. Where are the proof of the transactions, those payments from Club to Son again? You didn't ask for that email or those documentations either. Proof of those transactions. Tell us the name of the French government employee, Candace, and we will call them. I will call that person myself. I don't care if they're in France. I will make that phone call and live stream it. Like Cam Hitby did. He called the police station and verified that there was an investigation going on with the shooting at Tim Pool's house. And he did it live. And he did it the right way. He didn't put this man's address out there because there's no reason to release his address. But the police confirmed that they're looking into it. And guess what? Police information, police cam, body footage, all that stuff is public information. Do a foyer for the police body cam, Candace. You would think you would do that. Why don't your cult members do a foyer for the police body camera footage? Because if they went out to the home, there is police body camera footage that they can foyer. There you go.
In our midst. How about that? That's how I feel. I think that's how a lot of people feel right now. So I want to express that. And this psychological campaign filled with emotional manipulation and how dare you and the aggrieved widow speaks and so you're not allowed to question a $150 million organization. No, I reject it. I reject that 100%. Which is why I will say it has arrived as a blast of fresh air.
No judge would care if you reject it or not. The court would not care. They just won't.
On this very same day, Tucker Carlson is standing up to the nonsense. He's not speaking about Erica, obviously. He is friends with Erica. But just the nonsense of
more proof she's not. Candace, are you confirming you're not friends with Erica? Why are you rolling your eyes at it when you say that? Candace, you could just say all of this to her face, you coward.
Which is why I will say it has arrived as a blast of fresh air on this very same day. Tucker Carlson is standing up to the nonsense. He's not speaking about Erica, obviously. He is friends with Erica. But just the nonsense of what the FBI is saying. He's wading in and saying, yeah, the FBI is not being clear in what happened. And I have questions because, and I think it feels like a blast of fresh air because and I know many people at home, are seeing all of these people that we followed and we thought that they were heroes. And suddenly this assassination has exposed them all to be frauds. You know, like for the right price, they will join Operation Mockingbird. For me personally, that is how I feel. Okay. Like people in the military that
Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna ask this question. Is Tucker Carlson still working for Turning Point? What is his relationship to Turning Point? Doesn't he have his own show? Didn't he have to come out and correct something he did? Is Tucker Carlson still employed with Turning Point? I have no idea, honey. She just rambling on. Candace is going off. She just child. This is why Erica Kirk has not said her name. Because she's not trying to give her content. It's like she's bottled this up for 4 months and she just waited till, Erica Kirk is like, can y'all just calm down? We're not leaving a stone unturned. I mean, never mind the open invitation for her to say this to Erica Kirk's face on the 15th. But I'm just asking about Tucker Carlson. Is he still working with Turning Point? Candace speaks and seeks money. Yeah, Candace become a grifter, sadly. The arrival not getting paid. All of us are former Candace followers until we started investigating her fake stories. Yeah, because I mean, proof and evidence is a thing. Animated Tucker is paying them all. He is the capo. Does he still work for Turning Point? Did he ever work for Turning Point? How did that go? It's Tucker Carlson's show being sponsored by Turning Point? I don't know why she want it. Candace is the most profitable tabloid on the internet. You know what? And I mean, she could go out there on the 15th in person and make that whole in-person event a huge event. Candace, you can go out there and make it a bigly event. In the words of Trump, bigly. I can't wait to hear her in court. Tucker, no, he was guest speaker. Okay. So he doesn't work with Turning Point, right? I'm asking. He's a headliner at AmFest. Tucker is funding everything. I don't believe Tucker Carlson worked there. He has been guest speaker there. Okay. I don't know why I was thinking that he was working with Turning Point for some reason. All right.
I thought were forthright. People that were journalists I thought were forthright. I just am so let down. And I don't think I would have been able to handle if Tucker Carlson was among those people. You need hard evidence. As if the killer's going to walk in and be like, okay, here's how I did it. Okay, I'm going to give you the hard evidence. I was here, there. Like, what? Instead, Tucker Carlson is kind of...
If Tucker Carlson is still friends with Erica Kirk, doesn't Candace realize that behind closed doors, he's still going to have conversations with Erica Kirk? Does she not know that? If he's still friends with Erica Kirk, isn't the expectation that he's still going to maintain that rapport with her? Because Candace is not privy to every conversation Tucker Carlson has with Erica Kirk. I don't know how close they are. I don't know how close Tucker Carlson is with Erica Kirk. But wouldn't he still have some sort of line of communication with her if they're still friends? I don't understand this. If he's still friends with Erica Kirk, why isn't Candace at least assuming that he's still going to have conversations with her, despite whatever he says on camera? When he goes off camera, when he's done with his show for the day, he's still going to call and contact Erica Kirk, would he not? Or is Turning Point cutting him off? How's this going? I don't understand. What is he doing? Like, he's saying he agrees with Candace, and then he's still going to be friends with Erica Kirk. So does Candace not know that if he's still having conversations with Erica Kirk, more than likely, he's not going to say or do anything that would be contrary to any evidence out here? I mean, he'll say whatever in front of a camera, right? Because he's had to correct himself from interviewing Nicholas. What's his name? Not Nick. Is it Nicholas? Nicholas Fuentes? Nick Fuentes. He's had to correct some stuff he said about Nick Fuentes or something with Nick Fuentes. Doesn't she think? Didn't he speak at the memorial service? Candace is literally, I don't understand what is she expecting from Tucker Carlson. That's what I'm trying to get at with this. What does she expect out of Tucker Carlson? He spoke at the funeral, at the memorial, on stage. He gave a speech at the memorial. He's still being a guest on the show. And she just confirmed he's still friends with Erica Kirk. So honestly, what difference does it make what Tucker Carlson says on camera if he still goes behind closed doors and has conversations with Erica Kirk and Turning Point USA? Make that make sense? Does she expect some fealty from Tucker? Understand this. The number of allegations too large for AI to compile. She's triangling like all narcissists do. Tucker just defended Candace and her Egyptian plane BS. Erica has good sense. That's what I'm understanding. So what is he doing this for? What is she doing this for? Like, why is he doing this? Why is he saying that she's right about a plane? I don't care about the Egyptian planes because the planes didn't land on UVU campus. They weren't sighted at the scene of the crime. No one on the planes were seen on the campus with guns. None of the passengers on the planes pulled the trigger. Like, she can't make that connection. So I don't really care about the planes. But the fact that think about this. He's taking a point that he knows she can't connect. The Egyptian planes is like a sideline project at this point. It's irrelevant. It's nonsense. It's just like pointing out any other airline flight. Makes no sense. She has not connected it to Turning Point, putting the planes near the campus or any of the passengers on the plane at the actual campus the moment Charlie was shot. So he's taking something that he knows there's no evidence to tie to the assassination and saying, well, I believe her about these planes existing. But how does it tie in? So it's like he's trying to give himself some wiggle room to go back and say, well, the planes may exist, but it still has nothing to do with the assassination. What is his angle with this? What's his goal? Good grief. They're following Erica, not connecting it to Erica, but that has nothing to do with anyone on that plane pulling the trigger at the actual event. Nobody on those two planes, on this blue or yellow Egyptian planes, none of the passengers, the pilots, no one was actually seen at the campus. None of them were questioned about maybe having a weapon. None of that. She has not made that connection. Her alleging planes are following somebody is irrelevant. If there's no concrete evidence to prove that, it's irrelevant. You're admitting that some plane is stalking someone, but you're not saying that any of the people on the planes were at the campus the moment he was shot. You're not identifying any of the people saying these people were also at the UVU campus for the event when Charlie Kirk was shot. And here's them in the crowd. And here are these same people getting on and off these planes. That's how you make that connection. Here's someone parachuting out of the planes when it flew low over the campus. Like, there's no connection to it. It's like me pointing out some airline at with Delta. These planes are flying over me while I'm doing my live stream. Obviously, it must have something to do with my neighbor's house being broken into. Like, what does that have to do with it? Because the plane was so happened to fly over while a neighbor's home is being burglarized. What does the flight have to do with that burglary? Did any of the passengers on that plane participate in the burglary? It's that simple. Make the connection. She hasn't done it. And Tucker Carlson knows this. Just like when he interviewed her and said, do you want this case dismissed? And she was like, no, I don't want the case dismissed. And then proceeds to file a motion to dismiss twice. Because she still has not really admitted that on her channel. There's no connection to it. So it's irrelevant. Judge won't care. Jury won't care. It's irrelevant. Moot point. They're going to object to it as irrelevant and keep living. That's it. So why is he even entertaining it? Why even say anything about it? If anything else, why don't he encourage her to take this flight to Phoenix and say all of this to Erica's face?
Coming out, and he's blasting the corporate and the Fed narrative with common sense. He joined Theo Vaughn, and here is what he had to say. Take a listen.
I don't understand the official story at all.
Of the assassination?
I don't understand it, and I want to make sure that there is a truly rigorous and honest federal investigation of it, and I'm definitely concerned about that. A, B, I think that I don't know many of the details, but
Candace could ask these same questions on the 15th in person, but her excuse is George said no. You mean to tell me none of you in this cult are sitting here saying, Candace, why? George may have said no, but you need to tell him that this is important. You need to fly out here in person. You're gonna ask all these questions. You want to share your information, all this stuff. Why don't you just go do it in person? And in that way, you guys are exchanging this stuff in real time here. Why don't you go face Erica Kirk and say this to her face? This whole tantrum thing here, she could have done that in person. It's the candy ass cult members are still not even addressing that because, words are hard, I guess, for them. You're not addressing why Candace won't just say it to Erica Kirk's face. I don't care about none of that deflection, whataboutisms crap that doesn't work on me over here in the Lady Luck Club. Tell your cult leader to go out there and say this to her face in person, and George can kick rocks. Why not just tell her to do that? Why not demand that she does this in person? She's had 5 million people on edge for 4 months. And when it comes down to, she's asking the tough questions, but she won't ask it to her face. Coward. But y'all won't encourage her to do that? So the same way you guys go after innocent people who don't deserve to be cyber harassed, you all won't be flooding George Farmer's email. You all won't be flooding his Twitter X account, leaving up posts saying, let Candace go to Phoenix on the 15th. Why are you keeping her from doing that? Why are you telling her no? Y'all not going to challenge him on that? How much more cowardly is this going to get? Y'all not going to sit here and say, hey, George, you might want to just loosen up a bit and let Candace Owens go fly out in person on the 15th so she can say all of this to Erica Kirk's face. Why would you tell her no? None of the men in the cult are going to ever challenge George on that. Y'all want to see her talk about Tim not being a man. You won't tell George that same thing? The cult member's not going to tell George. You need to be a man and suck it up, watch the kids for a couple days, and let Candace go out to Phoenix. So y'all not going to tell him to drop a sack and grow a spine? How much more hypocritical is this going to get?
I know that recently Candace said that
you can't make this up.
Egyptian registered aircraft were following Erica Kirk, Charlie's widow, around for a number of years in different places in the world.
She has no
That's
excuse.
One of the
Thank you,
I've ever
Linda
heard,
Walker.
and I just want to say that is factually true. That's true. So that's like the one data point that I happen to know is
she
true.
Can bring her own
what does
security.
That mean? I have literally no idea. I can't even guess, but that's
bring her own security.
Very strange.
And what is Egyptian? It could mean aircraft from Egypt. Who knows?
I think that they were registered in Egypt.
She made it everybody's business. So tell her to fly out there and go handle it.
That enough. And it also her claim that there were kind of a disproportionately large number of foreign registered cell phones at the event. That's also true. So what does that add up to? I don't know, but it means that.
Why can't she get security? Why y'all making excuses for her? Why she can't get security? She going to Dollywood. That's why I don't do whataboutisms. I don't want to hear it. Tell her and George to go fly out there. She can take George with her. She can get extra security and go out there. Just like Nick Fuentes even said that if something happens and you're in person, then you get the blame turning point for it. So that's not an excuse. I'm sure some of the candy ass cult members wouldn't mind actually showing up, make sure she's safe. How about that? She could get extra security. You guys giving her all this money and supers and stuff. That money could be used for her to get an extra security detail. And if anything happens, Nick Fuentes did get that right. Then she can blame Turning Point, right? All you all did really blame Turning Point. It's not an excuse. I don't do whataboutisms. Tell your cult leader to fly out there with the extra security detail, take George with her, and go do the in-person show. And then she can say all this stuff to Erica Kirk's face. She can face all these people she's been sitting here saying all this nonsense about behind a camera. Now she can do it in person. Now all of a sudden her security is an issue. Never mind Erica Kirk getting death threats and kidnapping threats. Never mind her and the children having an actual protection order because a murderer killed her husband. Never mind Erica Kirk's safety. And yet, once again, the candy ass cult members will not challenge George to release this wife of his and fly out there to Phoenix. I'm laughing because of the irony of it all. Now this is all these excuses. We don't care about them damn excuses. We don't care how she feels. We want her to go out there and do it in person. And we want her to say this stuff to Erica Kirk's face, to ask all these questions directly in person. She's got all that opportunity in the world, and she turns it down. And it comes down to security, but she goes to Dollywood without security, because your hypocrisy is BS. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. You can't make this
the FBI has a moral and legal obligation to look in every direction and to be open-minded as you would in any investigation.
They do. Tell Candace to prove that she filed a formal complaint to the FBI. Candace, I dare you to do it. Post up that text message you sent to that high-ranking FBI agent. The same FBI Candace Owens and the candy-ass cult members don't trust. In one sentence, they don't trust the feds. In the next sentence, the feds owe us an investigation. You don't trust them, so what does it matter? What does it matter when you don't trust them? You won't trust anything they tell you. You won't trust any evidence they give. You won't trust the fact that they could have done an investigation and nothing is there. She won't file a formal complaint. She won't post the text message she sent to this FBI agent. She won't name him. She won't give a rank. None of that. But she wants people to make false complaints on Ukrainians. Like, you can't make this up. But she won't file a formal complaint to the FBI directly. And you don't trust the feds, so why do you care?
In journalism and science, it's all the same process. I don't know the answer, and I'm going to sift through everything as open-mindedly as I can, as honestly as I can, to get to what the truth is. That's science, that's law enforcement, that's journalism. It's all the same. That's justice. And I just want to make sure that is happening, and I just don't have a ton of confidence in the FBI or the men who run it.
Right, so why file a complaint to him? Why worry about them doing anything? Why? Why is she demanding that they contact her then? This is why we don't do whataboutisms and hypocrisy. Why demand that they contact her then? Leave them alone. How about that? Get your own security detail, Candace. Do your own investigations. Go fly your happy ass out there to Phoenix on the 15th or the 14th. Go out there early and go face Erica Kirk face to face. Woman to woman. You want to tell her she's not fit to be a CEO? Go tell her to her face.
It's a scary part too.
I'm not alleging anything. I'm just saying I think it's really important that we have that.
That is what authenticity sounds like, and that's what we're doing here. We are investigating, right? Sometimes you get something wrong, you correct it, but I was right about the Egyptian planes. And when you hear Tucker Carlson say that he is confirming that part is true,
right about that.
What I take from that, Tucker Carlson's been very clear. He grew up with CIA agents, okay? This is a guy who grew up in Virginia. His father, he learned after his father died, he thought he was just working with the CIA. No, his father was on the payroll of the CIA. So Tucker's friends are in the state. So you should take it.
Candace, who's that CIA contractor with the well-known wife that told you were on a hit list? Why don't you or Tucker Carlson name that person? Name the FBI agent you sent the text message to. Because you're claiming someone's trying to assassinate you in France. With no proof on that either. Post the text message.
As a concrete fact that there's something up with these Egyptian planes, and they were in fact following around Charlie and following around Erica, as I told you. And that means people in the NSA, the CIA, are confirming that is real. And yet, just last week, what we got from Blake Neff, and I know he's untouchable, he's in the fam, but I'm going to go ahead and touch that and say, like, this is not okay, the vibe is not right, is making a mockery of it. That is what we mean when we say none of this is...
Candace, we're all laughing at you, girl. We're all laughing at you. Whether she wants to accept it or not is irrelevant. Candace, we're all laughing at you, except your cult. The cults and the bots don't count. They just copy and paste. Bless their heart. It's just, everyone's laughing at you, girl. And the FBI is like, has she filed the formal complaint yet? No? Oh, okay. Well, then there's nothing to do.
Passing the vibe check with Turning Point USA. There's no clear answers. There's mockery, there's laughter, but there's no clear answers. And the mockery and the laughter is not working. Neither are is this idea that, well, now the widow has spoken. We're not dealing with the widow. We want the CEO and the chairman of Turning Point USA.
You're not dealing with the widow. That means you never allow her to be a widow. You never allow her to grieve. She wants you to leave her alone. That's pretty much that. Candace, you're not that important. Okay, girl. Erica Kirk is like, I'm the boss lady over here at Turning Point. I'm the CEO. You want to comfort me with all this? Comfort me. All she's saying is leave everybody else out of it. Direct all that energy towards her. You and your cult members are going to attack her either way. All she's saying is, I'm going to keep ignoring you morons and then keep living. Because I don't owe you all anything. That's it. And she gives you an opportunity of a lifetime to go out there and say this stuff to her face. And you coward and punk out. Your cult members are sitting here talking about your security detail when you didn't have security detail at Dollywood. You know, a whole theme park.
To answer. Okay? If you can't compartmentalize, then I don't see how you're going to be able to lead this organization in the future, because Charlie worked. We knew who Charlie was because he was authentic. Okay. He didn't just go, well, I only have time for like big pocket donors. Okay. He was sitting college campuses. He was speaking to people, understanding people. He was changing his ideas and he was changing minds. And you are not changing my mind about the fact that something weird happened that day and that TPUSA is acting funny because you give it an impassioned plea and speak about Nehemiah on Fox News. Okay. None of it makes any sense. Anyways, Tucker then goes on and states the obvious predicament further, which is
no, ma'am. No, ma'am. CC, she's not Jesus. Candace Owens is not Jesus. And I refuse to allow anyone to compare her to Jesus Christ. You will not do that. A mere mortal that could care less that you exist is not Jesus. Don't blaspheme in my chat. You out your mind? And they talk about Christ is king. And you're trying to compare this to Jesus Christ? Jesus actually died on the cross. Candace is lying about an assassination attempt when she won't even tell us the French government employee that called her. And you're comparing her to Jesus Christ? You can't make this stuff up. How much more cult is this going to get? This is the epitome of cult-like mentality. You see her as some sort of idolized God. You come over here blaspheming in my chat. You can't make this up. Cult member or bot. At some point, the Candace cult followers, the cult members, have been over here enough to know it's just certain things you're not going to sit here and say and not get called out on. We don't idolize this mere mortal. We owe her nothing. You're talking about they killed Jesus? She's not Jesus, and she's not dead. Her house ain't been shot up. Did that blasphemy somewhere else? Hell out of here. Boot her out. We don't blaspheme over here with that. Don't compare her to Jesus Christ. You and the devil are liar. And Candace Owens. You can't make that up.
That we just don't have any faith in the government. Take a listen to him discussing some of these lingering questions.
Here's what I am concerned about. A lot of things. One, he acted alone. Tell me how that worked. I don't, none of us really act alone. It's hard to go anywhere by yourself, too.
Jesus Christ.
Exactly. You acted totally alone. Okay.
The devil is a liar.
It's totally possible. Anything is possible. Weird things have happened. We'll continue to. But that's not my default assumption, and it shouldn't be yours. And their default assumption was we acted alone. Really? Why do you think that? What about life suggests that people typically act alone? When was the last time you acted alone in anything? I don't go, right? So A. B, we know that people had foreknowledge of this because they posted about it on X and said Charlie Kirk is going to be killed on this date, and he was.
Is that true?
Yes, it's true.
But were they just guessing? Was it a guessing thing, or every day they posted that?
Maybe. Have those people been interviewed? Have they been hauled into FBI HQ and had a long conversation with how they knew that? Like, let's get really specific. Why did you post that? Who have you talked to? Like, if I were doing this investigation, because I spent my whole life doing non-criminal investigations called journalism, like, what do we know is true? How do we find out? Call everybody. Be open-minded. It's like it's the same process. If I was doing this investigation, they would be at the very top of the list. Tell me how this guy who seemed normal became a radical trans furry murderer.
You can't make this stuff.
It's not enough to tell me, oh, trans. I'm not pro-trans, by the way.
But was that the guy or his boyfriend?
Well, exactly right. Tell me how this guy became so radicalized that he murdered a stranger. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm saying I want an explanation for how it happened. Why wouldn't I?
I agree.
Oh, we can't talk about that because it'll prejudice the jury pool. Really, you've told the world that you have both a confession from him in his text to his boyfriend and the murder weapon with his fingerprints on it. I think you got a pretty solid case. So why is it so difficult to just explain So I have said from the beginning, if you don't like what Candace Owens is saying, why don't you call her and offer a more plausible explanation for what happened? Oh, she's bad. She's bad. Okay. I mean, I like her a lot. I don't think she's bad, but I love her actually. But let's just stipulate she's bad. But why wouldn't you do that?
Because I don't agree with some of the stuff that the rabbit.
Why won't she go out there and say this stuff in person on Monday? She can. Candace could literally right now book a flight and a hotel and be in Phoenix on Monday in person and face Erica Kirk. The cult members are literally showing how much of a cult they are, trying to compare Candace Owens to Jesus Christ. You will not do that in my chat. You can't make this stuff up. They're literally proving how much of a cult they are by trying to compare anything going on with Candace Owens, a mere mortal who pays no one's bills but her own, I guess, to Jesus Christ. Woo! The blood.
Hole she goes down, but
I don't even know.
But I like the fact that she likes to dig in the garden, you know?
Goodness gracious.
Theo, we are in this garden, okay? And we're not getting out of this garden with the Fed slop narrative. We're just not getting out of the garden with trying to emotionally manipulate us and say, it's not, this feels like COVID, right? It's not like COVID-19. It's like Candace 19. It's another fake, it's a fake virus. Like, oh, you got infected. You just can't do it. 6 feet social distancing from Candace Owens. We're going to get every influencer on social media. 6 feet.
But she won't go out here. Do I have to pull up the post where she said George told her no instantly to her going out to do that in person, even though they can just get extra security? And if anything happens, you blame it on Turning Point. You can say, hey, TP USA, they did it. Go in person. The cult won't do this, but they want to sit here and put her on the level of Jesus Christ. Literally. But they won't tell her, just take your happy ass out there and go face Erica Kirk. But they want to see her talk about
keep social distancing, save lives. What are you, a grandma killer? What you don't like? What? And then Tim's all fired up. She's a C word. People are going to die if you don't get this vaccine. And I'm like, I feel like maybe the government's not telling us the truth. We're right back to that, but it's Candace 19. It's Candace 19. That's what it is. And they think that it may...
The same year she was forced to resign. Candace, why did you leave Turning Point USA? Why did she leave Turning Point? Why was she forced out? And I'm quoting Paramount Tactical here. He said that she was forced to resign. That is what he said. I'm quoting Paramount Tactical. He said that Candace Owens was forced to resign from TP USA. Why? Why won't she address that? Why won't she address that? I don't expect the cult to do it because they dodge and duck and they sit here and they do all this whataboutism. Why won't she address why she was forced to resign from TP USA in 2019, ironically? Address that. You can't make this up. I know, right? We demand answers, but we don't demand Candace to get the answers in PHX. Oh, man. In Phoenix. Well said. No, they don't want her to go in person. You know, it's a security threat, but she went to Dollywood. Well, it doesn't matter. Oh, it does, because she could have taken security detail to Dollywood. Why go to a theme park where you're out in the open and you won't go to a more confined space wherever they are in Phoenix and go face them in person? Go face Erica Kirk in person and tell her all this stuff you want her to know to her face. She won't do that. You know, a coward and all. But she'll go to Dollywood to a theme park with no security detail. Her house has not been shot at. And I don't advocate for that. But I don't advocate for Tim Pool's house to be shot at either. They do this whataboutisms. Y'all, the cult are sitting here comparing her to Jesus Christ. The epitome of what a cult does. They worship and idolize the cult leader. This cult is beyond compare. All the whataboutisms. I don't do whataboutisms. Don't sit here and worship your cult leader in my chat. Trying to put her on a level of Jesus Christ. I can't make this up.
If they put the little 6 feet social distancing pads in the grocery store,
in person,
that the PSYOP will win and make us believe that this is like common sense is the virus. I'm the common sense virus. It's coming around. It's so evil. Stay at home, wear a mask, save lives. You don't want to catch it. You don't want to catch the common sense, you guys. You don't want to catch it. Anyways, I dare. I'm sorry, I dare. And I have been very careful because I wasn't sure what direction she was going to go. If she was like, I was like, look, she's got a whole business that she's got to figure out. There's a lot of people in her ear. Maybe they like did this transition too quickly and she's just like keeping her head like, no, what she's saying is Turning Point USA is untouchable. And it's a no from me. But you know me. I'm just out here saying what needs to be said. We'll be right back after a brief message from our sponsors. All right, you guys, when they double Owens, I can also tell you that because my mommy Owens, Max, that's
She said it's so evil, transition, blah, blah, blah. She needs meds. Is that what she said? She won't go out here in person, though, boy. That coward.
roll up their sleeves.
That coward
and not go Max. That's where we're at right now. How many people do you have to
why can't you go in person and do this in person? Go Max in person, Candace. Go Max in person to Phoenix. Bye. Go Max in person, girl. I can't believe the candy ass cult members won't say, hey, we'll help guard you and protect you because, you know, they already worship her, literally. Why don't they just go out there and help protect her? You know, something happened to her, then one of the cult members can catch that whatever bullet coming around if they feel like that's what's going to happen. Why don't y'all put y'all lives on the line for your cult leader? Tell her to go out there to Phoenix and go guard and protect her. Why they won't do this? You're going to sit here and compare her to Jesus Christ. You might as well go all the way there. Go Max. Make sure y'all standing in front of anything that's happening. Go out there and protect it. Plenty of people in Phoenix that worships the ground that Candace walks on and believe everything she says. And they won't tell her, listen, you come out here, we got your back. You could come in person. We want you to confront Erica Kirk in person. No one's saying she's scared of her. I'm saying she's a coward for not taking the opportunity to tell her to her face. And Erica Kirk is like, we can handle this like two grown women. Come out here and tell me this stuff to my face, what you want me to know. Ask me all these questions, because Erica Kirk is the CEO. Not Mikey McCoy, not Rob McCoy, Erica Kirk. So she said, you know, you want to come out here? You want to ask questions? You want some answers? Come on. Come on, heifer. Come on out here. We'll entertain you for, you know, the 15th on our terms. And then you got all these candy ass cult members in Phoenix that probably would go out there and make sure she's good. And they won't even do it. But they want to sit here and compare her to Jesus Christ. You can't make
this. I have to tell them. Please do it. Wild. Okay. I didn't get the vax. I didn't get the COVID-19 vax. And I'm not getting whatever the heck this is. Okay. Which is honestly on its face, federal stupidity is what it is. Now, I can also tell you that because my mommy sleuths, they're so fast before stuff even ends. I get tips about things. And Erica literally today sat down with Barry Weiss. It's been marketed all over. They're going to have this big sit down, a conversation moderated by Barry. It's going to feature voices from across the political spectrum. They're going to talk about grief. And I got this email after, and it's interesting. I got actually a couple of emails, but I'm going to read this one to you because it was a town hall-ish event. Here's what they said went down. This person writes, I just came from the CVS.
Who was that? Who said that? She's the one saying that someone's after her. I never said it. I told her to prove it. You act as if security detail is not a concept. This is what I'm saying. They deflect and dodge. Tell your cult leader to fly out to Phoenix and face Erica Kirk in person. She's not scared to go to Dollywood, a whole damn theme park with no security. Why can't she go to Phoenix? Just like with the Macron, she wants to sit here and paint this picture like everybody's after her. Child, please. The Macrons want to sue her, not assassinate her. She's the one that can't prove this stuff. Tell her to post up the transactions that's being paid through Club de Sang. We're still waiting on that. Tell us who that French government employee is that told her allegedly the Macrons want to assassinate her. Tell her to tell us who that person's name is. Why do the female French assassin and the male Israeli operative somehow deserve privacy? If they're assassins, why won't you spill their name and put out a photo? If they get paid to murder people, they're bad guys, are they not? Wouldn't you want the bad guys to be put up in jail? Because that's how that works. You want the bad guys to roam free and have the right to privacy. But people coming in from Ukraine, boy, they got to be reported to the authorities because of reasons. But she won't post up the text message she sent to this FBI agent either, or file a formal complaint to the FBI. There is no threat on her life. That's the whole point. She went to Dollywood. No problem. None. She took a photo with a complete stranger. She had no idea who that lady is. This is why I let the candy ass cult members and the bots think whatever, because hypocrisy, they don't understand that stuff. They don't understand words. They're cult members. They're sitting here comparing her to Jesus Christ, literally. So hypocrisy goes over their heads. But if she goes to Dollywood with no problem, she can go to Turning Point. She got all this lip service. All I'm saying is she doesn't have a complaint. She's throwing a tantrum. She can go say this to their face. That's it. And then you guys can go out there and make sure she's protected. It's funny though, when she went to Dollywood, an open theme park, and took a photo with a perfect stranger she did not know. Never mind if that lady could have pricked her with something. Could have had something up her sleeve and pricked her with it when she took the photo. You don't lean in and take photos with perfect strangers if you're claiming someone is trying to assassinate you and you're fear of your life. You have a security detail with you. No security detail was there. And yet, oh, now there's a security detail. Oh, George said no instantly. But y'all won't go flood his Instagram, his Twitter X, and tell him, look, man, you need to lighten up. You're going to have to let her go to do this in person, interview, whatever it is, the debunking session. You're going to have to let her do this in person. Because we've been waiting on her to do this for 4 months. Why she won't just do it in person? Why are you telling her no? Why is George telling her no? We can do questions all day. Why is George telling her no? Ricky, are you the same person that sat here and said one way or the other, I'm going to pay a price? Why are you creating a new profile? You come up in here and you threaten me, you create a new profile to come back here? I don't care if it's me. Candace is a flat out liar being sued by the French president. Why are you coming in my chat if you're going to sit here and threaten me to my one way or the other, I'm paying a price for something? Why create a new profile to do that? This is the cult members in the box here. And this one, sitting here having the audacity to sit here and say one way or the other, I'm paying a price, and couldn't speak plain and tell me exactly what price I'm going to pay. Because coward shit. You dipping and dodging around the point. Tell me exactly what price I'm going to pay again. You told me I was going to pay a price one way or the other. Speak plain and explain to me exactly how I'm paying a price. I'm still waiting. They created a new profile. I think they hiding behind it. That's how the fuck that works. I didn't block him. He's still here. Tell your cult leader to go out there to Phoenix and go face Erica Kirk. Once again, they still dodging around it. That's him. I remember. Yep, he did. He's the same person sitting here talking about one way or the other. There's a price to pay. Oh, okay. Speak plain and say that. I want you to tell me exactly what price I'm going to pay and be detailed with it. Tell your cult leader to go out there. That's what I'm saying. He changed his name, created a whole new profile after threatening me, saying I'm going to pay a price and couldn't tell me exactly how that's going to happen. I just want you to detail it and spill it out. You're not blocked. Spill it out. But you won't tell your cult leader to go out there and face Erica Kirk. in Phoenix. You comparing her to Jesus Christ. There's a whole code. Who thought? They're about as bad as Scientology. Candace Owens and the candy asses are about as bad as Scientology right now. They're literally deifying this girl.
By the way, whoever wrote this email, I love you. I just love all the mommy sleuths that are this quick. They wrote, I just came from the CBS Times Erica Kirk town hall, and this is what she said about the conspiracies and Candace. 1, Erica said she was pregnant when the Egyptian planes were flying and following her, so she wasn't on them. She said she has photo proof. Huh? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'll be back on tomorrow.
Did I ever accuse Erica of being on Egyptian planes? When I found the Egyptian planes, I was concerned that they were following Charlie because I thought, wow, has there been a foreign government that has been tracking his events? Like maybe, I don't know, like running through the operation early, and then we broadened it when someone clued us into the fact that actually these planes have been following Erica. You just heard Tucker Carlson confirm that. I thought she'd be concerned. Instead, she's going to tell us on Saturday that she wasn't on the planes. I never said you were on the planes. Why would I think you were on the Egyptian planes? I don't think that you took off.
Why are you bringing them
and went to Wilmington.
Why are you bringing the
These
planes
are this
up,
quickly?
girl?
That are this quick. They wrote, I just came from the CBS Times Erica Kirk town hall, and this is what she said about the conspiracies and Candace. 1, Erica said she was pregnant when the Egyptian planes were flying and following her, so she wasn't on them. She said she has photo proof. Huh? I'm sorry.
Why bring up Egyptian planes if you can't? This once again, you can't connect it to the actual event of Charlie Kirk being shot, Candace. You're obsessing over seeing videos of him being shot over and over and over and over and over again. And yet, not one time do you ever say that any passenger on these Egyptian planes were sighted at the campus, at the scene of the crime, nor is the plane anywhere near the campus itself. You're not connecting the two. You're saying, oh, these planes flew overhead while he was being shot. Okay. International flights come in and out of the U.S. all the time. Irrelevant. Now, did one of the passengers get off the plane and go to the campus? Was Erica Kirk on the plane? I mean, make the connection. She can't do it. Where's the photo of this green pickup truck?
Did I ever accuse Erica of being on Egyptian planes? When I found the Egyptian planes, I was concerned that they were following Charlie because I thought, wow, has there been...
And Erica, you said and Erica. She said there was like 68 points where they were following Erica too? You can't make this up. Candace, you do realize everything you're saying is being recorded. And this stuff can and will be used against you in the court of law if she files a lawsuit on your ass. And your candy ass cult members sitting here deifying you, calling, compare you to Jesus Christ. Wow, you still can't produce simple evidence, emails, text messages, chats, photos, hotel camera footage. Who is this Harry person again? Harry Meyer? Yeah, okay. Tell Harry to come on out from behind the bushes. Maybe he's the person that was hiding in the bush on the campus.
Foreign government that has been tracking his events, like maybe, I don't know, like running through the operation early, and then we broadened it when someone clued us into the fact that actually these planes have been following Erica. You just heard Tucker Carlson confirm that. I thought she'd be concerned. Instead, she's going to tell us on Saturday that she wasn't on the planes. I never said you were on the planes. Why would I think you were on the Egyptian planes? I don't think that you took off and went to Wilmington, Delaware. I know you didn't go to Wilmington, Delaware on the day of Charlie Kirk's assassination. I find that answer to be lacking. Okay. That is weird to me. It's a weird answer.
She could have just said, I don't care about Egyptian planes. Period. Next question.
Answer to give. And by the way, you can fly when you're pregnant.
Yeah, it's on a
even if you were on the Egyptian plane, that's a possibility when you're pregnant. So I don't understand that part at all. 2, when Barry asked her about the conspiracies.
Candace, it's not good for you to fly when you're in your 3rd trimester. You've done this 4 times and somehow you still don't understand how pregnancies work either. Don't make me put up the photo of you leaning up and touching another woman's butt. Something you nor your candy ass cult followers will even address. Or the allegations that's been filed, been stated from one man against, George. Yeah, because no one is addressing this SA allegation. Another man has brought forth against George Farmer. And you're sitting here taking photos when you're pregnant, linked up against another woman, grabbing her behind. Candace.
And what she had to say to those saying them, Erica said, stop. No. 3, not about Candace, but she talked about Israel and said good things about Jews and how TPUSA is having Shabbat dinner. No, I didn't read that before we went live at Hamfest. Okay. Okay. You guys, I want you to know.
Why is she mad about this, Candace? If you said these things, it's in your videos. I mean, hell, I put
you
up
just
your,
heard her
captions. I put up the captions so you can see the words.
Confirm that. I thought she'd be concerned. Instead, she's gonna tell us on Saturday that she wasn't on the planes. I never said you were on the planes. Why would I think you were on the Egyptian planes? I don't like. Well, that would be. I don't think that you took off and went to Wilmington, Delaware. I know you didn't go to Wilmington, Delaware on the day of Charlie Kirk's assassination. I find that answer to be lacking. Okay, that is weird to me. It's a weird answer to give. And by the way, you can fly when you're pregnant, even if you were on the Egyptian. That's a possibility when you're pregnant. So I don't understand that part at all. 2, when Barry asked her about the conspiracies and what she had to say to those saying them, Erica said, "Stop." No. 3, not about Candace, but she talked about Israel and said good things about Jews and how TPUSA is having Shabbat dinner. No, I didn't read that before we went live at Hamfest. Okay. Okay. You guys, I want you to know, in addition to the fact that Charlie, in the last couple of days, wanted people to know that Mikey...
She didn't read the last paragraph. Hold on. She missed some information here.
I didn't read that before.
If I remember anything else, I'll email in response to this email, but it's fresh in my mind. So I wanted to let you know ASAP so that you're not taken by surprise on Saturday. Why didn't you say who this email came from, Candace? Why didn't you put up there who the email came from? You see subject. That's all you see. You never see who is coming from. Who sent this email? No signature email down. The email signature is gone. You don't see to from up here with a date and time stamp. Who sent this? What if Candace just typed this up on a Word document to make it look like an email? Because Candace, we can do this all day, girl. We can sit here and ask questions. What if Candace typed this up to make it look like it was an email sent to her? You don't see to, from, or date. 3 other components you will see in a traditional email. Why is that cut off? Y'all see this? This is cut off. Anyone see the to or from, date, time stamp? You see this? Let me know. Maybe I'm missing something here. Where is the to and from above subject? Candace, you do realize that those are components of a standard email address. Where's the date and time stamp of when this email was sent? Who is it coming from? You can't make this up. No, it's not. No, it's not. Because she never says who's telling her these things or who's saying this or saying that. And no way to corroborate this stuff. She could have typed this up, period. At the very least, you know what I did? Date and time stamp at least when I posted the email. Date and time stamp. No date and time stamp here. Where is that? Why is that missing? I'm just saying. Why is that missing? Why is there no date and time stamp on this email? Why is that cut off? What does that part have to do with a source? Or from? Even if you put to and then redact the from, but still leave the date with the timestamp next to it and then subject. Y'all, this is something you typed up. This is not how a traditional email works. It would be headers. It would be a box separating this. What platform email did this email come from? This is not Google email. This is not a Google email looks, a Yahoo email, a Gmail email. None of this. This is not a traditional email. Even if you print to PDF, this is not how it's going to come out. You're still going to have some headers. You're going to have a line drawn, something that kind of separates the headers from the body of the actual email itself. Why even block off or cut off the date and time stamp? You tampering with it to the point where it just looks like something you typed up in Microsoft Word. You can't make this up.
No. 3, not about Candace, but she talked about Israel and said good things about Jews and how TPUSA is having Shabbat dinner. No, I didn't read that before we went live. I'm fast. Okay. Okay. You guys, I want you to know, in addition to the fact that Charlie, in the last couple of days, wanted people to know that Mikey is fantastic and supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, and he had this whole vision, and that Rob McCoy was his favorite pastor, and that you should buy Josh Hammer's book. He also wants you to know to just be a Jew.
Exactly.
I think we get it.
Real.
We get it. Those were his last words. Okay. We get it. Just like,
thank you, S-Files.
Okay. Okay. Anyways, moving on from that.
That's our response. Okay. Moving on. Candace. Boy, if you had to face Erica Kirk in person, you would suck. She will crumble after the first question. Candace, is this why you're not going out there to see her on Monday? Erica Kirk was like, girl, you can come out here and see about me. She said, I got this righteous anger. Erica Kirk is going almost like halfway to Gangsta Boo. She said, you can come out here and see about me. You got something you want to say to me? You going to say it to my face, girl. Candace would never want to even come on my channel and debate me. I don't even know if that would be helpful to anybody. That would be so disingenuous. If I did that, I'm going to be honest. It will only be for PR. I can admit that if I ever had Candace on my channel, it would strictly be for PR. Because I already know she will lie to me and lie to my entire platform and to my supporters. All the Luxters would be highly upset because all she's going to do is come on here and lie. And I don't do whataboutisms. And I don't do that. The questions I ask as she's talking about stuff, the green truck, okay, so what's the license plate number? Make and model. Where's your evidence on this? All right, hold on. Let me pull this up in real time. That's how I do that. That's how I operate. When I have people on my show, on my channel, on my platform, and we're actually going through information, debunking, like even with my Umar content, I will research something and pull it up in real time. Even if it's a definition of a word, Candace would not be able to handle that because then she would have to face actual facts and information and evidence. The research in real time, she wouldn't be able to keep up. She wouldn't be able to handle it. She would be mad. Why are you taking time to look this up? Because that's how I do it on my channel. Well, I'm queen over here. I'm the queen of this over here. She wouldn't be able to handle it because she doesn't take well to facts and fact checking. Candace, where's the FBI text message you sent? This email is so fake. It's not even funny. This is the stuff that cult members and bots don't care about this. They don't even ask about this. Why is the date timestamp missing? The two subject line, the two. If it's coming to her and it went to her tip line or her email for her channel, why won't she show that? That's not confidential. She's got her email address on her website. So why not show your email address? Why not show the date and timestamp? Like, why even cut this stuff off? Why does it not look like a traditional email printed to PDF? You can't make this up. And she get mad because no one believes her. Because no one believes her.
I didn't read that before we went live. I'm fast. Okay. Okay. You guys, I want you to know, in addition to the fact that Charlie, in the last couple of days, wanted people to know that Mikey is fantastic and supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, and he had this whole vision, and that Rob McCoy was his favorite pastor, and that you should buy Josh Hammer's book.
Still the CEO.
He also wants you to know to just be a Jew. I think we get it. We get it. Those were his last words. Okay, we get it. Just like
Erica Kirk is just effing her mind up. She won't say her name. She won't go back and forth, for PR stunts and all on social media. Candace is too much of a coward to go say this to her face. Boy, Erica Kirk is just effing Candace's mind up. Girl, Candace, you are soulless at this.
Okay.
Look at her.
Anyways, moving on from that. I want to say to the 39 bajillion of you who are in the military who emailed us to let me know that I misspoke yesterday. Okay, I even said to you ahead of time, I said, I don't know military vernacular. I don't know these terms. It's like
Stop getting upset when you get corrected. That's part of your problem, heifer. When you're wrong, you're just wrong. Be wrong. I just leave it at that. Why sit here throw a tantrum over it? She's throwing a whole tantrum. You can imagine how our kids throw tantrums. They probably just flail all over the floor and everything. Candace, you're too old for this, girl. Catch a flight out to the Phoenix on Monday.
Another language, and you guys are not aware of yourselves. Okay, so you critique me for saying E4, E3 when I should have said 06. I'm jotting down these notes. I'm having a conversation. I'm trying to fact check things. And for me, I was focusing on the timeline of where he was. I was like getting all of the proof from our military guy who was there for this meeting on September 9th, and it's also on September 8th as well. And I misspeak.
Stop explaining it. I misspoke, you all. Thank you all for correcting me. Thank you all for providing me the information. Keep living. The end. Like a child.
Okay. Because you guys basically speak Japanese. You don't realize you do, but you do. You speak Japanese. And I said E4, E3. And Lord. I went back and I checked my notes. And actually, he said 06s. Thank you. Thank you for your 26 billion emails to let me know that I don't know ish about the military. Okay. It was a human error. I made it very clear that I am ignorant when it comes to the military. I will own that. And so please just be nice.
She already said she's American ignorant too. Y'all didn't know that? Miscreant that. She said, I'm American ignorant as well. Candace, you really are ignorant. You're just ignorant, girl. Can you name the branch of military you're sitting here blaming a whole murder on? You can't make this
to me sometimes where it's a lot of information, a lot of researching. And I just wanted to confirm he said he was where he said he was and take those notes. But no, he did not. He was very clear. I checked the notes that he said 06. I think I made the mistake when I transferred my notes because he said colonels or captains.
You messed up. Okay, got it, girl. You got it. Listen, Candace, you're soulless at this. Because, we've upgraded from being bad at this to soulless at this. Candace, you are soulless at this. Let it go. If you're wrong, you're wrong. That's it. If I'm corrected on something, I stand corrected. Thank you all for correcting me on that. Thank you all for providing that information. My bad. I want to make sure that I put the correct information out. And that's it. I don't sit here and try to push blame and deep point the finger at the people correcting me. Especially when this stuff can be looked up. It's a Google search. She won't even do that. Move on, Candace. This is a 36-year-old with 4 kids handling this situation. That's scared to face Erica Kirk.
I Googled it and then I edited it thinking that maybe I heard him wrong.
So you could have Googled it in the beginning.
Over a 1 hour phone call. Anyways, regarding him, for those of you guys that emailed us, I told you, you can trust that we are.
Post that information up. Whatever you typed up, why don't you show us what you were reading? Why didn't she post that up as she was reading it? So we could see that it's real. I mean, because she could have just been reading her script. Candace, we're just asking questions. Was that your script you were reading? Because it didn't sound authentic and you didn't even post it up. Post a link up to where you was reading that information.
Not just taking a thumbs up from someone. There's a lot of research that goes into all of these things. And we were able to confirm everything he said was real. He gave us his card that he swiped onto the base. And now.
Show us the information. If he's coming out to the public, then post it up. Post the emails. Post up a photo of that green pickup truck and the hotel. I've already shown this cameras at hotels. There's cameras there. Whether it be in Texas, whether it be in Arizona, in Utah, I don't care. It's going to be hotel. It's going to be cameras at the hotel. So camera footage would be able to corroborate this stuff. Post up the emails and the text messages and the chats that he sent you.
Now, because you guys sent so many emails and actually people who were on that base in Arizona, the Huachuca base in Arizona, adding further credence to his claim is we've been able to since verify 2 more things from other people that are currently stationed there.
Oh, is she
First and foremost, I should tell you, we have a positive ID on Captain Neff. He was not sure what Captain Neff's first name was. It was, in fact, Adam Neff. And I'm sure captains have different names, but Adam Neff of the 10th Mountain Division is the individual. I sent picture options to him as your emails were coming in. And then someone said Adam Neff. I sent it. And he confirmed that that is the correct person.
We don't even know who this person
Adam Neff
is.
was leading the interrogation of him. And it checks out because that is the division from New York. Also, we have now confirmed, and this is exciting because we got a lot of emails going, oh, like if this was really this like meeting.
So the photo she sent out and he confirmed, she's not going to post that. She's not going to post anything about this Harry Meyer person. So we have no idea of knowing if that person is real. She won't post up the green pickup truck. She won't post up any footage or still images of him checking into a hotel. She's not going to post up the emails, the text messages, none of this is what I'm getting. She's not posting any of this stuff up, and the cult won't ask her to post this up. They won't demand it. They won't sit here and say, you're going to have to present something. Can you at least just post up the photo of the green pickup truck?
People wouldn't have known it was taking place. They would have used a empty building or something like that. Well, guess what? We have confirmed from people currently stationed on the base that JTF is indeed using a building. I'm not going to name the building. I know the exact one because I don't want to.
How will you expect us to believe it? We don't see. This is why we don't owe her anything. We don't have to believe what she says when she won't produce any level of evidence at all. If this is a military-based building, why is it that she's getting this information and she's not able to share anything about this building to validate its existence or anything? Who is this Harry person again? Let's start with him.
I don't accidentally violate national security, but effectively they are borrowing a building. So it's effectively unmarked in that sense. And that building has been turned into, please forgive me if I get this wrong, but I'm reading it direct from the email, SCIF, which stands for a sensitive compartmented information facility. Okay.
Oh, it's so funny. There's a dude on Twitter X with that channel name, SCIF. There's someone with that channel name, SCIF. Isn't that a channel name? It is. Yep. Someone with SCIF on Twitter X. So she could just be taking this acronym from that person that kisses her ass on Twitter X. That's a profile name, girl.
So they have since added barbed wire around that facility for additional security. Cell phones and other electronics are not allowed. This is where he saw the meeting, by the way. Unless they are government issued, they're not allowed in that building. And it requires top clearance to be granted access into that building. Again, we have now verified this.
Why would anyone tell you that and you can't show evidence of it? If it's top secret, is top clearance, why would anyone tell you this? And you can't tell us who this Harry person is, who this Captain Adam Neff is. You can't show no photo of that. Nothing. No information, no nothing. Not even an email with a date and time stamp.
Outside of this individual who was definitively telling the truth. He sent me so much documentation that it was like I could have showed you everything. His old passport, his new passport, his military ID.
You could have showed us, Candace. Then post it up.
His old passport, his new passport, his military ID card, hotels, it's books, time, TF
dear Lord.
Is indeed using a building. I'm not going to name the building. I know the exact one because I don't want to, accidentally violate national security. But effectively, they are borrowing a building. So it's effective.
What you cares about national security? Candace, no the hell you don't. You don't give a damn about national security. You don't care about the rule of law. Candace, you don't care about none of that. Are you serious? You don't care about no national security, you heifer.
Unmarked in that sense. And that building has been turned into, please forgive me if I get this wrong, but I'm reading it direct from the email, SCIF, which stands for a sensitive compartmented information facility. Okay. So they have since added barbed wire around that facility for additional security. Cell phones and other electronics are not allowed. This is where he saw the meeting, by the way. Unless they are government issued, they are not allowed in that building. And it requires top clearance to be granted access into that building. Again, we have now verified this outside of this individual who was definitively telling the truth.
Exist.
He sent me so much documentation that it was like I could have showed you everything. His old passport, his new passport, his military ID card, hotels, it's books, times, text messages, phone call logs with his wife. It just really is a circumstance that this man has either the worst or the best.
I'm just thrown at the fact that he said me so
that
much
it was like I could have showed you everything. His old passport.
I could have showed you everything. Then do it. Show us everything. If you're talking about this man has some sort of, past life, he changed his name and blah, 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 then post up the information. You could have showed us everything. So why aren't you doing that? We don't expect the cult to demand this stuff because I guess reading is not fundamental for them. But why don't you just post it up? Show us everything then. You could have done it, but coulda, shoulda, woulda, and she's not gonna woulda do it.
Or his new passport, his military ID card, hotels, it's books, times, text messages, phone call logs with his wife. It just really is a circumstance that this man has either the worst or the best luck ever when it comes to him sort of stumbling upon military operations, right? First, he finds this cartel tunnel when he's 20. Now we fast forward, he's 56, and he just
joking about
was getting some coffee, and someone's like, "Yeah, actually, yeah, no, that's the old boys are getting back together in this unmarked building." And he stumbles in there. It also, by the way, does provide an explanation for why they panicked when he just walked in there, because they were like, he should not have known that this building was here. It didn't buy his excuse. It's 7 hours later, they allowed him to leave, or Captain Neff allowed him to leave. Now,
dear Lord.
we can also give you some more information that gets really interesting. Okay. Remember, Harry
Show it.
who told me
Harry.
that seeing that many, I hope it's 06. Is it 06? Do not email me. Okay. He said it's not common unless, and he
Yeah, email her. Flood her emails. Just troll the hell out of her.
specifically said there were some high-ranking congressional member or someone close to the president, the vice president. Well, we received another tip that makes things especially compelling. So I'm going to just read you this email in its entirety. We have fact-checked it. It is true. Trust us to fact-check stuff, by the way.
You don't fact-check anything, girl. This stop that line. I can't even see the email. She won't show who it's coming from. Oh, Lord, that's redacted. Stop it. You don't fact check anything. I don't have to trust you at that, Candace. You won't even show us photos and stuff. You forget, if you put the name of the hotel, we could just get the hotel security camera footage. Do you really think that this person could, if they're captured in the video footage, remain out of the spotlight, Candace? We don't have to trust your fact checking. If someone were to do it, it would prove you're lying, Michael. Because I expect these people to be in that hotel security camera footage checking in at 5 something in the morning in that green pickup truck. I expect to see all of that in hotel security camera footage. I expect to see that. You can't go anywhere without being recorded. He walked on a base to which you won't even name the building for a meeting. Ironically, he knew about, and he could just walk in on perfect timing. And yet you can't even tell us the name of the building, but you're telling us the type of building that it is. Do you think there's a whole lot of FCIF buildings like this all over the place? If you're telling us the name of the base, Candace, and you're saying that this is an SCIF building, don't you think people could just narrow it down and then find out the name of the building? Do you really think that building doesn't have any cameras? She cares about national security. This was today, December 10th, rather, at 11:23 a.m. to this Candace tip hotline. Subject, flights. For HUACH Huachuca, September 9, 2025. Keep up the good work and be safe. Just wanted to bring to your attention that on 9/5/25, a U.S. government plane, SAM Special Air Mission, caught my eye. This is what I found about that particular plane that is based out of Andrews Air Force Base, shown as Camp Springs, ADW below, U.S. Air Force C-37A, Gulfstream V as in Victor, VIP jet, part of unit that caters to senior members of the executive branch and Congress. She gonna read it anyway.
By the way, guys, we would not just randomly be like, thumbs up. We're just going to go with that. This person writes, I just wanted to bring to your attention that on September 8th, that's when he says that he saw some funny business, 2025, a U.S. government plane, a special air mission plane, caught my eye. This is what I found about that particular plane that is based out of Andrews Air Force Base, shown as Camp Springs below. U.S. Air Force C-37A Gulfstream is Gulfstream 5 is a VIP jet, part of a unit that caters to senior members of the executive branch and Congress. Plane number is 99-0404, as you'll see on the screenshot below. On September 7th, the plane flew from Andrews to Colorado Springs. On September 8th, it flew from Colorado Springs to Tucson. Then, 5 hours later, from Tucson, and then the transponder appears to be turned off. However, at 12:31 p.m. on September 9th, it flies from Fort Huachuca to El Paso, and then El Paso back to St. Andrews. Now, why is that interesting? Okay, because that means the timeline he gave us is exactly right. This meeting took place early in the morning. I think it was 7:37, where all this happened, and then he said he assumed it was like a high-ranking congressional person or somebody that potentially could be in the cabinet. This guy is saying that's what that plane is used for, and he also
wait. He's assuming that, but then he's saying that's what it's used for. The transponder was turned off. How do you know that? How do you know? Does she understand what a transponder is?
From Colorado Springs to Tucson.
How would you know that?
Then 5 hours later from Tucson, and then the transponder appears to be turned off. However, at 12:31 p.m. on September 9th, it flies from Fort Huachuca to El Paso, and then El Paso back to St. Andrews. Now, why is that interesting? Okay, because that means the timeline he gave us is exactly right. This meeting took place early in the morning. I think it was 7:37, where all this happened, and then he said he assumed it was like a high-ranking congressional person or somebody that potentially could be in the cabinet. This guy is saying that's what that plane is used for, and he also brings in El Paso. Remember, El Paso, Texas, is where all those weird flights were coming from on the day of Charlie Kirk's assassination. So that is extremely compelling. And like I said, I haven't spoken to this individual who is planning to come out and do podcasts and speak.
Pause. Where's the transponder at on the plane? Because I'm assuming it's on the inside. This is a transponder in planes, is an electronic device that transmits signals in response to interrogations from ATC, air traffic control systems. It plays a crucial role in ensuring safe and efficient air travel by providing vital info such as the aircraft's identity, altitude, and position. Most of transponders. There are three main modes. Mode A transmits a unique 4-digit ID code, squawk code, to ATC. Mode C provides altitude info along with the squawk code. Mode S offers enhanced capabilities, including two-way communication and collision avoidance. Transponders are essential for tracking aircraft in controlled airspace and are required in most controlled areas, especially above 10,000 feet MSL. They help prevent collisions by allowing ATC to monitor and manage air traffic effectively. Would she be able to see a transponder cut off? Would anyone be able to see that with the naked eye on a plane? If you're looking at a plane, would you be able to see if the transponder is cut off? It's internal. I figured that. Turning off the transponder is dangerous. Thank you. It is. Okay. Manny is saying Criminal Investigation Division. It is the Army's federal law enforcement and investigative agency similar to FBI, but specifically for Army-related crimes. Candace doesn't understand how militaries work either. And she's already said she's American ignorant. It's dangerous. No. So if you can't see this transponder turned off with the naked eye, how does Candace or this person that sent this email know that the transponder was cut off? How would they know that? How would they know that? They're not on the plane. So how do they know it's cut off? Once again, why would they cut it off? Why would they cut it off before they land? Even if you're below 10,000 feet, it's still helping you to avoid a collision and transmitting information to the ATC. Why would that be cut off? You have FAA transponder requirements here based on laws. Like, you can't make this up. The FAA is a federal government agency, by the way. Federal Aviation Administration. There are whole requirements by law. Why would they cut that off? And how would she know it's cut off? How would this person that sent this bogus ass email know it's cut off? You can't see that with the naked eye. Are you kidding me? She didn't even know what an SCIF is. This is something you can't see with the naked eye. How are you able to see it's cut off and you're not on the plane? If this is something internal. How do you see it turn off? If this unit, are you seeing this unit? Are you an airline pilot? You work in aviation? Are you a pilot? Tink, are you a pilot? ATC can see it turn off if it's in the air. The person that sent this email is not an ATC at all. It transmits signals. It's inside the plane. They can detect based on it not transmitting anything if it's off. But how would this person that sent the email be able to say it was cut off? Simple question. How would they know that? They're not an ATC. They're not on the plane. How would they know it cuts off? How would they be able to know that if they're not on the plane and they're not in air traffic control? How would they know that? They're just saying it cut off. I'm asking here. Because when you say stuff like that, you're saying you're losing brain cells. We're reading information that I just Googled. This is inside of a plane. This person in this email is saying the transponder was cut off. How would they know that? If they're not on the plane, they're not a pilot, they're not an ATC, how would they know that? You can't see this with the naked eye. First of all, I don't even have to believe this email is real. Because we all know that she doesn't vet her tips. She doesn't. But it's not even making sense when you say the transponder was cut off. Based on what? You're not showing us any flight data where you can see this is being cut off. And you can't see that with the naked eye. It's just logic. This is insane. Which is not accurate. Exactly. The data, if you're doing an investigation about a plane crash, the first thing the investigators want is called the black box. The black box has the cockpit voice recorder, CVR, and then it has the, what's the other one? The other component to it. The FDR, I think the flight data recorder. That gives you direct data about everything going on with the plane. From what's being said to any alarms going off in the plane. You can hear some of this stuff audibly. And then the data itself transmits what's going on with the plane. To say that a transponder was cut off, that would be picked up in some sort of the data in the black box. But how would this person know it was cut off if they aren't in the plane? They're not flying the planes. They're not the pilot. Because the average passenger wouldn't even know that. And they're not in ATC. They're not in air traffic control. You said you can see this and you can see it cut off. How is this person in this email able to see that? Yeah, it is bright orange, but they call it the black box. But yes, it is black orange. It's fireproof, damage proof, certain meant to sustain water pressure. I mean, it has to be immense heat to even burn that thing down. Or the crash has to be so bad to where it's shattered or fractured or broken or anything. One of the most durable pieces of equipment on the plane is that black box. I'm trying to figure out if that person, this person in this email, can't see the transponder with the naked eye at all. They couldn't even see it if the plane was on the ground and walked up to the plane. You wouldn't be able to see the transponder because it's inside the plane. So if they're not the pilot flying the plane and they're not in ATC, how can this person say with a blessed assurance factually that the transponder was cut off in the first place? I understand. I'm asking here. How would they be able to say this? You understand what's in this email? What's being insinuated in this email is that this person knows the transponder was cut off when they're not a pilot on the plane or not in air traffic control. Why does she keep saying that it's cut off and she doesn't provide any data to back that up? The data that will come from the black box. That's what this transponder will feed data to, the black box, the flight data recorder. So between that and air traffic control, the only people that will know this is cut off is the pilots and ATC. Not even the passengers. So all of a sudden, this person knows that it's cut off? How? And she keeps reiterating this. Like, that proves something. This proves nothing, really, because you're still not putting it near UVU. You're not saying, okay, the passengers or the pilot went to the Charlie Kirk event. You're not even connecting this to Charlie Kirk's assassination. Why do we care about this? Is the question here. And how can someone say the transponder was cut off in a plane? I would be able to say that. Why is this person able to say this if they're not a pilot or in the ATC? If they're not able to give some sort of data analysis on the FDR? You can't make this up. And this is supposed to be coming from a military personnel. That's what I'm asking here. This is coming from military personnel? ATC and the pilot. So who is this person that's saying that the transponder was cut off? She won't show the email address. We don't know who they are. We don't even know if Harry is real. This person that just showed up at a meeting at a SCIF building on a military base, we have no idea if that person is real. We have no idea who these people are. She's getting these emails from her tip line that she doesn't vet. She hasn't shown any flight data recorder information, no data from that at all. And somehow she's saying, with a blessed assurance, this person confirmed that the transponder was cut off, but not showing any evidence to corroborate it. And the only evidence you could really prove to that would be from the FDR, from the black box, or from what's transmitted to the ATC. That's not something you can see with the naked eye. This is the BS that she peddles out. I just stopped and took time to look up transponder. And I'm sitting here asking just logical questions here. She's not doing that at all. She's just taking whomever this is. It could be a troll. And she's just going with it. Not even saying, here's what a transponder is. Let's establish that. And what that means. And how would one know if it's cut off in the first place? She's not even establishing that. Factual, basic information. This is her problem. And she pushes this stuff out. And she doesn't even try to correct this stuff or none of this. Exactly. Oh my God. And this is the thing too. We would not have, as a country, our government, our military would not have a plane land on our soil, on a military base at that. And they cut off a transponder where you're not able to communicate with the plane or get data from the plane or anything. This plane is not going to be in our airspace if the transponder is cut off. And you're trying to come to our military base? How fast would that plane be taken out the sky? Manny, how fast would that plane be taken out the sky? You cut that transponder off, and we have no idea why that plane's up there, and they're not communicating, and they cut the transponder off. How fast would the U.S. be able to get some planes up there, some fighter jets up there to take that plane out the sky? even if you have autopilot on, the transponder is not cutting off. If that is the main way to communicate with the ATC, with air traffic control, you're not cutting that off. Just the risk of being in some collision in the sky? No. They're not going to risk that. It would bring way too much attention to them. If you have a military aircraft in our U.S. airspace and they cut off that transponder. There you go. Manny is a veteran of the military. 0.00032 seconds. You're going to have a fighter jet up there. And they're going to give you a warning. They're going to pull up next to that plane. You need to, tell us who you are. Identify yourself. They're not even going to ask too many times. You need to identify yourself. Then we're going to send a warning shot. Okay, identify yourself. And then we'll be forced to take you out. And then next thing you know, kaboom. We're not leaving that plane in our sky. There is no way. 0.00032 seconds. We taking that plane down. Cut that transponder off if you want to. You're supposed to be a military aircraft coming in internationally from another country. Yeah, okay. Cut that off if you want to. We're taking you out. You got somebody saying in an email in her tip line, she doesn't bet. They cut the transponder off and they stayed in our sky. They didn't come down in pieces. You can't make this up. This is, man, you're talking about national security here. Oh, my dear Lord.
It's true. Trust us to fact check stuff, by the way. By the way, guys, we would not just randomly be like, thumbs up. We're just going to go with that.
Oh, my God.
This person writes, I just wanted to bring to your attention that on September 8th, that's when he says that he saw some funny business, 2025, a U.S. government plane,
exactly,
a special air mission plane, caught my eye. This is what I found about that particular plane that is based out of Andrews Air Force Base, shown as Camp Springs below. U.S. Air Force C-37A Gulfstream is a Gulfstream 5 is a VIP jet, part of a unit that caters to senior members of the executive branch and Congress. Plane number is 99-0404, as you'll see on the screenshot below. On September 7th, the plane flew from Andrews to Colorado Springs. On September 8th, it flew from Colorado Springs to Tucson. Then, 5 hours later, from Tucson, and then the transponder appears to be turned off. However,
how would they know that? Why didn't you show the screenshot? As you'll see on the screenshot below. Candace, why didn't you show the screenshot? She never showed the screenshot.
12:31 p.m. on September 9th, it flies from Fort Huachuca to El Paso, and then El Paso back to St. Andrews. Now, why is that interesting? Okay,
it has nothing to do
because
with
that
Charlie.
means the timeline he gave us is exactly right. This meeting took place early in the morning. I think it was 7:37, where all this happened. And then he's saying he said he assumed it was like a high-ranking congressional person or somebody that potentially could be in the cabinet. This guy is saying that's what that plane is used for. And he also brings in El Paso. Remember, El Paso, Texas, is where all those weird flights were coming from on the day of Charlie Kirk's assassination. So that is extremely.
They have nothing to do with the assassination itself. You can't even say if any passengers on those planes were at the event. You can't even say that.
Compelling. And like I said, I haven't spoken to this individual who is planning to come out and do podcasts.
Because the transponder would not be cut off, you coon.
And speak about that. He's trying to figure it out, which I'm going to help him with this weekend to figure out whose show he can go on and speak more. It's lining up. Like this is actually tracking. I had a sense when I spoke to him that his memory could be trusted.
Plane should have been shot out
He
the
was
sky.
very forthright. He was very honest. I mean, he was so honest that he was like, when I said, oh, is it maybe this, Captain Neff? He was like, ma'am, like I don't want to give you any information that's wrong. I would put that at about maybe 60 to 65% that it could be this person.
I would love to know how Captain Adam Neff looks. No photos. She didn't show the screenshot that he sent, because of reasons. You can't make this up.
Until I gave him the correct Neff, and he was like, 100%, that's the guy that questioned me. So I trust him. And by the way, his heart exploded when I told him about all the emails of people that were in the military currently that were very moved by his story. People who have had the experience of doing the right thing in the military and being treated as though they did something wrong for doing their job and serving the American people. Everybody knows there's corruption everywhere, especially at the top. And to all the service members that sent those emails, I want you to know that he was.
Why she blames the U.S. military for being involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. You know, she appreciates you all snitching, I guess. But, you know, only if it fits her narrative and her moot point, where she still can't connect these planes to anything that was going on at the time Charlie Kirk was being shot at UVU. She won't even show the screenshot, photos, nothing, passports, all this stuff she claims she got from this hairy person. Won't show that either.
He said he was close to tears and he was just on his knees, him and his wife, just thanking God because they never thought their story was ever going to come out about what happened to him when he was 20. And that is just something that is really, real. That's why I said there's so much God in this, because like he either has the best or worst luck, but he just happens to be in the wrong place at the right time, maybe in the right place at the wrong time. Who knows? History will tell us. Continuing the rest of that email from the person who gave us that tip about this plane, he concludes it by saying, "This is the only time that I have noticed that this plane was in Fort Huachuca. If your contact that you mentioned yesterday saw this group of men in the morning, it could line up well with what this aircraft leaving at 11:43 a.m. on the 9th. From other searches I've done, it appears that Pam Bondi flew on this plane approximately 5 months ago from Tampa area back to DC. I am looking into other flights. Please be safe and God bless. Guys, we have a clue. And we should keep going with that. I don't know. When he contacted me, it was the way I told you. It went about me praying and then suddenly I get this email. I speak to him and he's like so credible and just
show the screenshot. Candace, there was a screenshot. Dear Lord, is she gonna show it?
Gives everything. I think we need to keep riding this narrative of what happened and what he said that he saw, and he described it as a meeting that when the operation is being finalized, a finalization meeting. And he seems like he knows what he's speaking about. So that's what I have for you guys today. Oh, wait, there's also something else about that plane. I got to bring in Mark to mansplain it. I'll just bring you on, Mark. I'm not even going to tee you up there. Just come on.
Thank you. Great introduction. So I was looking at the logs for that flight, and the flights in question are towards the center of the screen. You can see it goes from Tucson, the transponder.
Listen, where is the screenshot he sent? They went to a website, Flight Radar 24. Where is the screenshot that this so-called person that she's redacting emails of? Where's that screenshot at? This ain't it.
Dark. That's what that dash means there. But what really stood out to me were the call signs, which are basically the fourth column from the left. So you can see it's using RCH, which is reach. That's a standard Air Force call sign designator. But when someone important is on the plane, it switches their call sign to SAM, which stands, as you said, for Special Air Mission, which is typically reserved for people like the vice president, cabinet secretaries, senior officials of the executive branch, congressional delegations, and other senior political leaders. So what that tells me is the call sign from Tucson to Fort Huachuca is a standard reach. Everything before that is as well. But once it gets to Fort Huachuca and takes off, it switches to SAM. So that tells me they picked up someone of that stature in Fort Huachuca. And then just to avoid confusion, the Venus call sign is just when the plane is empty, doesn't have anyone on it.
It's actually very, very helpful. And I think, like I said, there's something here. There was definitely something here.
But not the screenshot that was sent to you in that email. What do we care about this? If we can't say the people on the plane was at UVU when Charlie Kirk got shot. You're not even placing the passengers at the scene of the crime here. Candace, you are soulless at this.
And I do believe that God put that man again. He has the worst luck. Our guy Harry has the worst luck down, or the best luck down in Fort Huachuca. But I'm certainly glad he was there. So you'll definitely be hearing from him directly. I would assume next week I'm going to help him figure things out. He's like, I don't know how to work these podcasts and computers and how to get my message out there. We will definitely.
But he can tell you if a transponder is cut off in a plane. Go back, Candace. You know how cartoonish that sounds. This person can tell you that a transponder has been cut off in a plane, but he doesn't know how to work a computer. Is that what you're saying, Candace? Because that would be highly contradictory. So someone who can't work a computer, hear me, can tell you that a transponder is cut off in a military aircraft and somehow stumble into a meeting at a SCIF building on a military base that's like top level secret, and she can't say the name of the building because national security and all. And we still don't know if this here person is real. And even if they come out, this person can't work a computer, but can tell you a transponder from thousands of feet up in the sky, or even if it's on the ground, They can somehow tell you a transponder was cut off. And no data to corroborate that.
Off, it switches to Sam. So that tells me they picked up someone of that stature in Fort Huachuca. And then just to avoid confusion, the Venus call sign is just when the plane is empty, doesn't have anyone on it.
It's actually very, very helpful. And I think, like I said, there's something here. There was definitely something here.
That's not a sign of the transponder.
And I do believe that God put that man again. He has the worst luck. Our guy, Harry, has the worst luck down, or the best luck down in Fort Huachuca. But
oh my God.
I'm certainly glad he was there. So you'll definitely be hearing from him directly. I would assume next week I'm going to help him figure things out. He's like, I don't know how to work these podcasts and computers and how to get my message.
He don't know how to work computers, but he can tell you your transponder's off in a military aircraft. Good God. Who the hell is this hairy person? Candace, just get the hell
out there.
done.
We will definitely assist. We'll take a brief break and come back after some sponsors. All right, you guys.
Okay, is this it? She just went to comments on this. Yeah, I don't read her comments. I don't care about her comments. Y'all, this is insane. This is insane. She's so stupid. Candace, you didn't vet anything. We don't know who this person is. You're putting them in hotels. You're saying they're getting in green pickup trucks. No evidence on that. You're sitting here talking about this person can tell you a transponder is cut off, but they can't work a computer. Somehow they have access to a military base. They're not in the military, but they got access to just walk the hell on a military base and go into a meeting that's supposed to be top level secret clearance type of, confidential. Only certain people are supposed to know this meeting is even occurring. And somehow they knew all about it. And a transponder is cut off on a plane. You didn't show the screenshot after that email because that wasn't it. Somebody's explaining something that we don't care about, and you still haven't connected this plane to the assassination at all. And we're supposed to believe that plane was able to stay in our airspace with the transponder cut off, and our military didn't shoot that at the sky. And what Manny said, 0.00032 seconds. We only gonna ask you maybe once, twice to identify yourself. Cut that off if you want to. You can't make this up. See, you can't make this up. This is absolutely asinine. I've never heard this high level of buffoonery in all my life, y'all. Who child, y'all? We did it. Candace still won't face Erica Kirk in person. She's not going to do it. The cult members are sitting here comparing her to Jesus Christ, but they won't tell her, fly your happy ass out there to Phoenix on Monday, on the 15th, and face her. You got so much to say. You got many questions to ask. You want to see her talk about Egyptian planes. Why don't you go and take this information to Phoenix on Monday, the 15th, and show them this stuff in person, Candace? Ask all your questions that your cult fans keep saying no one else will ask, even though it's not that difficult to ask any of these dumb questions you've asked. It's just they're irrelevant. But go out there and ask the questions to her face. She don't want you to she go back and forth with you on social media. She said, girl, I'm a boss lady. I got a CEO company. I got a company run. I'm CEO of Turning Point with 3 subsidiaries. I don't have time for your foolishness. But if you want to sit here and ask us questions and tell us any information you feel like we should know, even though it's irrelevant, come out here and do it in person. All the excuses in the world. She went to Dollywood, but she can't go to Phoenix in person. But she went to Dollywood, took a photo with a complete stranger, and somehow is still getting emails from her tip line where she's not even asking, how did you know that the transponder was cut off? Where are these photos of the hotel images? Can you give us a photo of this pickup truck? What's the license plate? What's the make and model? Nothing. She said, I could show you all this documentation. Then show it. Oh, I'm waiting for him to come forward. Didn't she say she was going to release names at Turning Point USA last week? She never did that either. Candace, you put that in a post on Twitter X. You're going to be dropping names because you're so heartbroken over something. And you never did it. You're just going out here just railing on the same old people in general. Mikey McCoy, Rob McCoy. Now you're going after Erica Kirk because you didn't like what she said. And, oh, it's so disingenuous and blah, blah, blah. Candace, either you're going to face her in person and you're going to go out there and tell her how you feel, woman to woman, eye to eye. Or don't get mad when we're laughing at you for being the coward that you're being. Can't make this stop. All right, y'all. I am going to go live again. Now we're caught up. 7 hours and 44 minutes. You guys are awesome. You can't make this up. You know, the Candace cult members, they helped. I'm not studying them. I don't care how they feel. I'm not going to stop speaking the truth. I don't take kindly to threats. Neither the United States of America. Let me tell you something. We don't take kindly to threats, foreign or domestic. You're not studying that crap. You can't speak plain and lay out how I'm going to pay a price. Don't sit here and think that's going to sit here and fly. It just don't work on me. And it's just crazy. Comparing her to Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'm going to keep laughing at Candace Owens because she didn't die on the cross. All I ask, don't blaspheme and use racial slurs in my chat. I put up comments from the Candace cult members just like I do anyone else. Can't make this up. I want her to go in person. Someone asked me if they bought me a flight, would I go to? Hell yeah. You kidding me? Yes. I want a direct flight there and back. And cover the hotel while you're at it. Like, you gonna do that? Fine. I don't have any quarrels with going. What Candace doesn't realize is independent journalists like myself, it doesn't make or break me. But if she's going to sit here and say all this nonsense, go say it to her face. If I went out there, I would ask questions too. Won't be scared to do that. If she can go to Dollywood, she can go to Phoenix. Child, you can't make this stuff up. You guys are fantastic. We have endured 8 hours of this. This has been a lot of fun. I'm going to break this all up over the weekend. And it's going to be a treat for the members because the broken down videos are going to be members only. So many of you have been blessed with memberships. I want to get to these supers. Oh my God. Juan Miguel, one of my mods. Fantastic. Shout out to you for the 5 memberships that were gifted. Jay Witt came up in here. Shout out to Jay Witt podcast, my brother in Christ. Mama love you, honey. He's keeping his foot on Candace Owens' neck as well. Did a great interview with the young lady that interviewed that Brandon Tatum. I don't know if he's still an officer or used to be one, but there's no way he was a good cop if he doesn't believe in evidence. And somehow he just believes whatever Candace is saying with no evidence. After admitting she never showed him any evidence, he put that in a post. You can't make this stuff up. Why are you grown men sitting here being cowards to Candace? I don't understand. And I don't know much about Tucker Carlson, but it seems like he's just sitting here talking about, oh, the planes are real. Who cares? What does it have to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination? Shout out to Jay Witt, though, for becoming a member, renewing the membership for 7 months. Grace and peace. Let's go. $5 super from Jay Witt. Keep it up. Dropping a 50 super when you hit 50,000 subs. So we got to make this happen. Candy ass cult members want me to get paid $7,000, but they won't drop a super. It's so funny. I'll wait. Somebody can pay me $7,000. Child, please. Stuff is so weird. Weird. Oh, man. You can't make this up. Thank you so much, Jay Witt. Shout out to you, honey. Pat Brooks at a $19.99 super. You go, Lady Luck. Candace Jones, a.k.a. Jim Owens. Thank you so much for the $19.99 super. Is it Dana? Dana sent the $5 super. Anyone that is so inclined, make a video /solo/group with a message of prayer, strength, love for Erica and extended family over the next few days. Absolutely. Erica, keep at it, girl. We're always praying for you. We're praying for those babies as well. There's a protection order in place for a reason. Because she's actually faced with a real threat. A man is in jail, and it seems like Candace is just steadfast on this man getting released and having a hung jury. And then that puts Erica and the kids even more at risk if he's released. While whoever Candace thinks the real shooter is still out there. She's catching death threats and kidnap threats. Absolutely disgusting, Candace. But since Candace doesn't care about Erica Kirk being a wife or a mother, Candace, we don't care about you being a wife or mother. We don't care if George told you no. Take your happy ass out there to Phoenix on Monday and go face Erica Kirk in person. Don't care about you doing no homeschooling for a 4-year-old. Go out there to Phoenix. Can't make this up. We're definitely praying for her. I appreciate it. Thank you for the $5 super as well. Your boy. Oh, this is the information about the grains and the bullets, because unlike Candace, I will ask you all for your input and information. There are a lot of people who do have a great wealth of knowledge. Manny is able to give us information about all things military. He's a veteran. And we thank you for your service, brother. And then you have No Reply that gives information, vital information, on aspects of the military, aspects of the guns. So many of you all in here, all my mods, people who will take time and actually research information in real time, provide helpful information in the chat. And I appreciate that. Thank you all so much. So this is just an example of it. I learned from you all, and I can only hope you all are learning from me. At least, you're able to laugh and just have your day brighten up, even if it is 3 a.m. in Eastern Standard Time. Thank you so much, C-Star, for the 5 memberships that have been gifted. Shout out to you. I appreciate it. Pep Books is a new member. Shout out to you. Thank you so much. And then we have Saint, one of my fantastic mods. Thank you so much for renewing again. I appreciate it. Pat Brooks sent another $19.99 super. Thank you, Lady Luck, for not allowing that on your channel. Yes, because I don't do blasphemy and I don't do threats. That whole talking about, Jesus died on the cross, but we laugh. That's not fun. Listen here, I'm laughing at Candace Owens. She's not Jesus. And his slogan is over there in Candyland, Christ is King. While she's taking photos of her grabbing a woman's butt while she's pregnant. You can't make this stuff up. Shout out to you, Pat Brooks. Thank you all so much for your support. I appreciate all of you all. The candy asses, they'll be fine. Ciao. That's what they do. They come here, copy and paste. Just don't come with the threats and the racial slurs and the buffoonery and that blasphemous nonsense. We don't do that. Otherwise, I don't block and remove their comments like that, because they're gonna do it anyway. They're gonna come in with a new profile, just like that clown did. Sending me a threat and they come back in here on a new profile like I wouldn't recognize you. Chabu. Try again. Get more creative. You can't make this up. So, all right, y'all. Thank you so much. That's all I have for the evening. I'll be back at it tomorrow, and we'll be catching her live stream. Hopefully, I can be able to go live when she's live, but if not, we'll still go over her next episode. Y'all have a good night, and until the next one, Lady Luck Club out. Deuces.